Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1526. A historic moment. In the vast void, Qin Wentian faced all these people, as if he was facing half of the fairyland. He had never seen such a powerful lineup. Any one of these people who walked out at random would be a strong man who could make the fairyland tremble. And now, they gathered here, and most of them wanted to kill him. Everyone, you really think highly of me, Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian seemed to be mocking himself, but what he said was indeed the truth. Such a powerful lineup was dispatched for him, which really showed him too much respect. So, it is not unfair for you to die, Emperor Senlo said coldly. Qin Wentian's talent was obvious for someone who could kill his most beloved son, King Yanluo, but enemies were enemies, and he would not have the slightest appreciation. It's indeed not unfair, I just feel a little unwilling, Qin Wentian smiled casually. The fairyland is so vast, and countless geniuses and heroes have risen in different eras. Who didn't step on the geniuses to ascend to the throne? I'm sure it's the same for you. Those I killed were all people who wanted to kill me. I once asked myself, if I had the chance to do it again, I would still kill them. Perhaps it's because the commotion in the ancient emperor's city was too loud this time, and strong people gathered, so more people were killed, leading to the situation today. However, I'm sure you all know why they died. You just thought that they were not as good as me, so they died. Otherwise, it would be me, Qin Wentian said coldly. I had the opportunity to kill all of you in the ancient emperor city, but I didn't, because I didn't want to implicate other people around me. Unfortunately, I did so, and in order to kill me, you still implicated the people around me. Are you done? The Purple Emperor said coldly. Purple Emperor, since I'm standing here, I have no intention of leaving alive. It's just that I laugh at you for being narrow-minded as a top-level immortal emperor. If you hadn't been angry at me for Zidao Yang's death, there would have been no grudge, and Zidao Long wouldn't have died. I was the one who killed Zidao Long, but you, as his father, can't escape responsibility for his death. Qin Wentian said bluntly, making the Purple Emperor's face even uglier, and murderous thoughts burst out. Since you know you're going to die, what's the point of saying these words? The Purple Emperor said coldly. I just want to tell you that after I die, all grudges will disappear, and the implicated things should not happen again. Otherwise, although I die, there are still many elders and friends in the fairyland. They will keep an eye on your younger descendants. Unless you all have no descendants, otherwise, you should still consider them. Do you want to say that one death is enough? Well, I will do it. I have no hatred with the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. If you die, everything will end. Emperor Senluo spoke. Qin Wentian wanted to use his own life to solve this storm. He didn't want the Purple Emperor, Dongsheng or Xianlin Immortal Kingdom to use the hatred of the major forces against him after his death to continue to attack the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Many extraordinary forces in the fairyland had no objections. They also took into account what Emperor Changqing said before. If the forces such as the Changqing Immortal Kingdom and the Nanhuang clan retaliated against them, it would also be a very headache. Can't they always protect their descendants? For many people, they just wanted to kill Qin Wentian. However, the faces of Emperor Xianlin and Emperor Dongsheng were not so good. Qin Wentian was going to take it all on his own and die? Emperor Xianlin would not agree. He would avenge Beidai's destruction of Xianlin. Emperor Dongsheng would not agree either. You can die now, Emperor Senlo said coldly. Although he came to take revenge, he was the master of Senlo Immortal Kingdom and a top-level immortal emperor. Even if he killed Qin Wentian with his own hands, it would not be a very glorious thing. Since Qin Wentian had the will to die, let him commit suicide. Qin Wentian turned his head and glanced in the direction of Mo Qingcheng, then glanced at Qinger, with a smile in his eyes. Why? Qinger seemed to be talking to herself. Why did Qin Wentian come? Why was it like this? Why did he propose marriage and ask her to live and wait for him? Qin Wentian smiled at Qinger. His smile was so brilliant, but the brighter it was, the more painful Qinger's heart was. Finally, she saw Qin Wentian turn around, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body. Silly boy. A sigh was heard, and a hand was placed on Qin Wentian's shoulder. Qin Wentian looked at the Changqing Emperor in surprise, and saw Changqing smiled and said, You are already half of my offspring. I killed these people and surrounded my Changqing Immortal Kingdom. How can I stand by and watch you die? So, even if I know it's impossible, I still have to fight. After that, a terrible sound of clattering was heard, and the eternal evergreen tree appeared, covering the sky and the earth, shining brightly, and instantly spreading out in all directions, as if it had merged with the Changking Emperor, covering the entire imperial city of the Changking Immortal Kingdom below. Emperor, you promised me that you would take good care of Kinger. Qin Wentian whispered. At this moment, if I don't join the battle, I will feel guilty towards you and Kinger. But don't worry, if I can't stop them from killing you, I won't seek death. Fighting is my attitude of Changking. Emperor Changking looked at everyone. Since my son-in-law has already spoken before, then after this battle, if Qin Wentian dies, all grudges will be settled. You can kill me in this battle, or I will kill your people. After this battle, everything will end. Otherwise, Beatty will be outside. Well said, fighting is an attitude. Since Emperor Changking said so, then I, the Queen of Nanhuang, will join the battle and learn from the emperors of the fairyland. The Queen smiled. She didn't expect Emperor Changking to stand up at this time. Qin Wentian was willing to die, and she didn't ask to stop these people from killing Qin Wentian. But as Changking said, fighting is an attitude, and she, the Queen of Nanhuang, will join the battle. She asked herself, coming with a divine phoenix, unless these people all surrounded and killed her, otherwise, she would not die in the battle. Very good. The strong men of the Yin clan all smiled. Even if everything really disappeared after Qin Wentian's death, the cracks of this battle would be created. In the future turbulent fairyland, at least these forces would not be friends of the Nanhuang clan, but the possibility of being enemies was very high. The Yin clan naturally hoped that the battle would be as fierce as possible, and it would be best if the world collapsed. An ant trying to shake a tree. Emperor Senlo's voice was cold. And me. Emperor Ji's voice came, but the eyes of the strong men still did not show much ripples, just knowing that they might face great help, so the lineup of strong men who descended on the Changking Fairyland this time was stronger than expected. Of course, my Qianbi and Xianmen will participate in the battle. Bai Wuya said lightly, and Zhen Mengchen beside him clenched his fists. Although the hope was slim, at least there was still a glimmer of hope. He did not let the Xianfu realm participate in the battle, but they still had the 4 great fairy emperors on their side, which should not be underestimated. Nanhuang Yangxi also succeeded. The empress of the Nanhuang clan came with a divine phoenix and personally participated in the battle. Woo woo. In the distance, the little bastard whimpered at the devouring heaven beast. Purgatory's beautiful eyes only stared at the old devouring heaven beast, but the other party shook his head and said, not enough, this is far from enough. I can protect myself by participating in the battle, but do you really think that everything will be settled after this battle? This time he offended several top tribes of the demon clan. If I participate in the battle, it will be miserable if they catch the opportunity. I still have to watch you grow up. In another place, Bai Qing rubbed her eyes with tears, looking at the tyrannical demon cultivator beside her without blinking, with endless expectations in her beautiful eyes. If I don't agree, you will probably hate the Judgment Demon Palace to death, but there is nothing to be afraid of in my demon mountain. As he said, the demon cultivator stepped out and said, count me in. The masters were somewhat surprised. The people from the 10,000 Demon Island actually intervened. Qin Wentian was really proud of himself. I, the Eternal Demon Palace, will participate in the battle. Buji announced loudly. The demon emperor figure next to him looked at Buji in astonishment, then walked out with a wry smile. They agreed to come and see, and if there was a chance, they would lend a hand, but they did not agree to participate in the battle directly. However, after being called out by Buji, did they say that the disciples of the Eternal Demon Palace had made a mistake and that they would not participate in the battle? This was not the style of the demon cultivators. It was too embarrassing. Not far from them, another demon cultivator walked out silently, which surprised Buji. It was the Apostle Demon Palace that took action. Could it be because of Qin Wentian's inheritance? On the Demon Mountain, the 6 demon palaces and the 3 demon palaces took action, which shocked many people in the immortal realm. Wang Shaishan, who is in the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom, should know the reason best. He looked at the young man and sighed in his heart. He didn't know whether he sighed for Qin Wentian's talent or sighed for his impending fall. Mr. Qin and I have a great affinity with Wengxin Temple. Since we are destined to meet, we must do something. A Buddhist emperor walked out of Wengxin Temple, shining with Buddha's light and boundless Buddhist teachings. Who? At this time, Emperor Senluo and the demon emperor of the Penguin clan looked up at the void, and saw a brilliant light shining there. There was a man standing on the sky, with the light of the lost arrow in his hand shining, and the power of the stars descended from the sky and shone with it. Emperor Yu. The purple emperor's expression turned cold. I am the servant of Emperor Yi in the past. Qin Wentian, as the descendant of Emperor Yi, cannot allow you to bully him like this. Changqing's agreement with you is your business. I am alone. If Qin Wentian dies in battle here today, I will kill one of your descendants in the future. The Emperor Yu said bluntly, which made many strong men look embarrassed. This was the most annoying thing for them. Barefoot is not afraid of those wearing shoes, and the threat of the top immortal emperor is too great. Interesting. The strong men of the Jiang clan who were watching the battle laughed. They didn't expect that so many powerful people would be willing to fight for Qin Wentian. Before, everyone had guessed wrongly. This battle was not comparable to the battle that took place in the Changqing immortal country that year. In that battle, people from the Nanhuang clan participated in the battle, but this time, it was the Nanhuang queen who participated with a divine phoenix. In this battle, the three major demon palaces of the Demon Mountain participated in the battle, and the Buddhist monks of the Questioning Heart Temple also participated in the battle. Such a super strong lineup, Qin Wentian had to admire him, but even so, facing more than 10 forces that wanted to kill Qin Wentian, such a lineup was still a little weak. This is why the entire immortal realm believed that Qin Wentian would die. The lineup to kill him was too strong, so strong that it made people despair. Qin Wentian looked around the entire battlefield. Those who wanted to kill him, those who fought for him, and those who wished that the world would be in chaos so that they could benefit from it, he saw them one by one and wrote them down. At this time, who would have thought that the two sides participating in this battle would foreshadow the future pattern of the Qingxuan immortal realm? This scene was recorded in the history of Qingxuan immortal realm, and even countless years later, it is still talked about by people. Chapter 1527 Doomsday. In addition to the two parties who have expressed their intention to participate in the war, Bei Ming Nongyu and Li Yufeng also have a good relationship with Qin Wentian. However, relying on this friendship, the great Emperor Bei Ming and the strong men of Bailian Shengjiao will not participate in this storm. Similarly, the Ying family and Thunder God Temple, who have some grudges against Qin Wentian, do not intend to participate, but just want to watch. The period of turmoil in the immortal realm has arrived, and accumulating strength is the foundation. They are eager to see other forces fighting internally. If they don't want to, of course they will not participate, unless, at some critical moments, they don't mind giving Qin Wentian a knife. In short, no matter how many strong men participate in the war, Qin Wentian must die. There is no doubt about this. The great Emperor Senluo does not mind Qin Wentian committing suicide. However, since someone wants to fight for Qin Wentian now, he has to kill Qin Wentian himself. After taking a look at the Southern Phoenix Empress in the void, he turned his head and looked at the Emperor of the Penguin clan, saying, "You and him have similar bloodlines. In this case, the Southern Phoenix Empress is handed over to you." Okay. The Emperor of the Penguin clan was named Kasaipa, a super powerful demon emperor who combined the two bloodlines into a great achievement. He was gifted and unparalleled, and was an extremely terrifying old monster. This time, Jia Huangshan was killed, and he happened to be in the ancient emperor city. In addition, Jia Huangshan himself was a descendant that he was very optimistic about, and he received his favor and guidance. Therefore, he personally killed the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. He also wanted to see how strong the strongest female emperor of the Southern Phoenix clan, who had the bloodline of the ancient divine phoenix but was a human, was. In an instant, the strong men in this vast space all communicated with the heaven and earth, and the stars shone together. Everyone's body was so dazzling. Those who did not participate in the battle kept retreating, ready to give up the battlefield. This level of war was enough to affect the entire vast imperial city of the Immortal Kingdom. The evergreen tree has completely covered the sky below the imperial city, and Kinger and the others were also drawn in. Eternal green. The evergreen emperor uttered a cold voice. The vast world, the evergreen tree that covered the endless area of the imperial city moved, and the endless vines made a rustling sound, covering all the enemies, like a vine prison, trying to trap the strong in it, like a prison of heaven and earth. Each vine branch and leaf exuded a dazzling light, revealing the power of rules, evergreen and indestructible. A terrifying demonic power rushed straight into the sky, and the body of Kasaipa of the Penguin clan moved and turned into the original body. In an instant, an extremely huge penguin covered the sky and the sun, and with a flash of its wings, everything was cut off, and his body pounced directly on the Southern Phoenix Empress and the divine phoenix she rode. The Southern Phoenix Empress was extremely graceful and rare in the world. She stretched out her delicate jade hand and pointed at the void. An illusory divine phoenix rushed towards the penguin, revealing an undying fire. The Empress joined the battle. The Southern Phoenix immortal emperors who came with her naturally would not stand idly by. They stepped out one after another and joined the battle. The Southern Phoenix Empress represented the entire Southern Phoenix clan. Her participation in the battle meant the Southern Phoenix clan's attitude. Take them down. The White Tiger clan's strong men roared out and killed the Southern Phoenix clan's immortal emperors. The terrifying void light bloomed, and an extremely terrifying void beast king crossed the void, piercing through everything and killing Qin Wentian. The eternal evergreen tree that wrapped Qin Wentian continued to shatter. The Evergreen Emperor wanted to use the eternal evergreen tree to protect Qin Wentian, but facing the attacks of so many strong men, it was not that easy. Similarly, another strong man came across the void. It was Emperor Ji. She was wrapped in a terrible void storm, directly wrapped up the opponent. Several void beast demon emperors stepped forward and collided with the immortal emperors under Emperor Ji. The strongest emperor war in the immortal realm in countless years broke out in the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. The immortal emperor of the Sun Holy Church walked out, an unparalleled strong man, the leader of the Sun Holy Church. When the sunlight above the sky fell on him, he turned into a real sun. The endless sun fire burned the world, and the vines of the eternal evergreen tree burned madly. Above the sky, suddenly there was a shocking power lockdown, covering his body, causing the leader of the Sun Holy Church to flash a cold light in his eyes, raise his eyes to the sky. A flame directly rushed into the sky, burning the sky, and a Sun Holy Church was born, piercing through the void and rushing straight to the Feather Emperor in the sky. The stars also shone on the body of Ud. The arrow in his hand was extremely bright, and a huge solar fire appeared, as if it could shoot down the sun. It's Yi's divine arrow, an extraordinary divine weapon that Ud had used before. A strong man's eyes were shining, and he felt the shocking power of the bow and arrow. Now, it was in the hands of Ud. This old guy was hiding deep enough. He had been hiding in the Shenshao villa before, without showing his presence. The divine arrow crossed the void and directly shot everything out. It penetrated the Sun Holy sword that the leader of the Sun Holy Church had exploded, and killed the leader of the Sun Holy Church. However, as the leader of the Sun Holy Church, how could he not have a treasure on him? The sun crown on his head was dazzling, and the shocking rules burst out and turned into a sun. With a loud bang, the void seemed to explode, and the terrifying flames burned the sky and destroyed everything. Even ordinary immortal emperors had to retreat. The Feather Emperor in the void held the divine arrow again. This time, 3 arrows were fired, covering the 3 immortal emperors. In addition to the leader of the Sun Holy Church, the other 2 immortal emperors were also locked, making them ready for battle and approaching their leader. It is unimaginable how much destructive power the top immortal emperor, the Feather Emperor, plus the divine arrow can unleash. If someone has just stepped into the realm of the immortal emperor, it will definitely kill him with one strike. There is no doubt that although they are both immortal emperors, the gap between the 2 realms is not so easy to make up. Even the middle-level immortal emperors may not be able to withstand the power of one arrow. This Yi divine arrow is very powerful and can restrain several immortal emperors at the same time. The spectators thought in their hearts that everyone would be in danger when the Feather Emperor's arrows locked on them. This is the best deterrent weapon. Moreover, when they thought of the revenge of the Feather Emperor before, their faces were even more ugly. If the Feather Emperor left alive, it would be very dangerous. Who will join hands with me to kill him? The leader of the Sun Holy Church said coldly, with great ambition, and actually wanted to keep the Feather Emperor here forever. As top-level immortal kings, Ud also has Yi divine arrow, but the leader of the Sun Holy Church is still not afraid of Ud. It's just that it's not that easy to kill him. In addition, if Ud is allowed to fight, it will be a great deterrent to them. It's better to pull a top figure to kill Ud directly. I'll go. Zudi said coldly. Ud has provoked him again and again, and he will indeed be a threat in the future. It would be best to take this opportunity to eliminate him. The Sun Holy Church is a transcendent force in the central part of the immortal realm. The power of the leader of the Sun Holy Church can be imagined. If it weren't for the huge turmoil this time, he would not necessarily come here if he happened to be in the ancient Emperor city. The two powerful men soared into the sky and headed towards Ud in an instant. Ud's eyes flashed, and he didn't start a war directly. He stepped directly to a higher place. If he was surrounded by two top immortal emperors, it would obviously be disadvantageous to him. With the divine arrow in hand, long-range attacks can be very useful. Of course, if the two top figures can be prevented from participating in the battle, it can also be regarded as a chance for others. Several immortal emperors of Xianlan Immortal Kingdom were intercepted by several immortal emperors of Xianfu Realm. Emperor Qianbian still faced off against his old rival Dongshen. The great demon of Jiutian clan was intercepted by the Judgment Demon Palace. Emperor Senlo grabbed the void with his palm, and the overwhelming power rolled towards Qin Wentian like hell. The ancient Buddha of Wengxin Temple appeared in front of him, accompanied by a Buddhist sound, and the vast space turned into a Buddhist world. Why did you, Wengxin Temple, get involved in this battle? Emperor Senlo said coldly. Mr. Qin and the questioning Heart Temple have a predestined relationship. That's enough, the monk responded. When the 9 emperors, the Supreme Sword Sect, and the Teho Immortal Dynasty rushed over, the demons from the Apostle Demon Palace and the Eternal Demon Palace stood in front of them. Haha, this kind of battle is more interesting. The truth is participating in the battle. The immortal emperor of the Ying family laughed and said. The entire vast and endless imperial city was shrouded in the might of the imperial battle. The great Emperor Changqing used the advantage of the eternal evergreen tree to entangle all the major immortal emperors at all times, but he also suffered from super strong attacks from time to time, and the eternal evergreen tree was constantly torn apart. It seemed that the people on Qin Wentian's side could barely compete with the other side, but in fact, the advantages and disadvantages could be seen at a glance. They could only hold off for a moment very reluctantly. It was impossible to save Qin Wentian from death. This was because the alliance forces had not all been dispatched, and some were still in the ancient emperor city or the clan. Everyone saw that these immortal emperors were very cruel. Since the Southern Phoenix Queen said that all grudges would end after this battle, they were very rude and prepared to take this opportunity to eliminate some immortal emperors. Therefore, in fact, although they had an absolute advantage, they did not attack too fiercely, but suppressed the opponent's strength and went to kill the opponent's immortal emperor. Otherwise, the leader of the Sun Holy Church and the Purple Emperor, two top figures, would not join forces to deal with the Feather Emperor. But even so, an immortal emperor soon killed Qin Wentian. An immortal emperor from the Supreme Sword Sect stepped out. Every step was a stunning sword power. The light of the stars fell on his body. The sword intent crossed everything and directly chopped on Qin Wentian's body, making many people pale. However, Qin Wentian's body was flowing with the light of the stunning rules. The star phases cast by the star soul shone brightly. Behind him, there appeared a river of swords, rushing into the void and killing the sword intent that was killing him. You will eventually die. Your last struggle will only hurt others. Although the person from the Supreme Sword Sect was only an initial level immortal emperor, it was enough to kill Qin Wentian. The Changqing Emperor was restrained and blocked, and had no time to care about him. Many people sighed that, as expected, no one could save him. The immortal emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect took a step forward, and the sword intent fell from the sky, pointing at Qin Wentian. The supreme sword penetrated everything and killed into the sword river. There were endless swords all around, and they were no longer on the same level as the immortal king. Billions of swords destroyed everything. The endless sword intent seemed to penetrate into Qin Wentian's body. He looked ugly and closed his eyes, as if he was struggling to death. Chapter 1528, Emperor Killing. Is Qin Wentian going to fall? Even though so many strong men fought for him, he still couldn't escape death. Pei Qing stood in the void at the location of Emperor Bei Ming, watching the battle quietly, and said softly, "This man is not good enough in cultivation but is arrogant. I knew he would die sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." Bei Ming Nongyu was a little displeased when he heard this, and said coldly, "Just because you were unhappy because I slapped you in the face, you became arrogant? Don't forget who was arrogant first when you were in my Bei Ming Palace, but was humiliated and left in disgrace without fulfilling his promise." Pei Qing narrowed his eyes, glanced at Bei Ming Nongyu, and said, "As an immortal emperor, I have the qualifications to be proud. At that time, he was nothing, a mere immortal king, so rampant in front of me. If it weren't for the Bei Ming Palace, how could I forgive him? Now his ending has proved everything. Character determines destiny. What others, the immortal kings, dare to do, you, the immortal emperor, may not dare to do. Others, the immortal kings, can get half of the forces in the immortal realm to join the war. You, Pei Qing, have always boasted of being extraordinary and regarded yourself as the first genius of the beaming immortal dynasty, but in front of him, your light seems dim. Are you jealous? Beaming Nanjiu said. Pei Qing was even more unhappy. Even though the beaming emperor was beside him, he still couldn't help but snorted coldly, which showed his dissatisfaction. Can you be quiet? Beaming Yao Huang frowned and said, with a somewhat irritable tone. Beaming Nanjiu and Pei Qing did not continue to speak. Outside the battlefield, some people gloated over the misfortune, and some were extremely nervous. Zheng Mengjin, Nanhuang Yangxi and others wanted to join the war immediately. Unfortunately, although they were already extraordinary figures at the level of immortal kings, and even if they looked at the immortal realm, they were considered strong, but the people who participated in the war today were all immortal emperors. They were not qualified to participate at all, and they would die if they entered. King and Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were fixed on the battlefield, or rather, on the place where Qin Wentian was. At this moment, Mo Qingcheng seemed a little fragile, and King, after experiencing Qin Wentian's marriage proposal and advice, stopped crying, and her beautiful eyes revealed an extremely cold and determined meaning. On the battlefield, the immortal emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect pointed his finger down, and the sword intent overturned the world, endless, as if it had descended from the stars in the sky, coming from the sky, and was about to completely submerge the sword river around Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was filled with sword intent, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. With just one glance, the world suddenly changed color. The strong man of the Supreme Sword Sect only felt that the surging sword intent turned into a sword river and was about to pierce into his soul, causing his eyes to stagnate, and a terrible sword power burst out from his pupils. Almost at the same time, the star sign behind Qin Wentian evolved and turned into a peerless demon head, like a demon god descending into the world. In just a moment, demon head seemed to fall from the sky, roaring continuously, directly covering all directions, covering everything, blocking the entire void, and blocking the brilliance from the sky. Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Wentian actually still had the fighting power to block the Supreme Sword Sect Immortal Emperor's communication with the power of the sky and stars? The obvious sign of an immortal emperor is the shining of the stars, which is far beyond the immortal king. The emperor realm strongmen often use such means to limit the opponent's strength when fighting. But at this moment, it was used by an immortal king strongman. But, does he think that with the power of the immortal king, he can block and stop the immortal emperor? You know, the shining of the stars can directly increase the power of the immortal emperor greatly, but the reason why the immortal emperor is not only relying on this. His own realm has also transformed, and the power contained in his body is also extremely terrifying. It is normal for the immortal emperor to restrict the immortal emperor, but the immortal king wants to block the space? Isn't this just a foolish dream? This is like the immortal king who doesn't use the power of heaven and earth to transform into his own rule power. But is it possible that the power contained in the immortal king himself is weak? If it is really that weak, when Qin Wentian fought with King Yanluo, he was shrouded in the Sinluo hell, and the laws and rules were broken. Would Qin Wentian be vulnerable? Can he still live until now? This means that even if the immortal emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect ignores Qin Wentian's separation of space and does not use the power of the stars descending from the sky, he can still crush the immortal king, and it is an absolute crushing. Qin Wentian is quite smart. He actually thought of this way to try to fight against the immortal emperor, but it is like an ant trying to shake a tree. It is ultimately overestimating one's own strength and will be futile. Everyone thought in their hearts. The immortal emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect even showed a sarcastic smile, looking up at Qin Wentian who was separating the void. The huge and boundless demon body and the palm print of the demon sect were like a large formation, separating the entire void. You are so humorous. The immortal emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect smiled at Qin Wentian, and then he slashed out with a sword. He did not cut a big handprint that separated the space in the sky, but slashed directly at Qin Wentian. Incineration. Qin Wentian's bloodline power burst out fiercely, and a terrifying black devil turtle beast appeared, revealing blood and holy will. It was not destroyed by the sword, which made the immortal emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect show a touch of surprise. This defense is so strong that although it was split into cracks, it did not break directly. No wonder he can roam the king realm and claim to be invincible in the king realm. The strong men from all sides gathered here to kill him, not only for revenge, but also to eliminate a threat. The hatred has been made, and they cannot tolerate an enemy who is too evil to rise step by step. The later it is, the harder it is to kill him. The Purple Emperor and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had the deepest understanding of this. When Qin Wentian was weak, although they had the intention to kill him, they relied on their status and took into account the face of the Immortal Emperor and did not kill him. As a result, they regretted it later. The Eastern Saint Immortal sect was destroyed, and the Purple Emperor's descendant Zidao Long was killed by Qin Wentian. Now, to kill Qin Wentian, it actually takes so much effort and mobilizes so many super powerful forces. If a few hundred years later, once he really enters the realm of the Immortal Emperor, it will be even more difficult to kill him. The power of the Supreme Sword Sect Immortal Emperor became more violent, and the endless sword intent gathered into one, turning into a supreme sword. The world was humming, and the sword intent was overwhelming. There was a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold-killing intent. This blow was enough to kill Qin Wentian. One of the reasons why I was able to kill so many people from your major forces is that they are all like you, self-righteous. As Qin Wentian finished speaking, the shadow of the demon god behind him seemed to roar. Qin Wentian pointed his finger at the void, and in an instant, the palm print that cut off the space moved, like the hand of the demon god, constantly splitting. At this moment, it seemed that there were endless demon god handprints, slashing down from the void, heading straight for the Immortal Emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted, and the demon god behind him roared. A pair of extremely powerful demon god handprints appeared between heaven and earth. Countless demon god handprints fell down crazily, like beams of destructive light, madly bombarding the Immortal Emperor. At this moment, the sky-covering hand that cut off the void seemed to have truly turned into a super terrifying demon formation. The terrifying handprints like the devils were blasting down, even the Immortal Emperor could not ignore it. The Supreme Sword Sect's Immortal Emperor pressed his palm in the air, and in an instant the sword floated in front of him. The infinite Supreme Sword Sect swept everything, rumbling. The crazy handprints blasted down, and they were all crushed and destroyed by the sword intent. However, these handprints seemed endless, too many and too terrible. The Supreme Sword was shaking, and the sword light was getting dimmer and dimmer. The Immortal Emperor looked embarrassed, and finally understood the meaning of Qin Wentian's self-righteous words. Some people, even if they were just immortal kings, should not be underestimated. The crazy use of the power in his body, he couldn't borrow the power of the sky and stars at this moment, and could only rely on the power in his body. Endless swords appeared around him in an instant, wanting to destroy everything, but they were soon swept away by the devil's palm prints. Qin Wentian raised his hands, and a magic knife appeared between heaven and earth, slashing down with the palm prints, and slashing into the soul. Even the Immortal Emperor felt the pain in his soul and his face turned pale. The light of destruction continued to fall, too fast for the naked eye to follow. A roar of humiliation and unwillingness came out, and the palm print actually destroyed the sword intent. Finally, it fell on the body of the Immortal Emperor. If the palm print could not kill, then it would continue to kill. The screams continued, and the roars continued. Finally, the world shook violently, and the body of the Immortal Emperor could not withstand the destructive force and exploded, and turned into ashes in an instant. Qin Wentian's consumption was extremely terrifying, and he was sweating. After all, there was a gap between theory and practice. Even if you had planned many ways to kill the Immortal Emperor, it was still extremely difficult when the real battle started, which made him sigh. But at this moment, the strong men watching the battle were completely stunned. The person who died was not Qin Wentian, but the Immortal Emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect. Immortal King, killing the Immortal Emperor? This was a subversive battle. Even though the people here were all extraordinary people, they still felt deeply shocked. Many Immortal Emperors narrowed their eyes, especially those who hated Qin Wentian's strength. In this case, Qin Wentian deserved to die even more. If he didn't die, those who were fighting would be uneasy. Sure enough, the attack on the battlefield became more violent and fierce. Several Immortal Emperors broke through and killed Qin Wentian. However, for those who wanted to protect Qin Wentian, this battle was an extremely pleasant surprise, but they also sighed. Would such a person really fall here? Their battle became more crazy, blocking those Immortal Emperors who were killing Qin Wentian. Jun Mengchen, Kinger and others saw such a brilliant battle, but there was no surprise in their eyes, only stronger worries. Pei Qing narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Immortal Emperor? Pei Qing, you are only an initial stage immortal emperor. Bei Mingnuang, you seem to have some hidden meaning, and sneered coldly. Before, Pei Qing was still regarding himself as the immortal emperor and boasted that Qin Wentian could not compare with him, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Wentian killed an immortal emperor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1529, A Crazy Battle. Pei Qing naturally knew the hidden meaning in Nanhurong Nanjiayu's words, so how could his face look good? The first time he saw Qin Wentian in the palace of Beiming Xian dynasty, he boasted of his status and was extremely proud. Now, the person who once looked down on him actually killed a being of the same realm as him. Moreover, everyone understood that this was not just as simple as killing an immortal emperor, but killing an immortal emperor at the level of immortal king. Even if it was an initial stage immortal emperor, could the initial stage immortal emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect participating in this battle be weak? The immortal king realm could kill an immortal emperor, so what kind of grand scene would it be if Qin Wentian entered the immortal emperor realm? Unfortunately, this situation might not be seen, and everyone knew it well. There is nothing to compare with a dead person. Pei Qing said coldly. It is impossible to compare, right? The first genius of Beiming Xian dynasty. Beiming Nanjiayu said sarcastically, but there was no excitement in her eyes. Of course, she could see the situation on the battlefield. More strong men increased their attacks, and they were bound to kill Qin Wentian. Even Bei Mingnuang beside her sighed inwardly when he saw this scene. Although she always thought Qin Wentian was shameless, today's incident subverted her impression of Qin Wentian. The powerful people in the fairyland gathered here, besieged the Changqing fairyland, and forced Qin Wentian to show up. Everyone in the world knew that as long as Qin Wentian showed up, he would definitely die. However, he still came, and he came without hesitation. Knowing that he would die, he still came. How can you say how shameless such a person is? Rumor has it that he is invincible in the king realm of the ancient emperor city and has killed many peerless figures from the top forces, which led to this battle. If those are just rumors, but seeing him kill an immortal emperor with your own eyes, is there any need to doubt everything? He will only be stronger and more talented than the rumors. If he were alive, he would be a great man in the future. Even if countless powerful forces in the fairyland wanted to kill him, the fairyland was so big that he could hide his real name and change his identity to be similar to the Sword Fairy King, and practice in silence. Even if more people wanted to kill him, as long as he was careful enough, he would not necessarily be unable to rise to the top of the fairyland. But he came, with unparalleled talent, to die. For him, Qianbi and Xianmen, Nanhuang clan, Jiti, Yudi joined the battle, and even the strong men of the Demon Mountain of Wanmo Island joined the battle, as well as the monks of Wingsun Temple. Such a person was completely different from the person she, Beiming Yaohurong, knew, so she couldn't help but think of the words that the madman told her, and thinking about it, she could only sigh. Because, no matter how outstanding Qin Wentian was, no matter how good she felt about him, he was not far from falling. At this time, two immortal emperors came to kill him. Although the powerful people such as Changqing Emperor frantically restrained and blocked him, the opponent had no less top-level and mid-level immortal emperors than him, and there were more elementary-level immortal emperors. Therefore, the breakthrough of the elementary-level immortal emperors could not be stopped at all. Instead, Changqing Emperor and his men were restrained. Looking at the two immortal emperors who came to kill him, although they were both elementary-level immortal emperors, this time they no longer looked down on Qin Wentian like the previous immortal emperor. The light of the stars fell on them. Both of them were as arrogant as gods and would not give Qin Wentian any chance. These two immortal emperors, one was the immortal emperor of Tehu Immortal Dynasty, and the other was the demon emperor of the Void Beast clan. The terrifying void power erupted, and the powerful demon emperor appeared directly in front of Qin Wentian, and his huge claws directly tore everything apart. The claws were like a void sword, terrifying to the extreme. The demonic power of Qin Wentian burst out, and the star form formed by the condensation of the star soul was still there. The shadow of the Demon King was extremely terrifying. 10,000 demons descended, covering the sky and the sun, and instantly enveloped the world. When the amazing claws came to kill, the power of Qin Wentian's bloodline burst out crazily, and the holy will merged into the defense of the divine tortoise, like a defensive formation, but it was still directly torn apart. The claws directly hit Qin Wentian's real body, causing it to break. Qin Wentian was unaware of it, as if he had no pain. His eyes penetrated everything and pierced directly into the opponent's mind. The sword intent penetrated through his eyes and killed into the opponent's body, and the domineering power attacked the opponent's soul. Roar! The void beast roared domineeringly. He had already attacked in front of Qin Wentian and would not miss again. Even the space barrier could not stop him from killing Qin Wentian. The terrifying claws cut into Qin Wentian's body. The rules of the Emperor realm in his body burst out with shocking power, tearing Qin Wentian's body of rules continuously. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. It was a horrible sight. Many people even closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Jian Mengchen let out a painful roar and clenched his fists, but he couldn't go. If he joined the battle, he would die. He wanted to keep his useful body and avenge his senior brother. The little bastard turned into a golden giant beast and rushed forward, but was caught by the old demon and refused to let him go. It was not easy to find such a pure and noble swallowing beast. How could he watch him die? His biggest goal was to watch him grow up. Tears flowed from Purgatory's beautiful eyes. She recalled every little thing she had with Qin Wentian. She wanted to rush forward, but was also caught by the old devouring heaven beast, who stopped her from seeking her own death. Another immortal emperor stood behind, and seeing that Qin Wentian was doomed, he did not attack again. Die? At this moment, a terrifying roar came out of Qin Wentian's mouth. Even though his body was being torn apart, he still burst out with this terrifying roar. The attacks that pierced into his soul and the attacks in the dream world all became real and directly slashed on the body of the void beast, knocking him out. At the same time, the shocking magic palm print came again, wiping out everything. It was like a super powerful magic formation, killing this void beast alive on the spot. Countless people were shocked and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The blow before death was so terrible? It killed an immortal emperor. When his body was torn apart, he was still able to emit such a resistance and killing power. Is he really just an immortal king? Tragic. At this moment, Qin Wentian could be described as horrible. His body was covered in blood and turned into a broken body. The head with a broken body looked extremely strange, but the pair of eyes as bright as stars were still captivating, staring at the somewhat dazed immortal emperor opposite. Brother Qin. Seeing this scene, Jian Mengchen's eyes actually had tears in his eyes. It was miserable. His brother Qin, who was always calm and relaxed, was so miserable. He hated these people and hated himself for being incompetent. Bai Qing was full of the terrible light of judgment. Her eyes were red to a terrifying degree. The pupils were red as blood. That was his brother Wentian, who was being tormented like this. Chanking, Beatty, I will never forgive you. A grief and angry roar came from the void. It was actually the voice of the Supreme Sword Emperor of the Supreme Sword Sect. Obviously, the Supreme Sword Sect had encountered the same thing as the Xianlin Immortal Kingdom. When the war really broke out here, Beatty took action there. I have long been irreconcilable with you. The voice of the great Emperor Chanking was extremely cold, making the people watching the battle look different. Sure enough, although everyone had agreed before that all grievances would be settled after this battle, the outbreak of such an imperial war could not be resolved by a simple statement. In addition, the current delicate situation in the immortal realm, the invasion of the savage monster, and the chaos of the entire immortal realm were already doomed, and would inevitably affect the entire immortal realm. No one could stay out of it. Before, the immortal kingdom of Chanking was relatively weak, but if these people killed Qin Wentian today but did not destroy the immortal kingdom of Chanking, with the current cultivation of the top immortal emperor Beatty, plus the great Emperor Chanking and the eternal evergreen tree, the strengths and weaknesses of many forces in the eastern part of the immortal realm would be reversed. At this time, the crowd was shocked to find that the demonic power behind Qin Wentian was extremely terrifying, covering the entire space crazily, and those torn bodies kept flying back to the body and began to reshape. Immortal power, have you cultivated immortal attribute power? The immortal emperor of Tehu Immortal Dynasty looked very unhappy at this moment. He thought that there was no need to rush to fight. Qin Wentian counterattacked and killed the demon emperor of the Void Beast clan before his death, so Qin Wentian must be at the end of his strength. He should not rush to kill the other party, lest he be attacked by Qin Wentian's crazy backlash before his death. But Qin Wentian actually had an immortal body. The attack just now could not kill Qin Wentian at all. The star image behind Qin Wentian was even more terrifying. It seemed that one could see a dazzling star soul radiating all the attribute power, bursting out fiercely, releasing all the amazing rule power, and flowing into the terrifying palm print of the void. "Hurry up!" A loud shout came, and the immortal emperor of Tehu Immortal Dynasty understood, but he only saw a pair of extremely terrifying eyes, which brought him into the dream world. Of course, he knew that it was a dream, and he could return to reality, but the problem was that the attack in the dream world was still a real attack. Killing several immortal emperors to accompany me is not a loss. Qin Wentian laughed wildly, and infinite rules burst out from his body crazily, as if to drain his own strength. The devil-like palm print fell down again, overwhelming the opponent. Although the opponent's attack once again shattered his body, turning him into a broken body, the endless magic palm prints also put the opponent into a desperate situation, on the verge of death. Finally, accompanied by a desperate roar, the opponent still died earlier and fell in front of Qin Wentian. At this time, Qin Wentian was really a spent force, and the power in his star soul seemed to be squeezed dry. A loud roar came out, and a mid-level immortal emperor shattered his magic palm print, standing high in the sky, looking down at Qin Wentian's figure coldly. Such a lineup, such a strong man, unexpectedly, was killed by an immortal king, 3 immortal emperors. Chapter 1530, White hair in an instant, tears turned into blood. Whether it was the strong men who were fighting or the strong men who were watching, they were all greatly shocked. Qin Wentian, who was surrounded, killed the 3 emperor-level strong men with his own strength. The extremely powerful fighting power, the terrible cultivation talent, the immortal body, was simply perfect. Such a Qin Wentian, such an unparalleled genius, if he stepped into the emperor realm, it would be even more difficult to kill him. If he stepped into the top level of the immortal emperor, then, who in the vast immortal realm could stop him? This made people feel chilling. Fortunately, they came to kill him today. Otherwise, if he was allowed to grow and become strong, he would be a real enemy, especially in this recognized chaotic era. If he rose, I don't know how many forces that had hatred for him would be overturned and destroyed. The death of the 3 immortal emperors made many powerful forces sigh that this decision was not wrong. Killing Qin Wentian before he became strong was undoubtedly the most correct. Those powerful people who were watching the battle had to sigh that it was a pity for such a person to die here. However, those who were hostile to Qin Wentian hoped that he would die here. In this era, everyone wanted to become a supreme being and stand at the top of the fairyland. Qin Wentian made them feel trembling. Fortunately, he would eventually fall and be completely destroyed. At this moment, above Qin Wentian, the middle-level fairy emperor shattered the magic palm seal that Qin Wentian used to cut off the void. Qin Wentian looked up at him, and the remaining power in the star soul was surging and roaring crazily. His eyes were terrible, staring at the void. Even at the last moment, facing the middle-level fairy emperor, he still wanted to fight. Hulala! The vines of the Changqing emperor broke through the siege, rolled over here, crossed the void, and destroyed everything. However, the middle-level immortal emperor was no ordinary person. The stars shone together, and the infinite rules roared, crushing the vines. He looked down at Qin Wentian in the sky, pointed his finger, and in an instant, the stars penetrated the sky and the earth, and the destructive power penetrated everything and hit Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian roared, and the power of rule soared into the sky, turning into a real dragon and a red bird. The middle-level immortal emperor in the void stepped down, and the sky and the earth trembled. The infinite power penetrated everything, tore the real dragon apart, and killed the red bird. The violent killing power penetrated everything and rushed into Qin Wentian's body. A terrible hissing sound was heard, and Qin Wentian's broken body was broken again. Qin Wentian's power was exhausted, and he felt powerless. Another immortal emperor came to kill him. Everyone understood that no matter how talented Qin Wentian was, he was powerless to save the situation. More than 10 transcendent forces wanted him to die, so how could he live? Qin Wentian knew that he would not survive. He turned around and looked towards Qinger and Qingchen, who were covered by the evergreen tree. A brilliant smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at Qinger and Qingchen. Qinger also smiled at Qin Wentian. At this moment, she did not cry. Instead, she smiled brilliantly like Qin Wentian, and was extremely beautiful, as if she wanted to imprint her most beautiful face into Qin Wentian's mind. Qin Wentian opened his hands, as if he wanted to hug her, or as if he knew that he would let go of everything after death. The fairyland is so beautiful and the mountains and rivers are like paintings, hundreds of years of cultivation, Peerless elegance, defeat the emperor, fight the heavens, and rather betray the world than her. The power of destruction penetrated and destroyed everything. Qin Wentian's body was shattered. At this moment, even the remains of his body were gone, and were completely destroyed. Looking at the disappearing figure, the battle between heaven and earth seemed to stop abruptly. It was so sudden that many fairy emperors stopped in the battle. In this battle, some immortal emperors died, some were seriously injured, and some fled. Such a violent battle, at the moment of Qin Wentian's death, strangely stopped. The strong men in the vast void walked back one by one, looking at the disappeared figure. Is he dead? Of course, a middle-level immortal king with the brilliance of stars, releasing the power of destruction, piercing through the opponent's body. How can he not kill the opponent? Even if the physical body is strong, it will be reduced to ashes. Some people looked indifferent, some breathed a sigh of relief, some roared in grief and anger, and some sighed silently. A genius who was unparalleled in the king realm of the ancient emperor city, who killed the top forces of all parties in the immortal realm without any ability to fight back, a peerless figure who killed 3 immortal emperors in a row under the siege of the immortal emperors, just fell like this. From then on, there was no Qin Wentian in this immortal realm. Finally, dead. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's expression was extremely cold, but his flame of hatred still did not disappear. He still wanted to destroy the Changqing Immortal Kingdom and the Qianbian Immortal Sect. However, he also understood that once Qin Wentian died, the battle could not continue. So many powerful forces were involved in this storm. If these people continued to attack after killing Qin Wentian, even if they won in the end, the revenge waiting for them would be tragic and uncontrollable. The Purple Emperor also stopped fighting and looked down, with purple light in his pupils. No one knew what he was thinking. Bai Wuai let out an angry roar, and blood actually oozed from his palm. Revenge, he must take revenge. His eyes swept over them one by one, and he remembered all those who participated in the war. He must avenge this hatred, at all costs. Qianbian Emperor, Bai Wuai and the other 2 immortal emperors of Xianfu realm sighed in their hearts. Bai Wuai had a blank expression on his face, but in his deep eyes, there was a strong killing intent. It was he who introduced Qin Wentian to the heavenly talisman realm. Since Dongsheng began to accept disciples, he had known Qin Wentian, who was still practicing in the particle world. It can be said that he had watched Qin Wentian grow up all the way. Although Qin Wentian called him senior brother and they were brothers, in fact, the relationship between the two was more like that between an elder and a younger generation. This was the case in Bai Wuai's heart, and it was also the case in Qin Wentian's heart. However, now that Qin Wentian was dead, Bai Wuai, who introduced him to the heavenly talisman realm, was unable to protect him. He looked up and stared into the void. Was the decision to introduce Qin Wentian to the heavenly talisman realm right or wrong? He doubted himself a little. The great Emperor Changqing had a blank expression on his face. His eyes also swept over everyone present. He remembered everything. This was not only the death of Qin Wentian, but also the greatest humiliation of his life, the great Emperor Changqing, and the humiliation of his Changqing immortal country. But he was not too desperate. He believed that he would come back. The Queen of Southern Phoenix sighed secretly. She and Qin Wentian had only met a few times, but it did not affect her appreciation for the younger generation. She wanted to see him rise. What a pity. Many powerful men of the Southern Phoenix clan sighed secretly, but they could not change anything. It was rare for them to be able to participate in the war and take such a risk. The ancient Buddha of the Questioning Heart Temple put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist sound. His eyes were closed and his appearance was solemn. Today's cause will sow tomorrow's fruit. Take care. The Buddhist sound fell, the light shone, and his body disappeared. The people of the Questioning Heart Temple left one after another, leaving only a Buddhist sound lingering, as if there was a deep meaning hidden in it. However, since it was the Buddha's words, how could it be so easy to understand? They didn't understand it, and they didn't want to understand it. The people here are all big shots. Since they have done it, they have thought of the consequences. No matter what fruit they have sown, they will take it. Brother, have a safe journey. Li Yufang murmured to himself. He was just an immortal king and could not change anything. Bei Ming Nongyu, Su Kangaiao, and even the fox goddess sighed secretly. Su Kangaiao even had tears in her eyes, which made her parents, the immortal emperors, look at her in surprise. However, she quickly adjusted herself and wiped away the tears from her eyes, but she still felt a sense of sadness. She would never forget such a battle. Bei Mingyu Wang looked at the battlefield and Qin Wentian's disappearing figure. Her eyes were as deep and cold as ever. At this moment, she could not help but recall the days when she and Qin Wentian met, and how Qin Wentian was disrespectful and frivolous to her. She should have killed him herself, but now that Qin Wentian had fallen, why did she not feel happy at all, but instead felt a little sad? There were roaring sounds coming from the quiet void. It was the roar of the little bastard. Along with his roar, there were tears of purgatory. The old swallowing beast took them away by force. Otherwise, the two little guys would really die. Many people looked in the same direction involuntarily. It was the direction of the Changqing immortal kingdom below, the direction where King Er was. Qin Wentian came for her, knowing that he would die. In that direction, a very beautiful woman knelt on the ground and cried. Her long hair covered her peerless face. It was Mo Qingchen. However, it was completely different from her. King Er looked at the direction where Qin Wentian disappeared. She didn't cry, but smiled. Qin Wentian's figure seemed to be still there, always echoing in her mind. He was there smiling at her. His smile was so beautiful and handsome. So she smiled too. The smile was very beautiful. This kind of beauty made all the powerful people around feel amazed. As she smiled, King Er's long hair fluttered. A strand of long hair was as white as snow. Afterwards, many people's hearts trembled suddenly. King Er's long flowing hair kept turning into snowflakes. In the blink of an eye, her black hair turned into long, silver and white like snow. A glance of white hair. But her beautiful eyes still had a smile. Even with white hair, she was still so beautiful, a different kind of beauty, a desolate beauty, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. King Er. The heart of the Changqing Emperor trembled fiercely, and he felt a pain in his heart. Even many unrelated women felt the pain at this moment. The high priest of the Judgment Demon Temple sighed, and his figure flashed back to Bai Qing's side. However, the next moment, his pupils contracted, and his body trembled violently involuntarily. Bai Qing. His heart trembled violently, and he stared at Bai Qing in front of him. At this moment, Bai Qing's eyes were always staring at the front, staring at Qin Wentian's disappearing figure. Her eyes were bloody, and tears flowed from her pupils. The tears that flowed out were bright red blood, bloody tears. Chapter 1531 Weird. This battle is over. Qin Wentian died in the battle. Before, the Southern Phoenix Queen, Qin Wentian, and Emperor Senluo agreed that after this battle, all grievances would be settled. However, can they really be settled? In such a tragic battle, Changqing King Er, the princess of Changqing Fairyland, one of the core figures of this battle, turned gray in an instant. The man she loved deeply died in the battle. Can they be settled? Not to mention her own talent, she has Emperor Changqing and Emperor Ji behind her. There was also a shocking scene that was seen by everyone. A female priest of the Fairy King of the Judgment Demon Palace actually shed bloody tears. No one knows what that means, but at least, if this female priest is in power in the Judgment Demon Palace, she will definitely bring the Legion of the Judgment Demon Palace into the Fairyland for revenge at all costs. Qianbian Xianmen lost its most outstanding disciple. Everyone in the Fairyland knows that since Qin Wentian's realm was still very weak, Qianbian Xianmen has been cultivating him as the center. How can they be settled? All of this is doomed. Today's battle is just a fuse. The future of the immortal realm will not be peaceful. What's more, not to mention that there are immortal emperors who died in battle today, and there are immortal emperors who are seriously injured. The White Emperor destroyed the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom in one fell swoop and razed it to the ground. Except for a few immortal emperors who escaped, the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom no longer exists. Then he attacked the Supreme Sword Sect. Can this grudge be settled? The strong men of many forces such as the Ying family, the Zhang family, and the Thunder God Temple all flashed a faint smile in their deep eyes. Even if the battle today cannot continue, it is enough. This storm will continue. These forces may be calm for a few years, but it is only a matter of time. What's more, now they all have to return to the ancient Emperor City to fight. When they meet, it will definitely be very exciting. Empress, if I have a chance, I will definitely take you down. Follow me back to the clan and serve you. The Emperor of the Penguin clan, Jiutian, looked at the Southern Phoenix Empress and said, then his figure flashed and left across the sky. The strong men of the Penguin clan followed him and left. Qin Wentian was the murderer who killed Jiutian. There was no need to continue to entangle him. The Southern Phoenix Empress glanced at that side coldly, and then the strong men withdrew one after another, and soon disappeared without a trace. Even the Xianlin Emperor, Zidi, Dongxing and others who wanted to destroy the Changqing Immortal Kingdom also withdrew. The Southern Phoenix Empress and the Ji Emperor looked at King Er and sighed. The Changqing Emperor took back the evergreen tree. King Er looked at the people in the void, with a head full of white hair, and bowed to thank the strong men for their kindness in fighting. No matter what the outcome is, these people will fight for Qin Wentian. Then, King Er turned around and walked towards Mo Qingcheng, who was kneeling there. Her body was motionless and silent. King Er stroked Mo Qingcheng's hair with both hands, brushed across her shoulders, supported her arm, and helped Mo Qingcheng up. Mo Qingcheng looked up, and with just one glance, the hearts of many people looking over there trembled violently. They had noticed this stunning woman before, and many people even knew about the relationship between her and Qin Wentian. Perhaps because Qin Wentian didn't want his enemies to know, he didn't say goodbye to her before. This was originally a beautiful woman. Her eyes were pure, smart, and beautiful. But at this moment, they were a pair of dead gray pupils, without a trace of vitality and spirit, as if her life was no longer there. At the moment when Qin Wentian was destroyed, her life seemed to be taken away, stripped away, and died once. King Er had a head full of white hair. Looking into King Cheng's eyes, she picked up Mo Qingcheng and walked towards the palace of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. She promised Qin Wentian that she would take good care of her. My condolences. The Empress sighed softly as she looked at the backs of the two women, and then looked at the no longer existing Qin Wentian, and then led people away. The powerful men also left one after another. A battle of immortals that would affect the future pattern of the immortal domain and change the history of the immortal domain came to an end. The imperial city of Changqing Immortal Kingdom was extremely quiet, revealing a sad atmosphere. Such an imperial battle naturally spread throughout the vast and endless immortal domain at the fastest speed, especially the upper forces of the immortal domain, who soon got the news about this imperial battle. Afterwards, this imperial battle spread from the upper forces to the major main cities, and then to the small immortal cities, becoming a legend that many people talked about with relish, spreading little by little, and truly spread throughout the world. Qin Wentian's name was heard in various parts of the immortal domain for the first time, and it was no longer just famous in the eastern part of the immortal domain. Even in the immortal domain, many super powerful immortal emperors were not as famous as Qin Wentian in the entire immortal domain. In this shocking battle, Qin Wentian faced the encirclement and suppression of the emperors, and with the realm of the immortal king, he angrily killed the three immortal emperors. After his death, the princess of Changqing Immortal Kingdom turned white in an instant, and even a priestess of Wonmo Island who had a very good relationship with him shed bloody tears, which became a legendary story talked about by ordinary people in the immortal domain. Moreover, along with this immortal war, the two superpowers, Xianlin Immortal Kingdom and Supreme Sword Sect, were also wiped out, leaving only a few immortal emperors alive. Nanhuang Clan, Jiayu Palace. Nanhuang Jiayu was extremely beautiful back then, and now, the owner of this Jiayu Palace, Nanhuang Yangxi, is equally terrifying in cultivation and has grown very fast. Many people speculate that she may be a figure comparable to Nanhuang Jiayu. At this time, in an elegant place in Jiayu Palace, the sound of the piano was lingering. The sound of the piano was beautiful, but it was so beautiful that it made people feel desolate. Sheng! A voice came, and then a very beautiful saint of the Nanhuang clan came over. Dang! The sound of the zither trembled, and the strings broke. Nanhuang Sheng looked at the zither in front of her and smiled. It's just an ordinary zither after all. The strings are easy to break and the people are easy to die. Sheng, since the return of the Empress, your zither sound has been unstable. This is the nth time the strings have broken. It has never happened before. Moreover, you seem to have thrown away your cultivation. Could it be that his death is so unforgettable to you? This saint and Nanhuang Sheng are both Nanhuang Yangxi's guardian saints, and they have a close relationship. Since the Empress returned with the strong men of the Nanhuang family and brought back the news of the battle, Nanhuang Sheng has been like this. Of course, she can guess the reason. Nanhuang Sheng smiled softly, still as beautiful as the person in the painting. In terms of appearance, she can be compared with Nanhuang Yangxi, ethereal and pure. We cultivate for a lifetime, although it is extremely long, but there are some people, you may only meet one in a lifetime, and he is undoubtedly such a person. Nanhuang Sheng said calmly, if he is safe, I will silently appreciate him, watching him step by step forward, climbing to the top, and will not disturb him. It's hateful that the heaven is jealous of him. Now that things have come to this, what can we do? I know that he is unparalleled in his elegance. The heavenly Deo Holy Academy has shown its edge. The king realm of the ancient emperor city is invincible, and the emperor war killed 3 emperors in one battle, but he is gone after all, and we still have to cultivate. Now, Yunzai stays at home and doesn't let anyone disturb her. How can we feel at ease if you do this? The saint sighed. Everyone in the world calls beauty a disaster, but if a man is too outstanding, isn't he a disaster? Like Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng, they were both saints with extraordinary talents of the Nanhuang clan. They were outstanding in both cultivation and appearance. However, they were willing to watch a person's growth silently, without disturbing him, and quietly admired him. However, they were so sad when he died. I'll be fine. I'll adjust myself. Don't worry about me. Nanhuang Sheng smiled and continued to play the zither. Without the strings, the music seemed to be missing something. I missed my life after meeting the ancient land of inheritance. The woman sighed and turned away. A few months later, there was a lot of news in the fairyland. For example, Emperor Xianlin, Supreme Sword Emperor and several fairy emperors, joined hands with Dongsheng Fairy Emperor, and came to the palace of Changqing Fairyland again and launched an attack. However, Changqing Emperor did not go to the ancient emperor city to practice, but sat in the palace of Changqing Fairyland. It seemed that he had been prepared and blocked the world with the eternal evergreen tree. The White Emperor came, the Ji Emperor came, and the Kyambian Emperor appeared, killing the other party by surprise. In this battle, 3 fairy emperors were killed. Dongsheng Fairy Emperor was attacked and injured, but he escaped. Emperor Xianlin and Supreme Sword Emperor also broke through the siege and escaped. There were even fewer people left in Xianlin Immortal Kingdom and Supreme Sword Sect. They were almost wiped out. The situation in the eastern part of the Immortal Domain changed drastically. The remaining top forces that had not made any movement were still lurking, watching these forces fight. The Immortal Lord of Tehu Immortal Dynasty has been guarding the Immortal Dynasty since then. He dared not go to the ancient Emperor city to practice. He was worried that one day, the other party would directly attack his Tehu Immortal Dynasty. On the Wanmo Island, which was beyond the reach of the Immortal Domain, a major event also happened in the Demon Mountain. The Judgment Priestess Bai Qing was named the High Priestess when she was still in the Immortal King realm. The Lord of the Judgment Demon Palace personally taught her how to practice. Of course, no matter how turbulent the outside world is, in the ancient Emperor city, the struggle is always the most intense, because all the heroes in the world gather together. After Qin Wentian's death, a group of people rose in the king realm of the ancient Emperor city, and some people entered the Emperor realm. It is rumored that the strongest person in the king realm now is Hua Take-su. However, after he destroyed the Sun Golden clan in a battle that year, very few people have seen him. However, in the north of the fairyland, in the territory of the Beaming Fairy Dynasty, there is a place that few people pay attention to and rarely go to. In the forbidden area of Beaming Fairy Mountain, a stone tablet guards a ruined city. In that area, a very sloppy old man seemed to be circling around something. He kept staring at the front and kept turning in circles. However, if he looked with his naked eyes, there was nothing in front of him and he couldn't see it at all. But if he released a powerful fairy thought, he could faintly sense a very subtle fluctuation, which was almost imperceptible. Even he felt it was very vague. Strange, is he really dead? The sloppy old man said to himself. It shouldn't be, how could it be so weird? He still turned around, seemingly puzzled. The fairy thought completely covered the front, but still couldn't sense anything. After a long time, he sat down and closed his eyes. In an instant, it seemed that an invisible figure walked out of him and went directly to the breath, drilling into it little by little. He must see what was going on and how it could be hidden from him. Finally, he seemed to sense something. Soon, his body trembled, his eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying divine light shot out, as if he could see through the world. My goodness, what kind of treasure is this? He showed a strong interest. After he peeled off the soul bit by bit, he finally saw a star-like little man in it. P.S. A new plot will be opened next, and Qin Wentian will also usher in a transformation. On the first day, brothers who have guaranteed monthly tickets can vote. Thank you. Chapter 1532, Heaven-Defying Opportunity. The little star man has a hidden space inside, just like the vast starry sky, boundless. At this moment, there is a group of invisible things floating in the starry sky, like a non-existent thing, invisible and intangible. After a long time, this group of invisible things seemed to have a wisp of consciousness, and actually floated up, wandering around, sensing everything inside. The invisible soul fatally turned into an extremely illusory and blurred shadow, which turned out to be the figure of Qin Wentian. Where is this? Qin Wentian sensed this space, as if it was the boundless starry sky, but soon he found that this was not the nine heavens galaxy, but a similar place. This is the little star man in my mind. Qin Wentian had a wisp of consciousness and was extremely surprised. He did not die. The Immortal Sutra seemed to have saved his life. Moreover, his remaining wisp of main soul was actually sucked into the little star man? What kind of treasure was this thing that his father left for him? The immortal soul is immortal. Qin Wentian's soul was filled with a wisp of fluctuations, and then he actually began to practice in the form of a soul. He did not think about that battle, nor did he think too much about other things. Now, he only had one thought: to survive. With the Immortal Sutra, his soul could be revived, and then he could reshape his body. As long as he was not dead, there was hope. Even if everything was lost, he could still start over. Time passed by little. The star world was extremely quiet, without a single sound. However, it was so tragic that even with the Immortal Sutra, it was still not possible to revive the soul in a short period of time. During this practice, he forgot about time. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. In the past 7 years, the immortal realm had undergone many great changes, and the ancient emperor city had also undergone many changes. Strong men continued to rise and fall. Many people had gradually forgotten the battle that took place that year, and Qin Wentian's name was gradually buried in their memories. Perhaps someone would inadvertently mention the battle that shocked the immortal realm that year. However, some people would never forget that battle. Many descendants of those who participated in the battle were killed, and even 2 immortal emperors were killed. You can imagine the strength of the killer. The top immortal emperor, Ud. So, a hunt broke out in the immortal domain. Several top immortal emperors hunted Ud alone, seriously injured Ud, and almost killed him, but Ud still escaped. This battle caused a big sensation in the immortal domain. However, no matter how the outside world changes, the forbidden land of the beaming immortal dynasty is still sparsely populated and extremely desolate. The sloppy madman seemed to never be bored, and seemed to have long been accustomed to loneliness. He lay on a stone in the ruins, as if he was asleep, quietly waiting for something. Among the little people of the stars, after 7 years of practice, Qin Wentian's soul has gradually grown stronger. Just like in the past, he can clearly condense his soul body and stand in this space. At this time, he finally stopped practicing. The soul body floated in the starry space, heading towards a star. The next moment, a bright starlight shone. Qin Wentian only felt that there were many more memories in his consciousness, but they were not memories about his father, but the magic. War God Fist, when practiced to the extreme, it can shatter a world, destroy the world forever, and shatter the space. Qin Wentian's consciousness trembled, and his whole body floated towards other stars. The next moment, a new memory appeared. Killing God art, practice killing, practice to perfection, and billions of killing lights will appear when you raise your hand, evolving infinite killing methods. One strike can destroy billions of lives, which is the method of destroying the world. Qin Wentian's soul body trembled, and kept heading towards the stars. Every time, his soul body would tremble. After a long time, his whole body stood in the air in a daze, as if his soul had left his body. Of course, at this moment, he was indeed only a soul. All of them were peerless methods comparable to the hand of God, the means of God, each of which was enough to cause madness in this fairyland, but in this little star man, it seemed to be inexhaustible. After a long time, his soul body trembled, and he murmured, "Father, what kind of heaven-defying thing did you leave for me?" When he died, his main soul was not dead, and was brought into this space. It is conceivable that this thing is against the sky. Perhaps, it was with this that his father did not die and rebuilt his life. Qin Wentian thought of what his father had been forced to hand over by the family. Could it be this heaven-defying treasure? And now, his father passed this thing to him. He remembered the scene when he was still a baby. It was at that time. He thought that it only carried fragments of his father's memory, but he didn't expect that there were so many divine arts. Moreover, even at this moment, He still hadn't completely excavated the secret of this magic weapon. What exactly is this little star man? After so many years, are Kinger and King Cheng okay? And Queen Girl, Mengjin, Yongxi, I don't know how they are doing. And where am I now? Am I still in Changqing immortal country? Qin Wentian thought, and then his soul floated outward. Outside, the sloppy madman who was sleeping there moved his eyelashes, then opened his eyes and sat up. He saw that in front of him, the faint breath that was almost imperceptible was floating and becoming stronger and stronger. Then, a strong soul breath descended, and an invisible airflow was flowing. Then, a soul body loomed and turned into the figure of Qin Wentian. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the sloppy madman. He looked at this scene in surprise, staring at Qin Wentian's soul body, and said, "Interesting, you actually revived in that magic weapon." Qin Wentian was also stunned. After he woke up, he was not in Changqing immortal country, but in the forbidden area of the ruling immortal mountain of the beaming immortal dynasty, and he met this old pervert again. "Old man, did you bring me here?" Qin Wentian asked in a very natural tone. Interesting. The old pervert jumped down and then circled around Qin Wentian, full of curiosity, and said, "What's in that magic weapon? Where did you get it from?" "My ancestors." Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. "My ancestors? King Xuan immortal realm can't produce such a thing." The old guy narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian with a look that made Qin Wentian uncomfortable. "Forget it, I won't ask any more. I'm afraid you don't know it yourself. However, you should kowtow to me when you see me, an old man. Why do you still have this attitude?" the old guy said. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and ignored him. "What happened to Changqing immortal country after I died?" Qin Wentian asked. "After you died, the battle stopped. As for what's going on now, I don't know. However, you should think about yourself first. Now, except for the soul power, you don't even have a physical body. You still have the mind to think about other things," the old guy said with interest. "Didn't you teach me the Book of Immortality? The soul is immortal, so there's nothing to worry about," Qin Wentian said. "Hey, try to reshape your body." The old man looked at Qin Wentian with a smile, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Qin Wentian's uncomfortable feeling became much stronger. Qin Wentian's soul body nodded, and then sat cross-legged. On the soul body, flesh and bones gradually appeared. After a long time, the soul was wrapped and covered by a body, and a physical body appeared. The physical body was complete and had no flaws, exactly the same as Qin Wentian at the beginning. But when Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he stared blankly ahead, his eyes seemed a little dull. Reaching out his hands, Qin Wentian looked at the shiny skin and murmured, "Everything, do I have to start all over again?" When he reshaped his body, he realized that he really died this time, not seriously injured. His body was shattered, and his soul was almost destroyed. A trace of immortality remained, and he came back to life. But the consequence is that now, although his soul power is still very strong, however, his reshaped body was empty, without the power of stars, not to mention the power of rules, and he became a completely ordinary person. "Am I useless?" Qin Wentian murmured. "Ha ha ha." The sloppy madman suddenly laughed at this moment. He looked up, his eyes seemed to penetrate the void, and sighed, "There is actually such an ignorant person as you in the world. Do you know what kind of opportunity this is? Even those supreme figures would be willing to pay any price if they could have such an opportunity, but you actually have such a feeling." Opportunity. Qin Wentian was stunned, and then his eyes flickered. In an instant, Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently. He sensed the power between heaven and earth and the flow of star power. Sure enough, it was very clear. As if he suddenly thought of something, Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly closed, and then his perception soared. Not long after, when Qin Wentian opened his eyes again, a ray of sharpness flashed by, and his spirits were high. He looked at the crazy old man and understood why he was laughing so loudly. "Got it." The old pervert smiled at Qin Wentian. "Thank you, senior." Qin Wentian bowed. "Finally you are willing to call me senior." The crazy old man stretched out his hand to push his long hair back, squinted his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian, and said with a smile, "Even if you have to practice from the beginning, what can you do? You know how many people have reincarnated to practice, but they don't have such an opportunity as you. You have a strong soul and experience to practice directly. With the advantage of the star soul, how fast will you practice? As for the realm, with your previous understanding, is there any obstacle to the realm before the immortal emperor?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. Have you sensed the 9th heaven before? The crazy old man asked with a smile. Qin Wentian looked at him and uttered a voice, 8th heaven. This time, it was the crazy old man's turn to be stunned, and then he laughed wildly again. 8th heaven, the first martial star, the 8th heaven? From now on, all star souls will come from the 8th heaven, and they can all be reselected. Chapter 1533, Upper Realm Heaven. Qin Wentian's heart trembled as he looked at the crazy old man who was laughing. The 8th heaven, and starting from the first star soul, the 9 directly communicated with the martial stars on the 8th heaven. Qin Wentian certainly understood what this meant. It meant that in the same realm, he could easily kill his opponent in seconds, even if it was just by relying on the advantage of the star soul. The star power in his body was naturally strong, and even if he comprehended the rules of the same attributes, his rule power was stronger than others. What's more, he could reselect the star soul combination. With his previous talent, coupled with such a heaven-defying opportunity to rebuild, what kind of monster would he create? Qin Wentian's heart was pounding, and he didn't even have a trace of regret for his cultivation being wasted. Qin Wentian was such a smart person. After a moment of trance, he immediately understood it after being awakened by the crazy old man. The cultivation of a martial cultivator cannot be achieved overnight. Even if he originally had his soul at the realm of the immortal king, his body was a recast body. There was no star power, no wheel meridians, no yuanfu, no immortal platform in his body. But so what? His soul is already a strong man at that level. In addition to his cultivation experience and talent, now that he has communicated with a super powerful martial star to forge the star soul, how fast will his cultivation speed be? There will definitely be no obstacles along the way. At least, Qin Wentian is sure that he will have no obstacles in the realm before the immortal stage. It won't take many years to become an immortal. What are these years for people at the king realm level? In this way, isn't it still a chance against the sky? The crazy old man squinted at Qin Wentian and said, in the upper immortal realm, there are many people you can't contact. They use all kinds of means, such as rebirth through relics and reincarnation, to rebuild with these means, just to break certain shackles, but I didn't expect that this opportunity would fall on you like this. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly. For him, this was indeed a complete accident. He almost lost his life, his body was broken, his soul was almost destroyed, and he almost died. He happened to be sucked in by the little star man. In addition, the practice of the Immortal Sutra restored his soul, so he got such an opportunity. If it were someone else, would they beat him to death? That would mean real death. Although he didn't know who played a bigger role in his escape, the Starman or the Immortal Sutra, both must have played a role. And the Immortal Sutra, a heaven-defying method, must not be obtained by everyone. The identity of the crazy old man standing in front of him was mysterious, and he must have a terrible background. As for the others, even if you practiced the Immortal Sutra, what would it matter? Would you let someone beat you to death? Who could control you to the point where you just had a trace of residual soul left? Even if there was such a brilliant person, would a powerful person dare to do so? What if the other party really killed him? This was simply courting death. What a pity. Qin Wentian suddenly sighed, and his bloodline disappeared. However, with this opportunity, he must have been more terrible than before without the blessing of bloodline. What's more, he also practiced an external incarnation, in which he had the power of bloodline. Senior, you seem to be familiar with other fairy realms. What level do the Qin fairy realm and the 33 heavens fairy realm belong to? Qin Wentian asked the crazy old man. Although the crazy old man just said a few words casually before, it can be seen that he seems to know the fairy realms other than the Qin fairy realm. There is no level. The 33 heavens fairy realm are all places for cultivation. The Qin fairy realm is the same as other fairy realms. It's just that the Qin fairy realm is a little special and is isolated. The crazy old man looked up at the sky and said lightly. Isolated. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. I hope Senior can tell me. It seems that you know that you can't stay in this Qin immortal realm. Well, I will introduce you to the 33 heavens immortal realm. The crazy old man looked at Qin Wentian, and then slowly said, I have said before that the 33 heavens immortal realm are all cultivation realms. However, even the same fairyland has differences in strength, especially after countless years of evolution, and gradually formed an inherent pattern. The inherent pattern that has been formed is that one strong power dominates. The Teku immortal realm, located at the top of the 33 heavens immortal realm, has become a gathering place for super powerful forces, above all fairylands and even called the upper heaven. As for why this pattern is formed, I don't know. It is the evolution of history. You only need to understand that the Teku immortal realm, the ruler of the 33 heavens immortal realm, stands above the heavens. Even the vast majority of fairylands in the 33 heavens immortal realm are directly ruled by the supreme forces of the Teku immortal realm. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Even the vast majority of fairylands are ruled by the supreme transcendent forces? How powerful would such a force be? I'm afraid it's not even on the same level as the Qingxuan immortal realm, or it could be destroyed with a snap of a finger. Qin Wentian couldn't help but think of the powerful ancient clan his father belonged to, wondering what level it belonged to. With his father's power, he was so cautious that he didn't dare to show up easily even in the particle world. So, his father's family must be extremely terrifying, able to cover the sky with one hand, and if he guessed correctly, it should be in the Teku immortal realm. The Teku immortal realm is not only the highest immortal realm, but also located in the middle of the 33 heavens. As far as I know, there are several supreme overlords in the Teku immortal realm. Each force not only rules one immortal realm, but occupies several immortal realms. Only believers believe in them. Maybe you don't understand it well, so I will tell you more specifically. For example, there are 4 immortal realms in the west of the Teku immortal realm, which are ruled by a super Buddhist force in the Teku immortal realm. In the 4 immortal realms, Buddhism is supreme. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. In the upper world, is there such a terrible Buddhist force in the Teku immortal realm? Ruling the 4 immortal realms is too terrible. Of course, the vast and endless creatures, because of their different talents, in addition to Buddhist cultivation, there will naturally be various martial arts cultivations, but in the 4 Western immortal realms, the power of Buddhism is so strong that it rules everything. The foundation of Buddhism is naturally the most profound, and the strongest skills and magical powers are all Buddhist power. 4 immortal realms, even if it is a powerful force, it is difficult to rule. How to govern? Qin Wentian said. Tianzhen, you have reached the top level of Immortal King, and you are only one step away from the Immortal Emperor. You are so ignorant. When the power is strong enough, do you need to govern it? The crazy old man looked at Qin Wentian with contempt and said, each immortal domain is a complete world with its own operating rules. For example, this Qingxuan immortal domain is like this. If the upper world sends a transcendent force to guard here, and among them is the so-called ancient emperor figure you say, the world pays homage to it, then does it still need to be governed? Qin Wentian nodded. It was true. After all, this is a world where martial arts is supreme. When the strength is strong to a certain extent, everything will be simple. They just need to stay strong enough. Otherwise, once they decline, their ruling power will naturally be lost. Why is Qingxuan immortal domain not ruled by a superpower? Qin Wentian asked curiously. When the crazy old man said this, he felt that Qingxuan immortal domain was a little special. Unexpectedly, it could not know any news from the upper world. Qingxuan immortal realm. The crazy old man smiled, because someone doesn't allow people from the upper world to set foot in Qingxuan immortal realm. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank slightly. Could there be such a terrifying strong man? The old man had just said that there were some peerless overlords in the upper world who could control several major immortal realms. It is conceivable how terrifying the top strong men in the upper world are. And someone actually dared to confine people from the upper world. Such a person is definitely a legendary figure. Of course, he will not stop people at or below the Emperor realm, but those people may not be able to cross the immortal realm. The crazy old man continued. The senior said that the peerless powers of the ancient immortal realm controlled most of the immortal realms. Then, how could those beings in the ancient immortal realm tolerate such an arrogant person? Qin Wentian asked curiously. The formation of the pattern of the ancient fairyland has gone through countless years of evolution. It is extremely difficult to cause unrest. There are several transcendent forces that rule the fairylands and continuously supply them with the most outstanding younger generations. However, in the ancient fairyland, there are still some forces and strong men who can be on par with them. Although they do not rule the lower fairyland, they are deeply rooted in the ancient fairyland, which is not what you can imagine. These forces are of course the top forces of the pyramid, which are out of reach. In addition, some forces at the lower level also need to dig out talents, so there's the ancient emperor city and the Taoist inheritance. Of course, even those forces are what you need to look up to. The crazy old man said slowly. These words are definitely secrets for the Qin fairyland. The Qin fairyland knows very little about the 33 heavens fairyland. But the crazy old man in front of him seemed to know it very well. Not only that, he also seemed to know the Qin fairyland like the back of his hand. Qin Wentian couldn't help but look at him in surprise and asked, "Who exactly is the senior?" The crazy old man glared at him, too lazy to say anything more, and said, "It's hard for you to understand these things now, but you will understand them in the future. I tell you these just to let you decide. If I can send you to other fairyland, will you go?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and the crazy old man was really strong. He could actually send him out. "If I leave this fairyland, won't I be confined when I come back?" Qin Wentian said worriedly. "That person doesn't confine people who walk out of Qin fairyland. As long as you can come back, you can come back." The crazy old man said. "I'll go," Qin Wentian said without hesitation. Although his cultivation speed will definitely be very fast, even if he returns to the top fairy king realm, there is still the emperor realm above. He may have to reach the top fairy emperor before he can sweep across Qin fairyland. During this period, he can't stay here at all. Go to the ancient fairyland, or other fairyland. The crazy old man asked again. Ancient immortal realm. Qin Wentian still had no hesitation. If he wanted to go, he would go to the strongest immortal realm. P.S. Wentian is going to reselect the Star Soul. Everyone search Jing Wuhan on WeChat and follow him. Tell Wuhan which attribute Star Soul you hope to choose from the next 7 Star Souls. Chapter 1534, The Insidious Crazy Old Man. The crazy old man smiled meaningfully when he heard Qin Wentian's words, and said, "Are you sure you want to go? Let me remind you, even if you recover your former strength, or even step into the realm of the immortal emperor, there are still many powerful people in the Teku immortal domain who can kill you. In addition to the Teku immortal domain, there are also many powerful immortal domains in the other 31 immortal domains, which are much stronger than the Qin immortal domain. Don't consider it." Qin Wentian looked at the crazy old man's squinting smile and said affirmatively, "Don't consider it, I'll go to the Teku immortal domain. He is not so easy to scare now. Although the Teku immortal domain is the supreme immortal domain of the 33 heavens, there will indeed be many people who can kill him, but the more powerful the immortal domain, the larger the population base. Under every peak figure, there are countless low-level martial arts cultivators. Therefore, even in the Teku immortal domain, unless you have reached the upper level, otherwise, an immortal emperor, although he will never be a big figure like the Qin immortal domain, can never be considered a weak person in any case. If you have the guts, then you should practice hard and recover your strength first. You know nothing about the ancient fairyland. If you go there like this, an ant can crush you to death." The crazy old man said with a smile, and Qin Wentian nodded. This was the truth. At least, he definitely couldn't go now. Think carefully about what kind of star soul you plan to practice. After the crazy old man finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared directly. Qin Wentian couldn't see the other person's figure clearly at all. It was too fast. Star Soul. Qin Wentian looked up at the void. Qin fairyland is actually a fairyland that is forbidden to people. So, is there also this reason why my father chose to rebuild his second life in Qin fairyland? The power of his family is too strong, so he deliberately hid in Qin fairyland, even in the particle world. Moreover, even after he was born, he was still cautious and dared not show up. The same is true for Heibo and others. Qin Wentian suddenly thought of the disappearance of his current body bloodline. If his bloodline awakens again in the upper world, I am afraid that some powerful people will recognize him, right? And now, there is nothing to worry about. Is this a coincidence? Closing his eyes and concentrating his mind, Qin Wentian's perception soared up, crossing the galaxies and coming to the 8th heaven. His goal was very clear. He directly chose the martial star that he was familiar with at the beginning. It has the dual attributes of magic and immortality. When the star soul condensed and was born, a strong and domineering aura emerged from Qin Wentian's body. A demon-like figure appeared. Qin Wentian was like a terrible magic cultivator. Even if he was still in the lowest realm, that aura was still breathtaking and gave people a terrible feeling. Originally, this was Qin Wentian's 7th star soul, but now it is the 1st star soul. The gap is simply unimaginable. As for why he chose this martial star, it was because of the inheritance of the Lord of 10,000 Demons and the immortal attribute. His soul has the immortal sutra, and his body has the immortal attribute. He will undoubtedly take advantage in future battles. A terrible sound of crashing was heard, and Qin Wentian began his practice. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. 3 years later, Qin Wentian's temperament had changed greatly, and he had regained his former elegance, with bright eyes and unparalleled handsomeness. As for his current cultivation, he was in the immortal realm. Such a speed of practice was simply shocking. However, he had restored his soul through the immortal sutra and started practicing again. His foundation was solid and strong. In addition, with a heaven-defined star soul in his body, Qin Wentian did not feel that there was anything abnormal about such a speed of practice. In fact, if he had not chosen a different star soul in a different technique from before, and needed to comprehend some abilities again, his practice speed might have been even faster. A figure appeared in front of Qin Wentian silently and said, "With your current soul power and immortal body, you should be able to handle some simple things. You can set off to the ancient fairyland. As the senior arranges, but before that, I have something else to do." Qin Wentian nodded. Qin Wentian was sincerely grateful to this crazy old man. "Want to go out and tell your wife that you are alive?" The crazy old man seemed to know Qin Wentian very well. He guessed his thoughts in an instant and said, "Don't worry, I will let someone go with you to the ancient fairyland." "Let her go for you." Qin Wentian was a little confused, but then nodded. In the ancient emperor city, the highest level of the space, Bei Mingyu Wang sat cross-legged and practiced quietly. She did not have the power of inheriting the Taoism. Although she was gifted, she was a beginner fairy emperor in the emperor realm. She was not conspicuous in this level. This was the world of the top fairy emperors. She was not so famous and did not have much emperor luck. Although she had some understanding of the Taoism, she did not inherit the Taoism. At this time, she sat cross-legged and practiced quietly. "Little girl, come out." A voice sounded in Bei Mingyu Wang's mind, causing Bei Mingyu Wang's heart to tremble slightly. Her beautiful eyes opened, and a ray of sharpness shone. Now there is only one person who dares to call her that. But then, a flash of shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. This old guy could actually transmit his voice directly into the ancient emperor city. How terrible is he? With a flash of her figure, Bei Mingyu Wang prepared to leave the ancient emperor city without any hesitation, and then rushed to Bei Mingxian dynasty. She didn't even go to the palace, but went straight to the forbidden area of rural Jiutian and came to the ruins. "I'm here." Bei Mingyu Wang's beautiful eyes revealed a bit of stubbornness. Although she is now an immortal emperor, she is extremely beautiful and admired by everyone, but in front of that old guy, she really feels like a little girl. This is incredible. A slovenly figure appeared in front of Bei Mingyu Wang. His eyes were blocked by his long hair and looked a little cloudy. He said, "You told me to save that kid, but I didn't go. Do you blame me?" Bei Mingyu Wang was stunned. She didn't expect the crazy old man to mention this matter. Although she herself didn't want to admit it, perhaps, when she came, she really wanted to hint to the crazy old man to save Qin Wentian. "This has nothing to do with you." Bei Mingyu Wang shook her head, looking a little sad, as if she remembered the battle that year. "So, you really wanted me to save him?" The old man's cloudy eyes lit up and looked at the other party with a smile. Bei Mingyu Wang was stunned, and then said, "If you ask me to come here just to ask about this, then I'm leaving." As she said that, she actually turned around and planned to leave. "What if I tell you that I can still save him now?" The crazy old man's voice made Bei Mingyu Wang's body freeze there, and her heart trembled slightly. Then she turned around slowly and looked at the crazy old man. "Really? Would I lie?" The crazy old man said unhappily, "It's just that it takes some effort, and I'm too lazy to do it." "Senior, he is your successor anyway, are you just going to watch him die without saving him?" Bei Mingyu Wang stared at the crazy old man and said. If anyone else said this, she would not believe it, but for this old man, she believed he could do it. "But I gave him a cultivation method casually, and I can give it to others, not to mention that you seem to be very dissatisfied with him. I came to you to ask you if there is anyone with outstanding talent and you like, and I am going to pass on the cultivation method to him," the crazy old man said lightly. Bei Mingyu Wang stared at the crazy old man, recalling the tragic battle, the unruly figure who killed the 3 immortal emperors, and the smile before death. She stared ahead with her beautiful eyes, bowed and said, "The immortal realm is so big, I'm afraid there is no one more capable of inheriting your mantle than him. I hope that Senior can help me." Is that so? The crazy old man seemed a little hesitant. Bei Mingyu Wang looked at him nervously, but then the crazy old man shook his head and said, "It still won't work. He is almost dead. The cost of saving him is not small, and you have no feelings for him. Isn't it a waste of time?" Bei Mingyu Wang felt a little cold in her heart, then bit her lip lightly, and said, "I still have feelings for him." "Oh." The crazy old man squinted his eyes and smiled again, looking at Bei Mingyu Wang, only to see that Bei Mingyu Wang's stunning face was so beautiful that it seemed like water could be squeezed out, but thinking that he said this to save him, he felt a little more at ease. Fortunately, it was not a waste of effort. The crazy old man sighed, and then waved his hand, leading Bei Mingyu Wang into the ruins. A moment later, when Bei Mingyu Wang saw the figure sitting cross-legged in front of him, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, revealing disbelief. Qin Wentian was also stunned, and then smiled and nodded to Bei Mingyu Wang. He should have guessed that it was her. Old bastard. Bei Mingyu Wang looked at the crazy old man coldly, obviously knowing that he was fooled. "What did you call me?" The crazy old man smiled at Bei Mingyu Wang. "What did you say just now, boy? You are so lucky." Bei Mingyu Wang's eyes opened wider instantly. She was a great immortal emperor, but at this moment she was ashamed and said, "Senior, I made a slip of the tongue for a moment, and I know I was wrong." "Is that so?" The crazy old man smiled, looked at Qin Wentian, and then looked at Bei Mingyu Wang. That smile was somewhat meaningful. Qin Wentian was confused and blinked his eyes. He felt shy when he looked at the stunning face of Bei Mingyu Wang. But soon, she glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, like an iceberg, and said coldly, "What are you looking at?" Oh. Qin Wentian's mind was full of black lines. He really wanted to resist, but when he thought about asking for help, he said, "Princess Yu Wang, we are really destined to meet. Now, I have a small favor to ask of you. I hope you won't refuse." "What is it?" Bei Mingyu Wang said. "I would like to borrow the princess's body to go to the Changqing fairyland for me to see my wife." Qin Wentian said. Bei Mingyu Wang was about to refuse, but suddenly he remembered the tragic scene of the year. The white hair and the deathly gray pupils still appeared in an instant. His heart softened again. He nodded, but his voice was still a little cold, and he said, "Okay, I'll go for you." The crazy old man laughed when he saw this scene, as if he felt that his conspiracy had succeeded. He was a little worried about Qin Wentian going alone to the Taku fairyland. Now, seeing Bei Mingyu Wang's attitude, he relaxed a little. After so many endless years, it is not easy to have such a good seedling. Chapter 1535 Account. Changqing Immortal Country, Imperial Palace, Princess's Mansion. Two girls sat together and chatted. They were both graceful, pure and beautiful, but there seemed to be a hint of sadness between their brows. "Sister, if Sister Qingcheng continues like this, I'm worried that she will collapse sooner or later. You should think of a way." The slightly younger girl looked at the girl next to her and said, "The two were sisters. You are not unaware of the relationship between Sister Qingcheng and Master. Unless Master is resurrected, otherwise." The girl next to her sighed softly. It turned out that these two people were the disciples Qin Wentian accepted when he traveled to the immortal realm with Qinger and Qingcheng, Xian and Xiran. Xiran's eyes dimmed, and she obviously knew that what her sister said was right. "Qingcheng, is she still like this?" At this time, a voice came, and the two sisters immediately greeted it. "Sister Qinger." The two girls shouted together, and saw a beautiful woman appeared in front of them, with silver hair like snow and a cold temperament, a few points colder than before. Even Xian and Xiran could clearly feel Qinger's coldness. "Well, we are useless." The two girls lowered their heads, as if they had done something wrong. "Don't blame you." Qinger sighed. "I, as a master's wife, have not fulfilled my responsibilities. I have never taught you anything, and I may not have time in the future. Do you want to go out to practice? I will let others teach you." Xian and Xiran shook their heads at the same time. Xiran said, "Sister Qinger, please don't chase us away. We are willing to take care of Sister Qingcheng until she recovers. We are worried about others taking care of Sister Qingcheng. After she recovers, Sister Qinger will find someone to teach us." Qinger rubbed the heads of the two girls, sighed secretly in her heart, and looked behind the two girls. There was a figure in white clothes, with a very beautiful face, but she was extremely haggard, with empty eyes. She didn't seem to react to Qinger's arrival at all, but just stared blankly in front of her, without a trace of spirit. In fact, You can hardly feel the breath of life on her body, just like a living dead. Qingchen. Kinger's heart ached when she saw this scene. Although she practiced in the ancient emperor city, she often came back to see Qingchen, but it was useless. For 10 years, Mo Qingchen had not eaten or drunk for 10 years. Even her clothes were changed and washed by Jiutian and Ziran. She was a real living dead. In order to worry about her accidents, she ordered people to guard her day and night. Later, Jiutian and Ziran's sisters volunteered to guard Mo Qingchen all the time. Wentian will come back, he will. He has not fallen. Qingchen, why don't you want to believe me? Kinger saw Qingchen's appearance, and she was also heartbroken. She promised Qin Wentian that she would take care of her, but Mo Qingchen didn't need to be taken care of at all. She witnessed Qin Wentian being blown to pieces in front of her. At that moment, her heart was dead. No matter what Kinger said, she had no reaction. Princess. At this time, a voice came, and a wisp of immortal thought descended here. Seeing Kinger coming back, he immediately shouted respectfully. Who told you to spy here? Kinger's eyes were cold, and her immortal thoughts swept out, chilling to the bone. Outside the princess's mansion, a maid's face turned pale instantly, and she said, Princess, I didn't mean to do that. It's just that the princess of the beaming immortal dynasty, Beaming Yaohuang, asked to see me. I wanted to inform Miss Ziyan and Miss Ziran, but I didn't expect to see the princess back. Beaming Yaohuang. Kinger's eyebrows revealed a hint of coldness, and she said, no. However, at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a figure descended directly into the princess's mansion. In the void, Beaming Yaohuang was extremely handsome and came directly here. She glanced at Kinger and Qingchen, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What do you mean? Kinger's expression became even colder. I have news about Qin Wentian. Let's find a secret place and I'll talk to you alone. Bei Mingyu Wang said in a voice transmission. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed in Kinger's cold eyes, as if she wanted to see through Bei Mingyu Wang. Then she said, come with me. Take her with you. Bei Mingyu Wang continued to transmit the voice, obviously referring to Mo Qingchen. Zhiyan, Zhiran, leave Qingchen to me. You wait here for me. Kinger said, and then looked outside. Back off. Yes. A response came from outside. Kinger picked up Mo Qingchen and led the way in front. Bei Mingyu Wang followed her to Kinger's bedroom. Do you have news about him? Kinger looked at Bei Mingyu Wang and asked. Kinger, Qingchen. A voice came out. In just a moment, Kinger's cold eyes froze there, and the whole person seemed to be frozen in place, and Mo Qingchen's empty eyes actually moved. The light shone, and a figure transformed by immortal thoughts appeared in this space. You guys chat, I'm leaving now. Bei Mingyu Wang left directly, waved her hand, and sealed the palace. She flew away directly. The immortal thoughts were ordinary immortal thoughts left in her by Qin Wentian. They could not exist for too long and would dissipate on their own. Qin Wentian did this because he was worried about Kinger and Qingchen. What Bei Mingyu Wang wanted to do was already done. Kinger naturally didn't care about Bei Mingyu Wang's departure. At this moment, she stared blankly at the figure that appeared. Mo Qingchen's empty eyes gradually became brighter. Her eyes became brighter and brighter until they became extremely bright. Wentian, is it really you? Mo Qingchen's eyes were moistened instantly, and she walked forward step by step, as if in a dream. Qingchen, it's me. Qin Wentian witnessed Kinger's white hair like snow, and saw Qingchen's empty eyes like death. He felt so heartbroken. At that moment, he hated himself for letting them suffer such torture. Moreover, for a full 10 years, these 10 years were probably more painful than death for them. Mo Qingchen bit her lip, biting it hard, blood oozed out, she felt the pain, stretched out her hand and wiped her lips. After seeing the blood, when she looked up again, she could no longer hold back, tears fell like rain, trembling and stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch Qin Wentian's body. However, Qin Wentian's body seemed real and illusory. He stretched out his hand, a gentle force stroked Mo Qingchen's long hair, and said, silly girl, this is my immortal thought. Yes. Mo Qingchen burst into tears, her body kept shaking, sobbing, stretched out her hands, wanting to touch Qin Wentian's cheek, as if she still didn't believe it. Wentian, are you really still alive? Seeing Qingchen like this, Qin Wentian felt even more uncomfortable, but Kinger didn't step forward, just stood there, with silver hair like snow. She had a bright smile when Qin Wentian fell, but at this moment, She finally shed tears, although she had known for a long time that Qin Wentian still had an incarnation and was still alive. Qingchen, Kinger, I'm fine now, why are you crying? Qin Wentian's eyes were sore. Seeing the two girls like this, he was infinitely sad, but he still smiled and spoke, unable to bear the two girls worrying too much. Well, I won't cry. Mo Qingchang burst into tears and smiled brightly. She reached out to wipe away her tears, leaving traces of tears on her face. Qin Wentian looked at her haggard face, which was still bright and beautiful. He said gently, "That's right. Don't cry again when I'm not around in the future. Okay." Mo Qingchang nodded vigorously, "As long as you can come back, I will always wait for you. Whatever you say is fine." "Silly girl." Qin Wentian's voice was gentle. Kinger was still standing there. Although she also wanted to go over, she was willing to leave this little time for Qingchen. As long as she saw that he was safe, she would be satisfied. "Wentian, is your current body also in the fairyland?" Kinger asked softly. She wanted to see him so much. "Kinger, this is the immortal thought of my original body." Qin Wentian responded, causing Kinger's beautiful eyes to stagnate, and then she showed ecstasy and asked tremblingly, "Really?" Back then, she knew that Qin Wentian had an incarnation, but she was still heartbroken when she saw Qin Wentian's original body being destroyed and shattered in front of her. Her hair turned white in an instant. The person who died in front of her was the one she loved the most. Even if he had an incarnation, she was still willing to exchange her life for him. Otherwise, she would not have left the ancient emperor's city without telling Qin Wentian and wanted to die. When she learned that Qin Wentian's original body was not dead, you can imagine how she felt at the moment. "Why don't you two believe me today?" Qin Wentian said with a bitter smile, "I was indeed killed in that battle, but by chance, I met a strange man from the fairyland and gradually recovered. However, I may have to leave Qingxun fairyland next. That senior strange man will send me to the upper world, the strongest ancient fairyland in the 33 heavens." Ancient fairyland. Kinger murmured, and faintly believed Qin Wentian. She did suspect that Qin Wentian lied to her just now, because Qin Wentian might lie to comfort them. Moreover, that strange man is in the territory of Beaming Fairy Dynasty, otherwise, I would not have come here in front of Beaming Yaohuang. After I leave, I will definitely come back. You must be well, don't worry about me. The day I return will be the day when the sky of Qingxun Fairyland changes. Qin Wentian said proudly. Sure enough, hearing Qin Wentian's words, Kinger smiled brilliantly and unparalleled. My immortal thoughts also carry some memories. These immortal thoughts will be transformed into memories and passed on to you. This is the method of cultivation. Kinger, you are very talented. After I leave, King Chang will be handed over to you. Qin Wentian still stroked King Chang's head gently. The look in the girl's eyes just now made him feel scared. Yes, I know. Kinger nodded seriously. And Qing, I don't know what she will do after she knows I'm dead, but she must be very sad. You should find a way to tell her that I'm alive. Qin Wentian instructed again. Kinger thought of the beautiful eyes with blood and tears, her heart trembled slightly, she nodded seriously, and asked, where are Jun Mengchen and the little bastard? There's no need to tell them. Mengchen thought I was dead, and he must be holding his breath to avenge me. It's a good opportunity to stimulate him. As for the little bastard, he should practice diligently, but it's a pity for purgatory. Qin Wentian said slowly, it's almost time, you must be well and wait for me to come back. Both women nodded seriously, and then Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Kinger's eyebrows. Kinger naturally would not resist. After this day, Kinger began to practice day and night, and Mo Qingchang finally gradually recovered a former spirit. As for Qin Wentian, he and Beaming Yaohuang were quietly sent out of Qingxun Immortal Realm. P.S. The chapter of Qingxun Immortal Realm is temporarily over, and the next chapter will directly write about the ancient Immortal Realm. Wentian will start a new journey. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1536, First Visit to the Ancient Times. The ancient fairyland, the supreme fairyland of the 33 heavens, is vast and endless. The immortal world, a realm of the ancient fairyland, is governed by the immortal world master. The boundless immortal world has a vast territory and countless cities, all of which are managed by the subordinates of the immortal world master. Fenglai City is full of flowers and many strong men are walking in the city. Helen Mingyue is in a very good mood today. At a young age, she finally broke through the realm of the fairy king some time ago. After consolidating her realm, her father handed a city to her to manage. So, at a young age, she became the city lord of this Fenglai city. At this time, she was selecting magic weapons in a magic weapon trading pavilion in Fenglai city. Miss, if you need a magic weapon, why not ask the emperor to find someone to refine it for you? There are several female guardians around Helen Mingyue, all of whom are at the realm of immortal king. Who is stronger than her? But who made her born extraordinary and high-ranking? Everyone around her understands that Helen Emperor gave this city to her purely for her to play with, because Helen Mingyue was born to the emperor's favorite concubine. Even if Helen Mingyue's current realm is piled up with resources, now that Fenglai city belongs to her, she will get a lot of cultivation resources every year. As the supreme heaven of the 33 days, the cultivation resources here in the Taeku immortal realm are simply not comparable to the Qingxuan immortal realm. Moreover, in the Taeku immortal realm, those superpowers have a strong dominance over the territory, which is also very different from the Qingxuan immortal realm. Why bother, father? Helen Mingyue smiled, her eyebrows revealing 1,000 kinds of charm. She pointed to a beautiful magic weapon in the trading pavilion and said, "How much is that magic weapon? Since the young lady likes it, how dare I ask for a price?" The shopkeeper immediately went to get it, and then presented it with both hands. The corners of Helen Mingyue's mouth curled up slightly, and a proud arc appeared. After turning around again, she finally walked out with satisfaction. Outside, there was a group of silver-clad guards waiting there, and there was also a powerful thunder beast, which was a demon king. Let's go and have a look at other places. Helen Mingyue smiled and rode on the beast. People passing by made way for him, but secretly slandered Helen Emperor in their hearts, arranging his unruly daughter to come and rule the city, which had harmed many merchants. Of course, they dared not say it out loud. Helen Emperor himself understood that in his territory, no matter how his daughter made trouble, it didn't matter. This was power. Roar. At this time, the thunder beast let out a low roar, raised its head and looked up. Helen Mingyue and others also looked up, and saw two figures falling from the sky above the sky, with immortal thoughts sweeping over. The figures of the two people gradually became clear, causing many people's pupils to shrink slightly, revealing surprise. The two people in the void were extremely stunning. A man and a woman. The man had a faint trace of wonderful brilliance, even a sacred meaning, extraordinary and handsome, making people marvel at what a beautiful man. The woman next to him had a peerless face, noble and cold, making it difficult for people to look away at a glance, making people sigh, what a perfect couple, as if they walked out of a painting. Looking at the woman in the void, Helen Mingyue actually felt a sense of self-abasement, which made her a little uncomfortable. These two people were the beaming Yao Huang and Qin Wentian who came from the Qingxuan immortal realm. Is this really the ancient fairyland? Yao Huang, who is that old pervert? How could you be so strong? Qin Wentian sent a voice message to beaming Yao Huang while observing the area below. I don't know. Call me by my full name. Beaming Yao Huang responded coldly. She was also in a state of shock. That crazy old man had set up a super space formation that spanned the fairyland in the forbidden area. It was unimaginable how terrifying it was. They actually completed a journey through the starry sky. Yao Huang, since you promised to come to the ancient fairyland with me, we will be together next. Why be so estranged? Qin Wentian said again, looking at Helen Mingyue. Among these people, there were several fairy kings, who were quite extraordinary. Who wants to go with you? Now that we have arrived at the ancient fairyland, you go your way and I go mine. We have nothing to do with each other. Bei Mingyu Wang said rudely. Qin Wentian suddenly stopped and looked at her in astonishment. He said, Yu Wang, you can't be so cruel, right? However, Bei Mingyu Wang didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. Qin Wentian wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought to himself that the crazy old man was going to be cheated this time. If he had known, he would practice for a few more years and become an immortal king before coming. He is now a person in the immortal stage realm. Looking at the people here, their cultivation is higher than his. It's too miserable. It seems that he has to find a place to improve his realm first. Women are unreliable. Below, Helen Mingyue saw the two chatting in the sky above his head. He couldn't help but frown and said, let them come down to answer. Yes. An immortal king guard behind him nodded. He flashed and rushed into the void. He took a deep look at Bei Mingyu Wang. He was amazed and his heart was moved. You too, the city lord has something to ask you too, please follow me down. The guard said. Bei Mingyu Wang and Qin Wentian frowned. That young woman is the city lord of the city? One of them is the princess of Bei Mingxian dynasty, an immortal emperor figure, and the other is only at the immortal stage realm now, but she has killed immortal emperors, so she naturally does not take the immortal kings seriously. But after thinking for a moment, they still did not do anything and went down. After all, this is the ancient immortal realm. When they first arrived, they should first understand the general situation of the ancient immortal realm and keep a low profile. What do you want, young lady? Qin Wentian came to Helen Mingyu and asked with a smile. He didn't expect Bei Mingyu Wang, the immortal emperor princess, to be polite in front of the immortal king woman in front of him, so he took the initiative to speak. Where are you from? Helen Mingyu asked. We are people who practice in the mountains and wilds. We walked around casually and came here. Qin Wentian replied. So, you are casual practitioners. Helen Mingyu's beautiful eyes flashed, and Qin Wentian nodded. I am the lord of Fanglui City under the seat of Helen Emperor. Since you are casual cultivators, are you willing to follow me? Helen Mingyu looked at Qin Wentian with a faint smile between her eyebrows. Although the cultivation of the person in front of her was low, only at the Xianti realm, he was extremely handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. It would be nice to have him by her side to pleasing her eyes. As for this woman, her cultivation was extraordinary, her realm was higher than hers, and she was beautiful. Keeping her by her side might be of special use. Qin Wentian was stunned. Are the people in the ancient fairyland so direct? Although his realm was low, the people behind him, Bei Mingyu Wang, could not see through it at all, and dared to directly accept him as a subordinate. Miss is the daughter of the emperor. An immortal king behind Helen Mingyu reminded. I am used to being idle, I hope Miss will not blame me. Qin Wentian said tactfully, joking, the daughter of the emperor, Bei Mingyu Wang is a real immortal emperor, and her father is the master of the Bei Ming immortal dynasty. Let her follow the daughter of the emperor? The emperor is at most at the realm of the immortal emperor. Helen Mingyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, it's okay, in that case, you can go. Thank you, Miss. Qin Wentian and Bei Mingyu Wang walked past them. After they left, the smile on Helen Mingyu's face immediately disappeared, and she looked a little cold. Find an excuse to take them down and take them to the city lord's mansion. Helen Mingyu's lips curled up with an evil arc. In Fanglui City, this was her first time to recruit people, but she was rejected and refused to drink. Miss, that woman's cultivation is not low. The female fairy king next to her reminded. Helen Mingyu frowned and said, you have a legitimate reason to come here. Even if her cultivation is higher than yours, a casual cultivator dare not resist. Yes. The female fairy king was helpless and secretly slandered Helen Mingyu in her heart. It seems that she was spoiled by the emperor. However, she still took a group of people away. Just as Helen Mingyu said, in this immortal world, casual cultivators dare not easily confront people under the world master. Even if they are just the city lord of a city, above them is the emperor, and above them is the palace master. Above the palace master is the world master. Layer by layer, they are all subordinate forces of the world master. Even the big families and sects in the Changsheng realm dare not provoke the realm master. Of course, many disciples of the families and sects in the various realms of the Tegu immortal realm will be sent to the forces under the realm master, and they are intertwined. The status of casual cultivators is the lowest, and it is the most difficult for them to obtain cultivation resources. Bei Mingyu Wang and Qin Wentian were walking in the city. At this time, Bei Mingyu Wang frowned and said, we are in trouble. From what she said, it seems that casual cultivators have a very low status. Qin Wentian said, just a moment later, a group of strong men came from behind, and a female fairy king in black said coldly, you two stop. Bei Mingyu Wang and Qin Wentian turned around, and a faint coldness was released from their bodies, especially from Bei Mingyu Wang. A powerful imperial power swept out, causing the black-clothed woman to stop in the void. Get out. Bei Mingyu Wang uttered a cold voice. Who are you? The female fairy king questioned. Even though she sensed the imperial power, she still did not escape. Does it have anything to do with you? Qin Wentian frowned and asked, his tone also turned cold. He had been very polite before, But he didn't expect that the other party would actually capture him directly. This was too overbearing. Of course it has something to do with you. A cold voice came, and it was Helen Mingayu who led people here. She looked at Beiming Yaohuang coldly and said, "There are actually immortal emperor cultivators in Fenglai City. I suspect you are bandits. I have an obligation to take you to the emperor's mansion for questioning. Come with us." Bandits. Beiming Yaohuang and Qin Wentian were puzzled, because they had no idea what the rules of this ancient fairyland were. These people knew that Beiming Yaohuang was an immortal emperor, but they were still not afraid at all, as if they had a legitimate reason. The movement here attracted many people to come, and their eyes stared at Beiming Yaohuang. What a beautiful woman! Is there such a beautiful female immortal emperor bandit? A terrible chill spread from Beiming Yaohuang, and murderous intent was revealed in his cold eyes. This scene made everyone's face change. Is this woman crazy? She actually had murderous intentions towards the people in the city lord's mansion in Fenglai City. Doesn't she know what the consequences of doing so will be? Helen Mingayu's face also changed drastically, and she was obviously very surprised. She took out a crystal ball, and a bright light came out, imprinting the figures of Beiming Yaohuang and Qin Wentian into it. Helen Mingayu directly spoke to the crystal ball, "Father, these two people want to kill me." Chapter 1537 One World 9 Palaces. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he looked at this scene in surprise, looking at the crystal ball. Can people from the ancient immortal realm communicate directly through this crystal ball? A strange color also flashed in Beiming Yaohuang's beautiful eyes, and Qin Wentian communicated to her, "Yaohuang, don't be impulsive. This ancient immortal realm is very strange. Our appearance may be imprinted in the crystal ball. Moreover, from their attitude, it seems that they have expected that we dare not attack them. There must be some rules and restrictions. Let's figure it out first. The ancient immortal realm is the upper world, the strongest immortal realm in the 33 heavens. They know almost nothing about this place, so they have to be cautious." Helen Mingayu looked up at the two people, with a little vigilance and a little indifference. Although it is unlikely that these two people dare to touch her, don't run into a madman, otherwise she will die in their hands, and it will be meaningless even if her father kills them. Seeing that Beiming Yaohuang and Qin Wentian were silent and seemed to be thinking, Helen Mingayu said, "As casual cultivators, you suddenly appeared in my Fenglai city, and you are at the realm of immortal emperor. I have to be vigilant and careful. I will take you back to investigate. If you are proven to be innocent, I will not embarrass you. Miss." One of Helen Mingayu's guardian immortal kings transmitted a voice, "Even if you are really casual cultivators, it would be best if we don't offend the immortal emperor." These guards of Helen Mingayu are not Beiming Yaohuang and Qin Wentian, who know nothing. Immortal emperor is immortal emperor, with extraordinary status. Helen Mingayu used such means to threaten an immortal emperor. Although it seems to be much more polite, it is still very inappropriate. She has no such right. If she angered an immortal emperor, he could completely ignore her as the city lord. But Helen Mingayu couldn't swallow this breath. If she just rejected her, it would be fine. This woman actually showed her murderous intentions to her. Then, this matter will never end well. Keep the other party stable and wait for her father to come, and everything will be solved. "Okay, I'll go with you," Beiming Yaohuang said softly, her expression still cold. If she was in Qingzhuan immortal realm, she would never tolerate such humiliation. But as Qin Wentian said, they knew nothing about this ancient immortal realm, and they had to find out the situation in the ancient immortal realm before making any plans. This time it was everyone's turn to be surprised. This immortal emperor was so easy to talk to. Even Helen Mingayu was stunned. Helen Mingayu raised a playful smile at the corner of her mouth, and then smiled and said, "Okay, then you follow me to the city lord's mansion first, and I will entertain you too." "Yaohuang, I feel that this woman is stalling for time. Are you sure you want to go?" Qin Wentian sent a message to Beiming Yaohuang. "If there is danger, just take her down." Beiming Yaohuang responded. Qin Wentian nodded and did not persuade him. The two reached a tacit understanding and followed Helen Mingayu, observing the city at the same time. The city was very prosperous. Even if only Helen Mingayu, the immortal king, was in charge, it was still comparable to the big cities in their Qingxuan immortal domain. Moreover, many trading places were full of magical treasures. However, as soon as they arrived at the city lord's mansion, an astonishing power swept over the mansion. A group of powerful people descended, like a powerful army. Bei Mingyaohuang's expression changed, and he transmitted a voice to Qin Wentian. There are 3 immortal emperors, one of whom is a mid-level immortal emperor, 2 are elementary-level immortal emperors, and the rest are all immortal kings. A ray of light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. Is the strength of the ancient immortal domain really as powerful as the crazy old man said? Are there people everywhere who can trample them to death? He thought the crazy old man was scaring him before. Even in the ancient immortal domain, the immortal emperor is considered a figure, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation when he first arrived. In fact, his guess was not wrong. Although he met the 3 great immortal emperors as soon as he arrived, in fact, the middle-level immortal emperor was already the ruler of a vast area. He had an extraordinary status and was in charge of many cities and vast areas. He had many powerful people under his command. The middle-level immortal king was Helen Mingyu's father, Helen Emperor. When he learned that Helen Mingyu was in danger, he instantly activated the transmission formation and descended to the Fanglui City Lord's mansion. Therefore, Bei Mingyaohuang and Qin Wentian could be said to have come to the door. Greetings, Emperor. The people around Helen Mingyu bowed. Helen Emperor was looking at Bei Mingyaohuang and Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was just an immortal figure, so he naturally didn't care. Bei Mingyaohuang was actually a beautiful immortal emperor, which made his majestic eyes flash with a strange light. Mingyu, what's going on? Helen Emperor asked. Father, these 2 are casual cultivators. I want to check them out to see if they are bandits. He ran, Mingyu said, but secretly transmitted a message. Father, these 2 people seem to know nothing. I asked them to go with me, but they actually agreed. Moreover, the woman showed murderous intentions towards me before. Senior, my senior sister and I are new here, and we are definitely not bandits. Qin Wentian said. While speaking, he and Bei Mingyaohuang were ready to take action at any time. If something went wrong, they would immediately capture Helan Mingyu. Senior sister? So you are not casual cultivators, but have a master? Helan Mingyu asked. Our master is a hermit. The 2 of us have been practicing in the mountains and fields. We don't have any master. We just came out of the mountains now. If we offend the young lady, please don't be offended. Qin Wentian said. I wonder which master can teach such a person. Helan Emperor looked at Bei Mingyaohuang and asked. If what Qin Wentian said was true, the master of an immortal emperor was not simple. Master doesn't allow me to reveal my name. Qin Wentian bowed. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Your behavior just now really scared my daughter. Moreover, there are many bandits in the Lihuro Palace area now. The palace master has ordered a strict investigation. If you 2 don't mind, can you come to my mansion to stay for a while? Emperor Helen said. Lihuro Palace. Qin Wentian secretly wrote down the name. Bei Mingyaohuang frowned, but Qin Wentian said, I dare not disobey the invitation of the senior. Senior sister, let's go with the senior. Bei Mingyaohuang glanced at Qin Wentian, and then heard Qin Wentian's voice transmission. Yu Wang, beauty is an advantage. The way that Emperor Helen looks at you is slightly different. He will definitely not do anything to you. There is no need to confront him. Hearing Qin Wentian's words, Bei Mingyaohuang glared at him coldly, but she also knew that Qin Wentian had no choice. He was completely unfamiliar with the ancient fairyland, and the opponent's lineup was obviously completely overwhelming them. Would they really fight to the death? They might not even be able to escape, so it was better to go along with the opponent and not quarrel with him. This is my daughter's city lord's mansion. There is a teleportation array that can directly lead to my Helen Imperial Palace. Please. Emperor Helen seemed polite, but his eyes were actually only looking at Bei Mingyaohuang, and he didn't care about Qin Wentian. Helen Mingyu curled her lips. How could she not understand what kind of person her father was? However, as long as she could vent her anger, it was enough. Father, I haven't been back for a while. I'll go with you. Helen Mingyu said. Okay, let's go together. Helen Emperor nodded, and the group headed towards the teleportation array. Helen Mingyu came to Qin Wentian and asked, the cultivation level between you and senior sister seems to be quite different. To be honest, my talent is far inferior to senior sister. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Really? Your senior sister is not only talented, but also beautiful. Do you like her? Helen Mingyu said jokingly, appearing very friendly, without any of her previous attitude, but it made Qin Wentian more alert. She changed her face really quickly. How can I be worthy of my senior sister? Qin Wentian smiled and asked, Miss Helen, We are new here and have no idea about the rules here. Please forgive me if I offend you. And where is this Lihuro Palace? Helen Mingai looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. This guy was extremely handsome, with bright eyes, very charming. Because of his special star soul, Qin Wentian is now more attractive than before. You really don't know? Helen Mingai asked. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. The immortal realm, the lord of the immortal realm governs a realm, and this immortal realm is divided into 9 realm palaces. The Lihuro Palace is one of the realm palaces, governed by the lord of the Lihuro Palace, and my father is one of the 9 emperors under the seat of the lord of the Lihuro Palace, sitting in one place. The Fanglui city where I am is just one of the many cities governed by my father. Helen Mingai smiled. Immortal realm. Qin Wentian's bright eyes flashed a sharp light. The name of the immortal realm made him think of the Xianfu realm. Immortal realm, the lord of the immortal realm, a realm. Are the 9 emperors all at the same level as senior emperor? Then aren't the 9 realm palace masters all top-level immortal emperors? Qin Wentian pretended to be surprised. You underestimate the palace master and the emperor. Generally speaking, the 9 emperors are at the top level of the immortal emperor or the extraordinary middle-level immortal emperor. My father is like this. As for the palace masters of the 9 realms, they are all above the immortal emperor and below the realm master. They are considered half-step realm masters. Of course, they may also be extraordinary top-level immortal emperors. Helen Mingai sneered. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. No wonder Helen Mingai was not afraid when she saw that Beiming Yaohuang was an immortal emperor. If it is as Helen Mingai said, the energy represented by an emperor is comparable to a top force in Qingxuan immortal domain. The 9 emperors under the palace master are comparable to the 9 top forces, and the sphere of influence their rule is definitely extremely vast. Fanglui city is just a city that Helen Emperor gave to his daughter to play. As for the palace master mentioned by Helen Mingai, Qin Wentian thought of the ancient emperor. The 9 realm palaces, not to mention the people around the palace master, the 81 emperors who are in charge of one site are enough to sweep Qingxuan immortal domain. What do you mean by bandits? Qin Wentian suppressed his shock and asked. The immortal realm is governed by the immortal realm lord and his subordinates. The 9 realm palaces and 81 emperors control many resources in the realm. Some daring people steal or even plunder from them. They are called bandits and are wanted. Helen Mingai looked at Qin Wentian meaningfully, which made Qin Wentian sigh secretly. Helen Mingai had put a big head on him before. Chapter 1538, Frog in the Well. The Helen Imperial Palace was magnificent and full of powerful people. After Helen Emperor brought Qin Wentian and Beiming Yaohuang here, he did not really interrogate them about the robbers, but politely set up a banquet to entertain them. At the banquet, Qin Wentian also met Helen Mingai's mother, a very beautiful woman who looked about 30 years old. She was also a powerful person in the realm of immortal emperor. Her smile was very attractive, but her eyes looking at Beiming Yaohuang were full of meaning. Qin Wentian's intuition told him that she was on guard against Beiming Yaohuang. Beiming Yaohuang, you are extraordinary in both temperament and cultivation. In a few days, the 9 emperors will go to Lihuro Palace together. At that time, I will take you there. The palace master will definitely appreciate it. I ask the palace master to make you my protector. In this way, you don't need to be a casual cultivator and can share cultivation resources every year. Helen Emperor said to Beiming Yaohuang, as if he had completely forgotten about the robbers and wanted to win over Beiming Yaohuang. A powerful immortal emperor, and such a beautiful one, no one would refuse to use him for their own purposes. Even if Beiming Yaohuang had some conflicts with his daughter, but they didn't really do anything, that little thing, as long as Beiming Yaohuang became his person, he could just ignore it. As for Qin Wentian, Emperor Helen didn't even look at him at the banquet. Beiming Yaohuang's eyelashes moved slightly, still cold and indifferent. Thank you for your kindness, Emperor, but I just came out of the mountain and want to go around. Yaohuang, becoming my guardian does not restrict you in any way. I will give you the greatest freedom to do whatever you want at that time. Emperor Helen waved his hand. Since he had intended to win over Beiming Yaohuang, how could he let her escape from his palm? As one of the 9 emperors, Emperor Helen was not such a simple person. Qin Wentian lowered his head to drink. He had seen that if he refused, the other party would not let her go at all. Maybe they would become bandits directly. Sister, since the Emperor values you so much, then you can go with the Emperor to the Lihuro Palace, and then let the Emperor ask the palace master to appoint you as a Dharma protector. Qin Wentian interrupted. Helen Emperor smiled when he heard this and glanced at Qin Wentian indifferently. It's just that Emperor, the two of us still don't know much about the outside world. Is the status of casual cultivators really that low? Qin Wentian asked. The immortal realm is governed by the realm master. All cultivation resources in the immortal realm belong to the realm master and are managed by his subordinates. Therefore, in this area, the realm master has absolute control. No matter whether it is a family or a sect, they must rely on the realm master. Only by becoming a cultivator under the realm master can they gain some power. As for casual cultivators, there are many such willful people. Helen Emperor smiled, without saying it explicitly, but he was quite contemptuous of casual cultivators. Qin Wentian also learned a lot from Helen Mingyue, and deeply felt the power of the Lord of the Changsheng realm over this realm, which was completely different from the top forces in the Qingxuan immortal realm. Of course, this might be related to the so-called cultivation resources. The cultivation resources in the Qingxuan immortal realm are very few, but from the words of Helen Emperor and his daughter, they seem to attach great importance to resources. Emperor Yu, what do you think? Emperor Helen asked with a smile. I'll think about it, but I can go with the Emperor to pay a visit to the palace master. Beiming Yaohuang also wanted to see what kind of person the Lord of the 9 palaces of the Changsheng realm was. Was he really the ancient emperor in the legend of the Qingxuan immortal realm? After learning about the power of the Changsheng realm, Beiming Yaohuang was also quite moved. The Qingxuan immortal realm was too weak compared to the Taiku immortal realm. After the banquet, Helen Emperor asked Helen Mingyue to take Beiming Yuang and Qin Wentian to stroll around the imperial city. This imperial city was directly named after Helen Emperor's surname. Not only that, if someone else sat on the throne of the emperor one day, this imperial city would be renamed to highlight the emperor's status. The imperial city was very large, and the buildings and ground of the imperial city were all made of extraordinary materials. Qin Wentian tried it deliberately, but with his current realm, he couldn't even leave a trace on the ground. It can be imagined how solid the imperial city is. According to Helen Mingyue, many powerful main cities in the ancient fairyland were made of fairy meteorites, king-level meteorites, and emperor-level meteorites. The more powerful the main city, the more precious the material level. Even the whole city seemed to be in a terrible cultivation array, filled with the power of rules. The palaces of some big figures were built by arrays, which were very suitable for cultivation. Ordinary people were not qualified to live in the imperial city. Every building was extremely expensive. Outsiders could only pay a very high price to stay in an inn or rent a house. Therefore, in this imperial city, at a glance, there were immortal kings everywhere. Even those with weak cultivation must have very powerful elders. Because of this, there were more professions in the ancient fairyland, such as master builders who were good at arrays, and the business was also very prosperous. Qin Wentian and Beiming Yaohuang visited the business in the imperial city. They all traded with immortal meteorites and king-level meteorites as currency. They were so poor that they could only look at the communication crystals used by Helen Mingyue before, but could not afford them. Seeing Helen Mingyue's half-smile, Qin Wentian felt very embarrassed. At this time, in an elegant lake, there were many painted boats and dragon boats, as well as pavilions in the lake, and beauties dancing. Those beauties were dressed sexy and beautiful. At night, the lights were bright, and tourists were chatting and laughing in the sound of the piano. Although Beiming Yuang had the cultivation of the immortal emperor realm, he had never seen such a prosperous city, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yuang, do you feel like a frog in the well? Qin Wentian stood beside Beiming Yuang. The two of them were so graceful that tourists passing by would cast admiring glances. There was even a handsome young man who raised his glass and smiled and said, "You two are so graceful, you are a perfect match." As he said that, the cruise ship passed by, and Qin Wentian smiled at Beiming Yuang, but saw that the other party rolled his eyes at Qin Wentian. It's time to abandon the previous cognition. Beiming Yuang sighed in a voice transmission. Practice well. If you can improve your cultivation and enter the top level of the immortal emperor, such a prosperous imperial city may be named after you. Beaming Imperial City. Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back, his white clothes fluttering, looking very cool. Do you really want me to follow Emperor Helen? Beiming Yaohuang frowned and looked at Qin Wentian coldly. As one of the 9 emperors, Emperor Helen is not such a vulgar person. Even if he is interested in you, he will not do anything to you. With your face, no matter where you go, someone may have some ideas about you. This is normal. We just came to the ancient fairyland. You can use Emperor Helen to get to know the Lord of Lihoro Palace. What will happen in the future depends on your ability. Qin Wentian looked at the lake in front of him and said calmly. He didn't want Beiming Yaohuan to stay away from Emperor Helen, but this was his territory. It was so easy to leave. Are you praising me? Beiming Yuang said coldly. Also, don't forget that Helen Mingyu asked Helen Emperor for you before. Although she was very polite at the banquet, you have seen what kind of person she is before. If you fall into her hands, it doesn't matter. Once you leave this imperial city, do you think a primary level immortal king can be a threat to me? Moreover, since Helen Emperor wants to please you, she won't do too much? Qin Wentian said calmly. Beiming Yuang looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. She was a little cold before because Qin Wentian asked her to borrow the power of Helen Emperor. If Qin Wentian also benefited from it, she would doubt Qin Wentian's intentions. However, Qin Wentian was really just considering her purely. That madman asked me to protect you. Beiming Yuang suddenly said. Qin Wentian looked at her in surprise, with a half-smile on his face. Beiming Yuang felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, and said coldly, "What are you looking at? Didn't you say before that we should go our separate ways?" Thinking of some of the crazy old man's words before, Yuang, you are not interested in me, are you? Qin Wentian said jokingly. Daydreaming. Beiming Yuang glanced at Qin Wentian with disdain, but Qin Wentian laughed. A few days later, as Beiming Yuang and Qin Wentian expected, Helen Mingyu wanted to take Qin Wentian to Fanglui City, while Helen Emperor asked Beiming Yuang to stay in the Emperor City. Qin Wentian had made plans long ago and followed Helen Mingyu to Fanglui City. In the Fanglui City Lord's mansion, Helen Mingyu brought Qin Wentian into the bedroom, and lay on the soft chair, with a sexy figure lying there, showing Qin Wentian a seductive look, and smiled. Are you reluctant to leave your senior sister? At this moment, Helen Mingyu instantly lost her previous friendliness. My senior sister and I have been together for many years, so naturally I am a little reluctant. Qin Wentian said. Do you think your senior sister is beautiful or me? Helen Mingyu said sweetly. Each has its own merits, it's hard to compare. Qin Wentian responded calmly, but he sneered in his heart. Although Helen Mingyu is a beauty, if she is compared with Beiming Yaohuang, she seems a little ignorant. Really? My feet are a little tired, come and help me massage. Helen Mingyu stretched out a pair of jade legs, and her long legs were attractive. Miss Helen, doing this will damage your reputation. Qin Wentian shook his head. I don't care, what do you care about? Do you dislike me? Helen Mingyu's eyes were compelling. She had to admit that Qin Wentian looked more and more handsome. If he could serve her well, she would give Qin Wentian another chance. I dare not. Qin Wentian still shook his head. Well, you can go down. Helen Mingyu smiled and waved her hand as if she didn't care. I will arrange a good job for you later. In that case, thank you, miss. Qin Wentian took his leave. After turning around, his bright eyes were somewhat attractive. Pa. After Qin Wentian left, Helen Mingyu's face suddenly darkened. She smashed the chair next to her into pieces. A murderous thought flashed in her eyes. I gave him a chance, but he didn't know how to cherish it. He really thought that his sister was valued by his father, so he could protect him? His father is also lustful. He wants to take a concubine again. Miss, how should he be dealt with? A maid next to him asked. Make arrangements and send him to the meteorite mine. Helen Mingyu said coldly, and the people around him were startled. It seemed that Qin Wentian was doomed to die on this mission. Chapter 1539 Mineral Veins. There are many meteorite veins in the area ruled by Helen Emperor, which are guarded by Helen Emperor, and the cultivation resources in the veins are mined. At this moment, outside the meteorite vein in one of the veins, a legion is stationed, surrounding the entire area around the vein, making it impossible to get through. Qin Wentian came to one of the passages. In addition to him, there were two immortal kings who brought him here, and a woman in the realm of immortals. Qin Wentian, the entrance to the vein is in front of you. You are short of cultivation resources, so you can take this opportunity to earn cultivation resources. Cherish the opportunity given to you by the lady. The immortal king who brought Qin Wentian said with a smile, but there was a meaningful smile in his eyes. In that case, thank the lady for me. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, but a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could he not know that the other party had bad intentions? On the way, he could even escape, but he didn't do so, because he really wanted to see the meteorite vein that the other party mentioned. You two can go in now. Not far away, another immortal king communicated with the guards here and shouted to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and the woman in the immortal stage realm walked over there, and were led in by several guards, heading towards the mountain range in front. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts were pervasive, and he was slightly shocked to see the guards here. There were many immortal kings, which showed the importance of this mineral vein. The mineral vein was opened for export last year, so after you enter, it will not be opened again until 9 years later. If you are alive by then, come out with the people inside. The guard ordered Qin Wentian and the woman, and led them into the cave in the mountain range, walked all the way inside, and came to a space door. Go in. The guard said, and Qin Wentian and the woman in the immortal stage walked in together. In an instant, a strong space force wrapped the two of them and crossed the void. When they appeared again, they also walked out of the space door. Qin Wentian's eyes instantly froze there, and he looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Is this the mineral vein? Qin Wentian looked down. It was like he had come to another continent. The vast and endless area, the undulating mountains, were endless, and there was also a psychedelic atmosphere. The woman next to him was named Yang Yuner, who had cultivated to the 8th level of the immortal stage. She looked at the look in Qin Wentian's eyes and couldn't help but say, "Are you stupid? Don't you know that Helen Mingyu asked you to come and die?" She couldn't imagine why Qin Wentian was still so excited. Moreover, the conversation with the immortal king who escorted them here was also very strange. Surprisingly, he was very polite. But Qin Wentian was extraordinary in both appearance and temperament. Why did he feel so stupid? Yuner, I really don't know anything about the outside world. What's going on with this meteorite mineral vein? Qin Wentian asked. Yang Yuner was stunned, looking forward and said, "This is my first time to come to the meteorite mine, but I have heard that in the vast ancient fairyland, there are many strange places that can unearth resources for cultivation, but the cultivation resources on the land of the ancient fairyland are limited. Therefore, those extraordinary figures dig from the void space around the fairyland. Around our fairyland, in addition to the endless particle world, there will also be some strange places, such as stars that can unearth attribute fairy stones, and above the stars, mountains with peculiar terrain are formed, from which various kinds of fairy stones are born. So, this place is outside the ancient fairyland?" Qin Wentian asked. "We came here through the space gate. We should be outside the ancient fairyland. In the fairyland, those super figures have established their own forces, ruled over one side, and controlled extremely powerful legions. What are they doing for? Isn't it for these cultivation resources? They discover, conquer, plunder, control, and dig. This meteorite vein should unearth fairy stones with fantasy attributes. Of course, king-level and emperor-level fairy stones may also be born. As for more precious things, it depends on luck. If those super-powerful figures find out, why don't they just move the entire vein away?" Qin Wentian asked puzzledly. Although the immortal emperor did not have this ability, he believed that the giants of the ancient fairyland had this energy. Mineral veins are born from heaven and earth, and they can continuously produce cultivation resources. The longer the time, the more likely it is to unearth precious things. If you destroy it directly and take it away, it will be a one-time thing. It will breed immortal stones by itself. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. No wonder the imperial city where Emperor Helen is located is made entirely of precious resources. The people of the ancient fairyland are powerful, so they have the ability to discover and mine cultivation resources, while the people of the Qingxun fairyland are not imaginate at all. For example, this space gate that spans an endless distance is not something that the fairy emperor can arrange. Why don't you go down immediately? A cold shout came, and Qin Wentian looked up and saw a line of guards in armor in the sky, with spears in their hands pointing at them. He didn't even notice before that there were strong people guarding the sky above this mineral vein. Let's go. Yang Yuner pulled Qin Wentian's arm forward and walked towards the mineral vein below. Before the space gate opens, anyone who leaves the mine will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from the void, and Yang Yuner said to Qin Wentian, "Now you understand that you are here to die. There are many people in the mine, including criminals from the area governed by Emperor Helen, slaves from major families and sects, and people who are desperate and extremely lack of cultivation resources. They come here to take risks. These people are desperate. For the immortal stones, they kill and plunder each other. In this way, they can get more in addition to the 90% they hand over. In addition to these people being extremely dangerous, the mine itself can also kill people. For us in the Xianta realm, it is simply a dead end. Have you offended Helen Mingyu? Qin Wentian asked. I am the daughter of the previous city lord of Fenglai City. Because my father was dissatisfied with Helen Mingyu, who had just entered the realm of the Immortal King, taking over, and contradicted her, my family was arranged to be sent to various mines one after another. Yang Yuner's voice was extremely cold, and Qin Wentian looked at Yang Yuner deeply. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Helen Mingyu, this is treating him as a criminal. I hope I can get out alive. Yang Yuner sighed. I'll protect you. Qin Wentian smiled. Yang Yuner was stunned, looking at Qin Wentian. You, protect me? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, but Yang Yuner smiled and walked forward. Okay, then I'll wait for you to protect me when you become stronger. Oh. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head, followed. Not long after, they saw a group of strong men in front of them mining, using the power of rules to continuously break the mountain range. The geology of this mineral vein is extremely solid, even for people in the Xianta realm, the speed of opening the mountain is not that fast. At this moment, a pair of eyes looked over here, those eyes were fierce, like a knife, and then a cold smile appeared. Let's go. Yang Yuner said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. Stop. The man shouted coldly. Yang Yuner froze in her tracks, but saw the fierce man in his eyes said, You two, come and dig together. His realm is higher than mine, but he deliberately concealed it just now. He is a ruthless person, and he may be in the realm of the Immortal King. Yang Yuner sent a voice message to Qin Wentian. No problem. Qin Wentian responded, and actually went forward to dig. His magic fists kept blasting out, constantly opening up the veins. Not long after, he saw a crystal-clear illusion of the Immortal Stone. Qin Wentian put it away and continued to dig. Yang Yuner had no choice but to join in. This digging lasted for several months and obtained a lot of immortal stones. At this time, a misty illusion was naturally born, shrouding everyone in the mist, and even occasionally seeing illusions. A king-grade immortal stone has been unearthed. The fierce man who had been sitting next to him practicing opened his eyes at this moment, and his immortal thoughts spread. Even in his immortal thoughts, many illusions appeared, confusing them. But soon, the illusion suddenly disappeared, and the fog gradually dissipated. Everyone showed a strange light and looked at the miners. Who took it? The fierce fairy king stood up and asked coldly. Everyone looked at each other. The fierce fairy king swept his eyes across the crowd and said, Bring all the storage rings here. Senior, can you leave some for ourselves? If the resources we dig are not enough, we will continue to dig in the next 10 years. Someone said, and the terrifying aura of the fairy king bloomed, and the rule field turned into a terrifying knife field, which directly chopped the man into pieces. Everyone's face turned pale instantly. The Immortal King pointed at Yang Yuner with a knife-like look in his eyes and said, Little beauty, go pick up his stored ring. Yang Yuner's body trembled. Seeing her fearful expression, the Immortal King laughed and said, Don't worry, beauty, I won't be willing to kill you. Of course, you have to serve me well. Yang Yuner bit her lip, her face as pale as paper. Qin Wentian said softly, The thing you want is here with me. The Immortal King looked at Qin Wentian instantly, revealing a ferocious smile, but saw that Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly changed. In an instant, the dark magic light flashed, as if two illusory lightning flashed. In just a moment, the Immortal King roared and then screamed in pain. Destroy. An invisible aura of terror emanated from Qin Wentian's body, making everyone feel a sense of fear in their souls. With a plop, the Immortal King fell down, and there was not even a wound on his body. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian with a look of shock. Under their gaze, Qin Wentian walked forward, took off the other party's storage ring, and took a look at the things inside. There were quite a few immortal stones, but for him, it was still far from enough. Yuner, I may have to retreat for a while, until the end to leave some time to find immortal stones. Do you want to come with me? Qin Wentian said to Yang Yuner, who was still in a daze. Although he could still kill the Immortal King with his soul power, he was still very unhappy. He planned to restore his cultivation to the Immortal King realm first, and then go out, so that he could deal with any troubles. Chapter 1540, Ghost. Yang Yuner stared at Qin Wentian blankly. Is this guy so strong? Hearing Qin Wentian's question, she transmitted her voice, Miners are not allowed to practice. It is absolutely forbidden to practice with the immortal stones dug. If you are discovered, the people above will come down to deal with you immediately. That's easy. Just follow me." Qin Wentian smiled and left in a flash. Yang Yunar looked at his back and followed him. Thinking of Qin Wentian's words that he would protect her, she couldn't help but smile brightly. This guy, I thought he was joking. There are indeed many people mining in this vein, and there are also many strong people in the realm of immortal kings. Qin Wentian and his friends soon met another group of people. Without any nonsense, their souls turned into soul bodies and split up, and they directly killed the two immortal kings. There are very few people who are good at soul abilities, even in the ancient immortal domain. The faces of the two immortal kings changed drastically, and the terrifying rule field erupted, but the invisible souls rushed directly into each other's bodies. "Destroy his body!" one person shouted, and the terrible flames instantly burned Qin Wentian's body. Yang Yunar looked pale when she saw this scene. Is Qin Wentian crazy? Qin Wentian was certainly not crazy. Soon, the two soul bodies merged into one and returned directly to his burning body. A strong vitality descended, and the body recovered at an astonishing speed, leaving the two immortal kings speechless. Where did this monster come from? His body seemed to be immortal. To kill him, they had to destroy his soul, but his soul was so strong that they couldn't destroy it at all. This was simply a pervert. Moreover, at this time, their souls still had the soul power of the other party, as if they could attack them at any time. "I won't kill you, nor do I want the immortal stones on you. You continue to dig here. I will find a place to practice inside. You can guard for me while you dig. No one is allowed to disturb my practice. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Qin Wentian said coldly, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not. He looked at Yunar and said, "Yunar, whether you want to mine or practice with me, it's fine. I'll go in first." As he said that, he walked directly into the depths of the mine. The two immortal kings' faces turned pale and blue. Feeling the threat from the soul, their expressions twitched. "What is this? What are you looking at? Why don't you continue to dig?" One of the immortal kings saw the people around them looking at them and roared. The crowd immediately turned around and continued to dig. Yang Yunar's beautiful eyes flashed. After thinking for a moment, she followed Qin Wentian and walked into the mine. Qin Wentian took out a king-level immortal stone he had obtained before, and a field of illusion rules was born around him, giving rise to many illusions. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, and really began to practice in this mine. For Qin Wentian, who had already entered the top level of Immortal King, there was naturally no obstacle to cultivation. He broke through the realm all the way and was unimpeded. 5 years later, Qin Wentian entered the realm of Immortal King, and his perception rushed into the 9 heavens galaxy, communicating with a martial star, which was still a martial star from the 8th heaven. Although his perception was extremely powerful, it was not much stronger than when he was at his peak. He still could not break through the constraints of the 9th heaven. However, now his 7-star souls all came from the 8th heaven, which was simply shocking. The powerful starlight fell from the sky, making a lot of noise. The guards guarding in the sky felt the power of the stars. Their eyes flashed and they looked in the direction of Qin Wentian. Then they snorted coldly. Someone dared to practice under their noses. Soon, 4 powerful immortal kings descended outside the mine where Qin Wentian was. The immortal thoughts swept through and said coldly, "Who is practicing inside? Get out." The miners inside were trembling with fear. Even the 2 immortal kings and Yang Yunar who were controlled by Qin Wentian came out. Yang Yunar's face was a little pale. They were the guards of the mine. They couldn't afford to offend them. They could kill those who didn't follow the rules on the spot. There was no sound inside, only a fantasy domain. You don't know whether to live or die. A man stepped out directly. He was in the realm of the middle-level Immortal King. When he stepped, the mine vibrated. The violent power made everyone tremble. He walked into the mine cave step by step. Every time he took a step, the mine cave seemed to collapse. He walked directly into the fantasy domain. His immortal thoughts swept wildly and finally saw where Qin Wentian was. Qin Wentian was still sitting there. He glanced at him indifferently, and heard the other party say coldly, "The mine is an important place. Cultivation is prohibited. How dare you disobey orders?" Qin Wentian closed his eyes and said lightly, "You are just following orders and responsible for guarding here. You don't have a share of the immortal stones dug out. Why are you so serious? Get out. How dare you?" He shouted and stepped forward. There was an extremely terrifying power, and a black flame burst out. "Don't embarrass yourself. Qin Wentian's voice was still cold, and his eyes were still closed. "You're looking for death?" the Immortal King shouted, and the fist light swept out. The black flame wrapped around the shocking fist, piercing through everything and coming in an instant. At the moment when the violent fist descended, a ray of light was born on Qin Wentian's body. In just a moment, an extremely holy light was born on his body, and the whole person seemed to be covered with a layer of sacred light. The fist power that attacked directly dissipated into the invisible, as if it had never appeared. "I don't want to offend you, please tell the people outside not to disturb my practice." Qin Wentian opened his eyes, which were a pair of terrifying pupils. The Immortal King's eyes were so painful that he couldn't open them. He let out a low roar. In just a moment, his whole body was wet, and his heart was trembling. When he opened his eyes, he found that Qin Wentian's eyes were closed again, as if they had never been opened at all. Puff. The heartbeat puff puff. Is this really someone who has just broken through the realm of the Immortal King? Without saying anything, he turned and left. He walked outside and communicated with the other 3 people through voice transmission. Then the 4 of them left silently, as if nothing had happened. This scene made the eyes of the people around him suddenly widen, as if they had seen something incredible. Yang Yuner took a deep breath and looked inside. What kind of monster was that guy? Continue mining. The 2 Immortal Kings said indifferently, knowing that they couldn't afford to offend the man inside. Qin Wentian didn't come out. After entering the realm of Immortal King, the next step would not be as simple as before. He needed to comprehend some abilities again. After all, his 7-star souls now have great changes from before, and the previous rules and domains are naturally not suitable for now. Time continued to pass. In a blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed. It was already the 9th year since Qin Wentian entered the mine. Moreover, in a few months, the mine would open a space gate and he could leave. In these 3 years, he only broke through one realm, from the initial Immortal King to the intermediate Immortal King. He was only one step away from returning to his realm back then. On this day, Qin Wentian finally put away the Immortal Stone and walked out of the mine. The 2 Immortal Kings found more people to mine for them. However, because they had been in this place, few people disturbed them. Moreover, these 2 Immortal Kings were not weak either. Sometimes when they met others, they did not dare to attack them easily. Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and 2 invisible air currents floated out from the other party and returned to Qin Wentian's body. "Don't worry, I said I won't do anything to you. I just want you to look after me while mining." Qin Wentian smiled when he saw the 2 people's nervous look. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling Qin Wentian's cultivation, they only felt a twitch in their hearts. This guy, did he hide his cultivation before? But what happened to the breakthrough when he was an Immortal King? Moreover, it took a long time for others to break through the realm, but he seemed to break through directly. Now, he has reached the intermediate Immortal King realm. "Yuner, let's go," Qin Wentian said to Yang Yuner. "Yes." Yang Yuner nodded. Qin Wentian pulled her arm, his figure flashed, and he stepped directly into the void. "What the hell?" the 2 Immortal Kings muttered when they saw Qin Wentian walking away. "What the hell? I've been practicing for thousands of years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a strange thing." Another person also said depressedly. "You're just like that." Yang Yuner was pulled by Qin Wentian to fly in the air, ignoring the guards in the sky, and said weakly, "What are you afraid of? These people are just following orders. When they encounter people they can't deal with, they will naturally turn a blind eye. Anyway, it has nothing to do with interests, so why bother to cause trouble?" Qin Wentian smiled indifferently. "What realm are you in now?" Yang Yuner asked softly. "Intermediate Immortal King realm." Qin Wentian smiled, and Yang Yuner was stunned for a while. "Did you hide your realm before?" "I guess so," Qin Wentian said casually, without saying much. They have been walking in the void. Sometimes there will be a confusing realm that blocks their sight, and Qin Wentian will go through it directly. "Does the mineral vein only unearth immortal stones?" Qin Wentian asked. "Of course not. There are many kinds of mineral veins. This mineral vein should be considered a relatively common mineral vein. It only unearthed fairy stones with magical properties, and it has been mined for many years." Yang Yuner responded. Qin Wentian nodded gently and continued to move forward. Suddenly, there was a beam of light in front of him that went straight to the starry sky. There was infinite starlight falling down, and the stars shone together. Emperor-level fairy stone. Yang Yuner's eyes flashed with a sharpness. The stars shine together, the symbol of the Emperor realm, Is this the emperor-level fairy stone? Is this fairy stone that appeared more precious than a fairy king? Qin Wentian joked. You can say that. Yang Yuner nodded seriously. A piece of emperor-level immortal stone can help the immortal king comprehend the emperor realm, and it can also generate an endless amount of rule power. It can not only practice, but also deepen the perception. Of course, the attributes must match. If not, you can trade it. It just so happens that I am penniless now. Helen Mingayu has helped me a lot. Qin Wentian smiled faintly, and the stars shone. In front of Qin Wentian, a space door appeared. When Yang Yuner was in a daze, Qin Wentian pulled her directly into the space door. The next moment, in the shining place, another space door appeared, and Qin Wentian and Yang Yuner walked out directly. Qin Wentian, he has a space star soul, which comes from the space attribute martial star in the 8th heaven. The condensed star soul is a space door. Chapter 1541 Qin Wentian Star Soul. Qin Wentian and Yang Yuner looked ahead, where a seemingly ordinary stone began to transform. With the descent of the starlight, its luster shone out and turned into a huge fairy stone. A psychedelic state spread madly towards the surrounding space. Such a large fairy stone is priceless. Yang Yuner was shocked. The currency fairy stones circulating in the ancient fairyland were all regular fairy stones that had been cut and polished, while the ore here was formed naturally. The huge fairy stone in front of her was definitely a top-quality product. Many fairy kings and powerful people around came, all with sharp eyes. With such a huge top-quality emperor stone, even if 90% had to be handed over, it was still valuable. For some criminals, it was enough to atone for their sins and make a fortune. This emperor stone can definitely form a magic array by itself, and it is an emperor array. If it falls into the hands of the master of array formation, it is simply the basis of the natural super illusion array. Yang Yuner sighed, and the vast and endless space was instantly submerged by a misty illusion, and they all fell into it. Qin Wentian, I can't see clearly. Not only did Yang Yuner lose her sight, her mind was also confused, and she couldn't see her fingers when she stretched out her hand. However, at this moment, her palm suddenly felt a warmth, and a hand reached out to hold her. Then, she saw a pair of golden eyes in front of her. Those eyes were dazzling and boundless, as if they could see through all illusions. You are right. If we wait for this emperor stone to be baptized by the light of the stars, let alone get it, I am afraid we may be trapped inside. Now, take it. The space door appeared in front of Qin Wentian again, and then he stepped out and appeared directly in another place. Almost at the same time, a series of whistling winds came, and a violent breath instantly erupted in this space. Qin Wentian ignored everything and waved his palm. In an instant, the space-like curtain directly wrapped the Emperor Stone. Qin Wentian seemed to have a space thread in his hand, and the wrapped meteorite directly followed the thread into his mouth and was then collected. In an instant, the mist dissipated, the starlight also disappeared. Qin Wentian took a step in the air, and instantly left the place with Yang Yuner. A series of cold eyes suddenly looked at Qin Wentian in the air, and the cold light burst out. The violent rules swept wildly. Qin Wentian said, "The Emperor Stone is in my hands, and it should belong to me. If anyone plunders it, I will kill them without mercy." After saying that, he turned around and left, ignoring the strong men. Looking for death, Thunder Domain. A loud shout came out, and violent purple divine thunder appeared between heaven and earth, covering all directions, wrapping Qin Wentian and Yang Yuner's bodies in it. In the field of thunder rules, a terrifying giant monster was born, roaring towards Qin Wentian, and at the same time, those thunder and lightning were like a doomsday disaster, slashing down. Qin Wentian suddenly turned around, and golden runes shone and fell on Yang Yuner's body, wrapping her body. Qin Wentian still pulled him and stepped forward directly, passing through the thunder domain, letting the doomsday-like thunder and lightning hide him, turning into purple light, flowing on his body, but it could not hurt him at all. The look of the immortal king changed slightly, and the thunder in the sky became more violent. A face of nothingness appeared. The thunder struck down again and hit Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian feel the vibration of his soul. The opponent's thunder attack contained a soul attack. Qin Wentian stretched out his palm forward, and suddenly, a space sword domain appeared around the immortal king. An endless divine sword brilliance suddenly appeared above the sky. Kill! Qin Wentian clenched his palm, and the sword of billions penetrated everything. In just a moment, the immortal king was reduced to ashes, and he had no resistance at all. I remind you again, the plunderer, kill. Qin Wentian waved his hand and took the other party's storage ring, then left in style. No one dared to chase him. Seeing the disappearing figure, they were terrified. The power of rules that was born between heaven and earth just now made them feel terrified, as if the rules controlled by the other party were higher-level rules that could crush their rules. Yang Yuner looked at Qin Wentian blankly. She was getting troubled. It seemed that this immortal figure who was escorted by Helen Mingayu's men came here just because he wanted to come. Otherwise, he could easily kill the two immortal kings who escorted them here. We have to hand over 90% of the immortal stones we dug out. Is there any way to escape handing them over? Qin Wentian asked Yang Yuner. We can't escape. After we get out, we have to take out all the storage items on our bodies for inspection. In the vast and endless realm, all the resources belong to the realm master. We can get 10% just to make us dig hard. If the harvest is rich, some criminals can even atone for their sins. This mineral vein is under the jurisdiction of Helen Emperor. The resources dug out must be handed over to the imperial city, then sent to the Liharo Palace, and then to the realm master. No one dares to embezzle the realm master's things, otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you will die. Yang Yuner said. This realm master is really rich. Qin Wentian smiled. No wonder the super strong people in the ancient fairyland control it so strictly. For the sake of cultivation resources, this is just an ordinary mineral vein, and there are many precious mineral veins. Since we can only take 10%, we have to dig more. Qin Wentian's body went down, and in an instant, a sword formation appeared around him, constantly spreading in all directions. Go! Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and in an instant, it seemed that a super strong sword formation appeared above the sky, descending from the void, bombarding the mineral vein, and constantly breaking the mineral vein. In the air below, the mineral veins exploded, sand and gravel flew, and the roar shook the sky. Immortal stones continued to appear. Qin Wentian used his immortal mind to control this sword, and he kept waving his palm to collect the immortal stones that appeared. Of course, there were also times when he was not paying attention and the immortal stones were annihilated under the sword. This guy. Yang Yuner was speechless, watching Qin Wentian continue to move forward and start to sweep the mineral veins. This was simply the behavior of a madman. Powerful figures continued to appear around, staring at Qin Wentian. Some people even smiled grimly, thinking in their hearts that there were such stupid people who were just making wedding clothes for others. No one stopped Qin Wentian's actions, but many people followed him. When it was almost done, they could go and harvest directly. The rules in Qin Wentian's body seemed endless. This continued for many days. Sweeping the mineral veins attracted more and more immortal kings. Yang Yuner had been following Qin Wentian. Even though she knew that Qin Wentian was very strong, she was still a little dazed when she saw such a situation. Was he really confident enough to think that he was invincible as an immortal king? There were many top-level immortal kings among the people around, and their eyes were full of greed and cruelty. Finally, Qin Wentian stopped. He took a look at the immortal stones in the storage ring and showed a touch of satisfaction. Even if he only kept 10%, this time the harvest was still great. What's more, if someone wanted to kill him for the treasure next, he would not be polite anymore. Let's go. Qin Wentian came to Yang Yuner and prepared to leave, but the people around him had been staring at him for many days, so how could he leave? One after another, figures flashed, blocking his way and instantly surrounded him in the middle. The space-light curtain flashed, Qin Wentian stepped out, walked directly into the space gate, crossed the void, and appeared directly in another place. Wait for me here. Qin Wentian said to Yang Yuner, but he did not continue to move forward, but turned and walked towards the direction where the crowd was chasing. Those who come close will die. Qin Wentian's body soared into the air, and a holy and bright light fell on his body. He was like a god. That was light. Qin Wentian released an extremely bright light, a light that was so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. It was more dazzling than the sun. Although there was his warning, few people paid attention. In an instant, many extraordinary immortal kings came forward, and then they saw the light. The light fell, as if to purify the world, like the fire of light. There was a hissing sound, followed by screams, and then those who approached Qin Wentian entered the realm of light, and one by one they perished and dissipated under the light. No matter how strong their cultivation was, no matter what attribute of power they were good at, they were all killed. Qin Wentian, who stood in the void, was a god at this moment, the god of great light. The people who did not move forward were so scared that they trembled one by one, revealing extremely fearful eyes, looking at the powerful man who was like a god. The light gradually dissipated, and the power of space turned into endless silk threads, collecting all the stored rings of those fallen strong men, and then turned around and left. No one dared to chase him anymore. With such strength, why does he come to the mine to rob us of mineral deposits? After the panic, someone said angrily, and everyone was speechless. With such an invincible posture, he can be appointed by the emperor at any time, and he will definitely be trained as a key person. If he is lucky, he can even get the favor of the master of the first palace of the Nine Realms Palace. What is it for him to come to the mine to plunder? Everyone was speechless. Although there are many criminals and some people who are desperate among them, if they are considered to have fighting power, they are not actually the top ones. Otherwise, who would come to the mine to take risks and join a big force to directly enjoy the resources? Yang Yunar didn't know how many times she was shocked by Qin Wentian. She stared blankly at Qin Wentian, who was holding her next to her, and asked, "You are so strong, why do you bring me with you?" "Because we came in together." Qin Wentian smiled and said. Yang Yunar blinked, was silent for a moment, and then asked, "In the fairyland, there are many records of the martial stars in the 9 heavens, especially the martial stars within the 6th heaven. But even though I have seen many star souls in the 7th heaven, I have never heard of such a strong star soul. Is it the attribute of light?" "It should be. My star soul comes from the 8th heaven." Qin Wentian smiled, and Yang Yunar looked at him blankly again. P.S. 3 consecutive posts, restoring cultivation, cool. Later I will introduce Qin Wentian's 7 star souls at once on the WeChat public account. If you want to know more, search Jing Wuhan on WeChat and follow Wuhan. Chapter 1542, Legendary Thief. The day of opening the mine has finally arrived. In the past few days, many battles have broken out in the vast and endless mines, and a crazy looting war has begun. The mines dug by the weak people in the immortal platform have almost been looted, and many people have died. Even many strong immortal kings have been buried in the mines. Qin Wentian also encountered many looters. He did not show any courtesy to them. He killed them all and looted them. Even if this is the rule of the mine, he will not take the initiative to loot, but if someone provokes him, he will never tolerate it. As a result, there are more and more immortal stones on his body. When a huge space gate appears in the sky, the dazzling space light falls down and covers the mine. Qin Wentian is a little depressed. There are so many immortal stones on his body, and even a lot of emperor stones. Just hand over 90% of them? This is a very unpleasant thing. However, although he is powerful in it, he is in the realm of immortal king. Does he want to embezzle the things of the world master? That's really asking for death. The world master won't even know about this kind of thing. The people below will deal with him. For example, the owner of this mine, Helen Emperor. He knows that all the mines in the area governed by Helen Emperor have space formations connected to Helen Emperor's palace. These mineral resources, even an ordinary mine, are not allowed to be touched by others. There is only one kind of people who dare to touch these mines, called bandits, those desperate criminals. Everyone, get out immediately. In the sky, the strong man guarding the space gate said loudly. The voice covered a vast area, and there were strong men who kept soaring into the air, passing through the space gate, and then their bodies disappeared. Once every 10 years, a mine will unearth many immortal stones, and it will also be accompanied by the death of many people. Even more, there will be many people trapped in the mine, waiting for the next 10 years, or even waiting until they die and are discovered by others and take away the immortal stones they dug. No one can embezzle the resources in the mine. Let's go. Qin Wentian and Yang Yunar teleported out through the space gate. In the outside world, in the mountains, many people came out of many caves. Many powerful people appeared in the outside world to guard them, more than what Qin Wentian saw when he first came. When the mineral vein was opened, it was also the day to collect the minerals. 2 immortal emperors came here directly from the imperial palace of Helen Emperor through the teleportation array. They came to collect the minerals. After getting them, they would directly use the space array to play the imperial palace. There was almost no chance to take advantage of it. However, nothing is absolute. In a wide area, those who came out of the mineral veins were gathered here, and they handed in their stored rings for inventory. Qin Wentian and Yang Yunar were also in the crowd. The 2 immortal emperors were in charge in person, and the immortal kings were responsible for the inventory. Who dared to mess around? These two immortal emperors were not among the several immortal emperors that Qin Wentian had seen at the beginning. It can be seen that there are many immortal emperors in the imperial palace of Helen Emperor. An emperor's power is definitely a top power in Qingxuan immortal domain. There is no doubt about this. Qin Wentian felt a little distressed as he watched the strong men hand in their stored rings. 90% of them didn't belong to him. Although this mine was just an ordinary mine, it couldn't be lost. Therefore, there were 3 space transmission arrays connected to the Helen Imperial Palace, which could be opened at any time. Moreover, the 3 arrays were guarded by strong men, especially on the day of collecting the mines. The strong men guarding them were people from the Imperial Palace, top immortal kings, and absolute confidants. At this time, in front of one of the arrays, there were 2 top immortal kings guarding there. They seemed to be resting with their eyes closed, but their immortal thoughts covered a vast area, observing all the movements around them. At this moment, the 2 top immortal kings seemed to feel something in their immortal thoughts. In an instant, their immortal thoughts rushed there frantically, and then they saw a huge and boundless beast. At that time, a lion with strange and terrifying eyes glowed with green light. The lion seemed to be walking lightly from afar and walked directly into their minds. They struggled frantically, as if they wanted to resist something. However, the next moment, their eyes opened and glowed with the green light. The lion seemed to be guarding in their minds and could not be shaken off. The guards in front of the other 2 space formations had exactly the same experience. Their eyes glowed with green light, and the same demon lion was guarding in their minds. Destroy the formation. A voice sounded in their minds. Without any hesitation, they burst out with the most amazing power and bombarded the transmission formation to destroy the formation. In an instant, the roar resounded throughout the mountain area, causing the face of the strong man who was counting the ore veins to change suddenly. The faces of the 2 immortal emperors also changed and turned pale in an instant. Generally speaking, no one dared to touch the ore veins, but once someone touched the ore veins, they knew what it meant better than anyone else. It meant a dead end. The bandits who dared to rob the mineral deposits on the day of mining were no doubt that they were definitely big thieves. Therefore, an immortal emperor directly took out the communication crystal, injected an immortal thought into it, and said, "Emperor, there are bandits attacking, and the teleportation array has been destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, a suffocating pressure descended from the sky, and a group of strong men descended. The mighty strong men, without exception, were all beings above the realm of immortal kings, and they all had the sharp temperament of having experienced hundreds of battles. In the ancient immortal realm, bandits are more terrifying and dangerous than the ordinary legions under the emperor. Even compared with the same realm, they are all desperate criminals, wandering between life and death, and the slightest mistake will lead to death. In the immortal realm, there are very few bandits because it is too dangerous. If they rob the things of the realm master, they will be wanted. Although the theft of ordinary mineral veins will not alarm the realm master, the people below must be responsible. The land of a realm is so vast, and the status of a realm master is so high, that it is impossible to do everything personally. Otherwise, what is the point of supporting so many subordinates? But if he didn't take action, there was the 9 realms palace master below him, and under the palace master was the emperor. Bandits would face endless wanted hunting until they died, so the mortality rate of bandits was extremely high. Few people would become bandits, but once they dared to become bandits, they were all very cruel. Qin Wentian hadn't figured out what was going on, but Yang Yun'er's face next to him turned pale in an instant, and she unconsciously pulled Qin Wentian and said, "Bandits! Bandits!" Qin Wentian's pupils shrank slightly. He had just entered the ancient fairyland and landed in Fanglui City, and was slandered as a bandit by Helen Mengyu. He wanted to deal with them for this reason, but he didn't expect that he would encounter real bandits when he came out of the mine for the first time. What surprised him was that these bandits were more like a legion than the people under the emperor. Without exception, they were all dressed in armor, from head to toe, fully armed, and all of them wore different divine armors that covered their entire bodies. Banditry is a matter of life and death. Who would easily expose their faces? Some cautious bandits would retire after making a fortune and directly blend into the city, so that no one would know that they were bandits. In the sky, a terrifying beast descended. It was a terrifying demon lion, and its pupils were emerald green, extremely strange. Evil Emperor. The faces of the 2 immortal emperors turned even paler. As immortal emperors, they were filled with fear. That's right, the evil emperor refers to this lion, which has a pair of terrifying evil eyes. It is a super powerful demon emperor. Of course, this demon emperor is not the leader of the bandits. The evil emperor was the mount of the super thief Night Emperor who used to run rampant. Night Emperor was a legendary thief in the entire immortal world. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. He robbed many mineral deposits, and even a very precious large mine. This matter even alarmed the world master. The two palace masters of the Nine Realms Palace joined forces to lay a net to catch Night Emperor in one fell swoop. In the end, Night Emperor was killed on the spot. This happened many years ago. However, after many years, Night Emperor's mount, the evil emperor, actually appeared in the territory of Helen Emperor and came here. Is this a resurgence? No, although these people are very strong, they are definitely not the group of people that Night Emperor had at the beginning. Night Emperor's people were caught in one fell swoop and died. Otherwise, if Night Emperor was still there, how could he rob such an ordinary mine vein? The two immortal emperors were chilled all over. Of course, they did not forget the legendary thief. One of the two palace masters who participated in the killing of Night Emperor was the palace master of Lihiro. Almost all of the 9 emperors sitting under the Lord of Lihiro Palace participated in the battle that year. Who are you? An immortal emperor looked at the slender figure standing on the back of the evil emperor. The figure was also fully armed, and the silver armor wrapped the body inside. Only a pair of dazzling eyes and a slender figure could be seen. No one responded. The whole space was a little scary. The strong men in the void began to head towards the lower space. In an instant, a suffocating pressure descended on the lower space, and countless people trembled. What should I do? Yang Yunar looked at Qin Wentian and said. She didn't expect to survive in the mine. However, she had just given birth to a ray of hope. Now, should she despair again? Qin Wentian's face was not very good at the moment. There were several immortal emperors among the strong men in the void, and the lion was even more terrifying. He could not contend with it at all. The two immortal emperors guarding here showed fear. Kill everyone. No one is allowed to escape. Otherwise, the emperor will come and kill them without mercy. An immortal emperor gave the order, and everyone's face turned pale. Did they treat them as human beings? How could they fight with such a lineup? Are they sending themselves to death? No one is allowed to move. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from the sky, and then several strong men went straight to the two immortal emperors. Escape. At this time, the crowd could not care so much. Escape. No one knew what their fate would be if they stayed here. If they escaped, although they would die, it was at least a glimmer of hope. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1543 Favor. The battle broke out in an instant, and the chaotic rule domain swept across the world. One of them cursed angrily, I told you not to move, but you ran away. I didn't even know how to give you a way out. After he said that, he punched out and directly killed the fleeing strongmen. The whole space was in complete chaos. Although these bandits who came down had an absolute advantage in strength, they were not many in number, not even as many as the guards, not to mention that there were many miners. Seeing the guards fighting with the people, how could the miners not run away? Qin Wentian only glanced at the battlefield and realized that this battle was a one-sided battle. These guards were no match at all. The people who dealt with the two immortal emperors were even more terrifying. They rushed directly into the sky to fight, suppressing the other party with absolute advantage. You let us fight but you ran away, bastard. Someone cursed angrily. It turned out that the two immortal emperors knew that they could not fight at all, but they actually fled. But the two immortal emperors who were chasing them were stronger, so how could they allow the other party to escape? What was even more despairing was that the terrifying lion and the slender figure standing on the back of the giant lion did not move. When the two immortal emperors on the other side fled, the people on the back of the giant lion slowly floated up, and then the lion rushed towards the immortal emperors fighting in the distance, and the terrifying evil eyes rushed directly into the other side's mind. The two immortal emperors under Helen Emperor roared in sorrow, and the starlight in the sky kept falling down, but it could not change their fate of destruction. Is this the bandit? Qin Wentian looked at the killing battle in this space. These bandits dared to kill even the immortal emperors under Helen Emperor. These people were not only subordinates of Helen Emperor, but also subordinates of the Hero Palace Master. The first bandit he encountered was this kind of big thief. Qin Wentian cursed his bad luck. He was harmed by that woman Helen Mingyu, and he was sent to this mine. Let's go. Qin Wentian said softly to Yang Yuner, and retreated quietly in a certain direction. Qin Wentian, you can't escape with me, go by yourself. Yang Yuner said in a voice transmission. Although she was desperate, she still didn't want to implicate Qin Wentian. If she hadn't met Qin Wentian in the mine before, she might have died. How do you know if you don't try? Qin Wentian didn't say much, and directly pulled her into the air. The space gate shone, and he stepped into it and crossed the void. Huh? Someone noticed the situation on Qin Wentian's side and glanced at his cultivation. Then two top immortal kings flew in the air, as fast as lightning. One of them was also good at space power and caught up with Qin Wentian's pace. Qin Wentian wanted to cross the void again by using the space gate, but he saw the other party's palm grabbing, and the endless space rules were rioting. The space rules were disordered, and Qin Wentian couldn't use the space power to cross the void. Another top immortal king also came. He stepped into the void, and an extremely terrible gravity pressed on Qin Wentian and Yang Yuner. Yang Yuner directly spit out blood and her face was pale. Sir, we are just miners. If you want immortal stones, I can give them to you. Qin Wentian took out the storage ring and said. He didn't care about these two people. However, there was still the immortal emperor over there, and even the leader hadn't made a move yet. How could he be so impulsive as to kill people directly? That would be courting death. Humph. The man in the sky snorted coldly and trampled on the void again. Yang Yuner groaned again and spit out blood. The rule power on Qin Wentian's body wrapped her up. His eyes looked up at the sky and suddenly became extremely indifferent. I am willing to give up the storage ring. Don't be too extreme. Qin Wentian put the hand holding the storage ring in the air. As long as the other party nodded, he would give it to the other party. The immortal stones can be obtained again, but there is only one life. He doesn't want to die again. What's more, the last time was purely a fluke. We've missed it. We want the things, and we want your life too. The strong man in the void stomped down fiercely, and an overwhelming gravity directly crossed the void and fell, hitting Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian clearly felt an invisible huge oppressive force passing through his body. If he was really an ordinary mid-level immortal king, one blow would be enough to kill him. Why do you have to force me? Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly bloomed with a cold murderous intent. In an instant, his eyes became extremely weird. The top immortal king in the sky changed his expression slightly, and then he saw a pupil space. At this moment, he felt that he was in a pair of pupils and fell into the pupil of illusion. Kill. A cold voice sounded, and the pure and flawless sword of light came across the void. His whole body was shaking, and his face showed a look of horror, but it was too late. The sword passed through, and Qin Wentian stepped forward, holding his neck with his palm, and said coldly, "You want to die? I will grant you that." As soon as the voice fell, a terrible dazzling light burst out, and the man screamed, and his body turned into nothingness bit by bit. Everything happened in an instant, too fast, so fast that the strong man who was good at spatial power did not react before he found that his companion had been killed. The rule power on his body burst out violently, and the sharp sword of the void swept out, but Qin Wentian faced him while hugging someone. A space shield appeared in front of him, blocking all attacks. Then, he also fell into the space of the double pupil technique, deeply trapped in it. Kill. Once Qin Wentian took action, there would be no mercy. He killed as he said, and in a blink of an eye, another top fairy king died. The strong man in the distance saw the situation here. The leader looked at Qin Wentian with bright eyes, and then he stepped out. In an instant, a group of mighty strong men walked towards Qin Wentian. Immortal Emperor, two immortal emperors. Qin Wentian's face was livid. He once again crossed the void through the void gate, but he saw that the leader immortal emperor stretched out his white palm and grabbed the void. An invisible force directly cut off the power of space rules, and the space gate in front of Qin Wentian dissipated. Several top immortal kings and an immortal emperor stood in front of Qin Wentian and Yang Yuner. Yuner, it seems that I can't protect you. Qin Wentian said to Yang Yuner beside him. Yang Yuner's eyes instantly turned red, and she looked at the leader and said, "Senior, we were only forced to come here to mine, why must you kill us? I only ordered to kill other people, not the miners, you wanted to escape." The leader spoke, and what surprised Qin Wentian was that the voice was crisp and pleasant, a woman's voice. The leader of this group of tyrannical bandits was a female immortal emperor. And now, you killed my people. The female immortal emperor looked at Qin Wentian, and her exposed eyes were extremely bright. As she finished her words, a powerful immortal emperor walked out from the side. In an instant, the sky had a radiance that fell down and landed on him, the stars shone together, and the imperial light shone. If I die in battle, I hope that Senior will spare her life. Qin Wentian pushed Yang Yuner away, his body went towards the void, and he faced an immortal emperor alone. Qin Wentian. Yang Yuner's eyes were red, and those bandits all showed a hint of strangeness. This guy, a mid-level immortal king, still wanted to challenge the immortal emperor? Don't overestimate your abilities. The immortal emperor was bathed in the emperor's light, and the whole space was in turmoil. He clenched his palms forward, and a powerful palm print appeared in the air, with amazing power, crushing and killing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his fist and blasted it out. With a loud bang, the palm print was shattered by Qin Wentian, causing everyone's pupils to shrink slightly. In the realm of the immortal emperor, even a casual blow is enough to destroy the top immortal king. At this moment, a mid-level immortal king dared to fight the immortal emperor. Haha. The immortal emperor laughed loudly, and a five-finger palm print appeared behind him. Starlight fell from the sky, and the five-finger palm print turned into a huge five-finger mountain covering the sky. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and in an instant, endless light covered the world. For the immortal king, it was like the end of the world. But at this moment, Qin Wentian's body bloomed with an incomparably sacred light, and the light was thousands of feet long. It was actually the Buddha's light. At this moment, he was like a stunning ancient Buddha, and the power of great light flowed on his body, making him look more solemn and sacred. A big Buddha appeared behind him, with thousands of arms, like a thousand-handed Buddha. The Buddha's light shone between heaven and earth, and there was the power of great light, like a thousand-handed Buddha of great light. Endless arms blasted out at the same time, blasting the five-finger palm print of the other party. The airflow between the two became extremely violent and terrible, and all attacks were shattered. A bright light bloomed in the exposed eyes of the female fairy emperor. The eyes were very bright. The fairy emperor in front was blocked by a middle-level fairy king continuously, and his anger bloomed. More amazing power burst out from his body. In an instant, the vast world was full of the emperor's glory. Behind Qin Wentian, a pair of terrible eyes appeared, and his eyes also became extremely strange. At a glance, in an instant, the fairy emperor in front only felt that he was in a pupil technique space. That's enough. A gentle voice came out, causing Qin Wentian, who was about to take the initiative to attack, to be stunned. He instantly retracted his attack power. The opponent was also stunned and looked up at the female immortal emperor. You will follow me from now on. The female immortal emperor's exposed eyes seemed to have a bright smile, and she said to Qin Wentian. Seeing the look in her eyes, Qin Wentian showed a strange color. Follow her? Is this really going to become a bandit? However, in such a situation, can he refuse? That would be purely courting death. Okay, Senior, can you let my friend go? Qin Wentian pointed at Yang Yuner and said. Just a little girl. The other party obviously didn't care about Yang Yuner and turned around. The immortal emperor who was fighting with Qin Wentian glanced at him coldly, and seemed a little unhappy, but still didn't say anything and followed him. The strong men also looked at Qin Wentian deeply. This guy actually got her favor. Chapter 1544 Beauty. Huh? Qin Wentian exhaled. It was a close call. If this female immortal emperor really wanted to kill him, it would be really dangerous. Although his current 7-star soul attributes plus the Immortal Sutra can be called an immortal monster, if the gap is too big, it is still dangerous. If the other party really wants to blast you to pieces, can you still revive? Yang Yuner's beautiful eyes fell on Qin Wentian. She didn't expect that she could survive. Yuner, take care. Qin Wentian sent a voice message to Yang Yuner. Yang Yuner nodded, her eyes red. The two met by chance and their friendship was not deep, but Qin Wentian had done enough for her. Qin Wentian stepped out and followed those people. In the distance, the terrifying green-eyed giant beast had returned. The huge pupils swept Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian feel his soul tremble. He didn't dare to be careless in his heart. This giant beast was definitely a super powerful demon emperor monster. He couldn't afford to provoke it. Just now, he knew that the other party was still a demon emperor who was good at soul power. Looking up, the two emperors under the seat of Helen Emperor had died, and all his guards were killed. Those who resisted had a miserable end. A bunch of idiots, they are looking for death when they are given a chance to live. One person cursed angrily, and someone below swept the battlefield and confiscated all the immortal stones in all the veins. What should we do with these people? A strong man next to the female immortal emperor asked, and he did not forget to glance at Qin Wentian while speaking. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately understood what the other party meant. These people came fully armed, and no one revealed their true identity. If they took Qin Wentian away, it would undoubtedly leave a flaw, so they had to consider silencing them all. The female fairy emperor looked at Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian said, I am good at illusion and can change my appearance. Let's go. The female fairy emperor said indifferently, her voice was a little lazy. The strong men walked onto the back of the giant lion one after another, and Qin Wentian followed them. The giant beast soared into the sky and rushed directly into the sky, roaring in the clouds, with an astonishing speed. What a terrible fighting army! Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. The first time he encountered bandits, he overturned his guess about bandits. Moreover, he himself would become a bandit. This was really speechless. The clouds and mist rolled, and no one spoke. Only the whistling sound of breaking through the air came from behind. The speed of the giant beast was much faster than the sound. After a long time, Qin Wentian found that people walked off the back of the giant beast one after another, leaving one by one, breaking up into pieces. Soon, in addition to the female fairy emperor, there was another fairy emperor, 3 top fairy kings, and Qin Wentian left on the back of the giant beast. We're almost there. The immortal emperor reminded the female immortal emperor who was resting with her eyes closed. Yes. The female immortal emperor replied lightly, and then all the armors on the group were removed, revealing their true faces. The female immortal emperor turned around and glanced at Qin Wentian, and smiled back, with a charming look that made people feel soft all over. Dancing eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, a delicate and flawless face, and skin that was as soft as a baby's. The appearance of the bandit leader in front of him was not inferior to that of the stunning beauty Beaming Yaohuang of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty, but his temperament was completely different. Beaming Yaohuang's temperament was cold, while the female immortal emperor in front of him gave people a feeling of tenderness and unparalleled charm. She sat there, her legs lying horizontally, slightly bent, and her crystal-clear snow-white legs exposed to the air. She was extremely sexy, like a water snake, and could fascinate people at first sight. Ordinary people would probably fall for her in an instant. What was even more unbearable was that after taking off her armor, she was only wearing a thin red dress, which set off her stunning face and fair skin to perfection. She sat there, and from Qin Wentian's perspective, he could even see the white part below her neck, which was very tempting. HMPH. The immortal emperor next to him snorted coldly when he saw Qin Wentian's appearance, and said with some disdain, the palace master favors him, but it seems that he is just this kind of stuff. Qin Wentian was awakened by the cold snort, and felt that he had lost his composure. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He quickly turned his eyes away, not daring to look at it randomly. The charming woman in front of him was not only a beauty, but also a powerful immortal emperor, the leader of the bandits. It would be easy for her to destroy him. However, he was still secretly shocked in his heart. He never thought that the female leader of the bandits would be such a sexy beauty. She was so beautiful that he couldn't help but lose his composure. Now he thought that his mind was extraordinary, and he had seen many beauties. It was conceivable how strong the temptation of this immortal emperor beauty was. Palace Master. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered when he heard this title. It was impossible. How could the Palace Master of Jiuji Palace rob such a mineral vein? It should be another Palace Master. Palace Master should be just a title. Who can resist the temptation in front of our Palace Master? Although this kid's fighting ability is okay, seeing the Palace Master's true appearance, the immortal king behind laughed. What's your name? The woman asked with a faint smile. Every frown and smile was so captivating that people would fall for her without realizing it. Qin Wentian. Well, you can just call me the same as them from now on. The woman looked at Qin Wentian, with a hint of interest in her beautiful eyes, and said, this face is quite handsome, and the temperament is extraordinary. It should be related to the attribute power you practiced. I am a little reluctant to ask you to change your appearance. Palace Master, you are too kind. Qin Wentian was indeed more handsome than before. He also thought that this might be related to the star soul. The star souls in the 8 heavens, the Buddha star souls, and the shining star souls can all change a person's temperament. When he releases these attribute powers to fight, it is even more obvious and amazing. A strong power of illusion surged from Qin Wentian's body. In an instant, the lines on his face changed, and then his entire temperament gradually changed. Soon, he became another person. What a powerful attribute, Star Soul! The female fairy emperor smiled at Qin Wentian, then looked at the giant beast below and said, "Little lion, it's done." The body of the giant beast shrank instantly. In just a moment, it turned into a demon beast smaller than an ordinary lion. There was no violent demonic aura on its body. Its body went to the arms of the female fairy emperor, and it completely turned into a pet lion. The female fairy emperor waved her hand, and a divine weapon sedan chair appeared. She stepped into it and lay on the soft chair inside the sedan chair. An immortal emperor and 3 top immortal kings turned into sedan bearers and carried the sedan forward. This. Qin Wentian was stunned, and sighed in his heart that this group of bandits was terrible. In the blink of an eye, they completely changed their appearance. He thought that this group of bandits would be a force hidden in the vast wilderness, and then fled everywhere. He never thought that after they took off their armor, they would not have to worry about being seen. "What are you doing? Come in." A lazy voice came from the sedan chair. Qin Wentian was stunned. He took a look inside and said, "I dare not." "Palace Master, how about letting him carry the sedan chair?" The fairy emperor in front smiled flatteringly. The female fairy emperor looked at the other party with a smile. The fairy emperor's face fell instantly and stared at Qin Wentian coldly. This fairy emperor was the fairy emperor who had fought with Qin Wentian before. "Can I eat you?" The soft and charming voice came out. Qin Wentian stepped into the curtain with his head held high. Seeing the peerless beauty lying there lazily, Qin Wentian turned his eyes away and did not dare to look at it. The picture was too beautiful. "Does it look good?" The female fairy emperor smiled charmingly. Qin Wentian nodded and said, "Palace Master is stunning. Sit here." The female fairy emperor stretched out her white legs and nodded at the position beside her calves. Qin Wentian nodded and sat there. As long as he turned around, he could see the beautiful legs that could make people's blood boil. The attributes you are good at include Buddha, space, illusion, sword, and light. Moreover, you are far superior to people of the same realm in every attribute rule. Why would someone like you appear in a mineral vein, and be a minor at that? The female immortal emperor asked casually. Qin Wentian's heart tightened. This meant that she didn't completely believe him. "I have offended the Helen Emperor." Qin Wentian responded. "Oh? Tell me." The female fairy emperor smiled. "This matter needs to start from when my senior sister and I came out of the mountain." Qin Wentian made up an excuse. In short, the Helen Emperor finally fell in love with the beauty of his senior sister Bei Ming Yuang and sent him to mine. I believe that even if the other party went to investigate, it would be the same. Did you hear that? Send someone to check the Helen Emperor city later. The female fairy emperor smiled casually. The sedan bearer outside responded, but Qin Wentian shuddered. To be able to make the Helen Emperor fall in love, she must be a stunning beauty. How does your senior sister compare to me? The female fairy emperor asked with a smile. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and then he said, although the palace master is rare in the world, my senior sister is also stunningly beautiful, and few people can compare to her. Huh? The woman was stunned, and then she laughed, and the 4 sedan bearers outside also laughed. In the laughter, they went to the bottom of the cloud sky. Qin Wentian looked over there, and saw a majestic city winding between the mountains appear there, like a giant dragon hovering in the sky. Palace Master, what is this place? Qin Wentian asked curiously. The most prosperous trading city in the Lihoro Palace, Jiutian City. The woman stood up, and the sedan chair flew rapidly towards the sky below. The majestic city became larger and larger in Qin Wentian's vision. In the mineral vein area far away from Jiutian City, Emperor Helen led the strong men to the mineral vein. Seeing the messy scene of the mineral vein, Emperor Helen's face was gloomy and a little scary. The 2 immortal emperors under his seat died in battle here. Catch all the living people and interrogate them. Helen Emperor spoke coldly, and immediately an immortal emperor stepped out beside him, sweeping his immortal thoughts into the distance. Not far from Helen Emperor, stood a stunning figure. It was Bei Ming Yuang. At this moment, her temperament was extremely cold, and she walked towards Helen Mingayu who came with her. What are you doing? Helen Mingayu seemed to be a little afraid of Bei Ming Yuang, and stepped back. Pa. Bei Ming Yuang swung his palm and directly pulled Helen Mingayu's body out, causing Helen Mingayu to spit out blood and his face turned pale. P.S. 3 consecutive posts on the second day, Whether there will be updates today will be notified later on WeChat. If you didn't see the specific introduction of the 7-star souls yesterday, you can find it in the WeChat history message. You can search Jing Wuhan on WeChat to follow it to learn about the daily updates. Chapter 1545 Yishan City, the most beautiful woman. He ran. Mingyu steadied herself, stretched out her white palm, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were extremely cold, staring at Bei Mingyu Wang in front of her. Bitch, you dare to hit me. Lan Mingyu's voice was extremely cold. She had never been humiliated like this. Bei Mingyu Wang stepped forward, a terrible cold power descended, freezing life, and in an instant Lan Mingyu's body was covered with frost, feeling a threat from death. You Wang, stop. Lan Emperor took a step forward, his palm fell on Lan Mingyu, expelling the icy power. He stared at Bei Mingyu Wang and said, You Wang, what are you doing? Minors are often criminals, or even slaves. You actually let Qin Wentian go to mine. Bei Mingyu Wang's eyes were extremely cold, staring at Lan Mingyu. You want to kill me? Lan Mingyu felt the murderous intent on Bei Mingyu Wang, and her eyes were glowing with blood. You Wang, there are still many living people, maybe he is fine. Lan Emperor said. Bei Mingyu Wang stared at Lan Dijun and said coldly, although I am a steward in your imperial palace, I was appointed by Li Ho Palace Master himself. You can appoint your daughter as the city lord. However, your daughter dared to let my junior brother go mining. Now I don't know whether she is alive or dead. Lan Dijun, if Qin Wentian gets into trouble, I must bury Lan Mingyu with him. Father, did you hear that? This bitch wants to kill me in front of you. Are you going to abandon your daughter for beauty? Lan Mingyu let out a low roar, her eyes full of bloodshot. She has been spoiled since she was a child. In Lan Dijun's sphere of influence, she is always majestic wherever she goes. Today, she was slapped away by Bei Mingyu Wang and humiliated by saying that he would kill her. Say less. Lan Dijun said with a sullen face. Father, after so many years, haven't you succeeded in playing with her? Or have you developed feelings for her and don't care about her anymore? Is she going to kill me? Lan Mingyu has always been favored and used to act like a spoiled child. Now, someone wants to kill her, but her father actually asks her to be quiet. Shut up. Lan Emperor shouted, and a terrifying aura of majesty spread from his body. Lan Mingyu turned pale with fear and stared at his father in a daze. Lan Mingyu, remember what you said today, Lan Emperor, you'd better discipline your daughter. Bei Mingyu Wang spoke coldly, and then his figure flashed and he flew away directly to find Qin Wentian's trace. Lan Emperor had a gloomy face, looking at Lan Mingyu coldly, and secretly transmitted a message. It would be fine if I doted on you on weekdays, but now you are doing all kinds of evil things all day long. Do you think I don't know that you are lawless in Fanglui City? Now, Bei Mingyu Huang is a favorite in the eyes of the palace master and is being trained by the palace master. You dare to humiliate her like this? Are you looking for death? Lan Mingyu was stunned when she heard her father's message, and said, You are the emperor under the palace master, are you still afraid of her? What's more, father sighed. What do you know? I'm naturally not afraid of her, but what about you? You don't know anything at all. Lan Emperor said coldly, after you go back, give up the position of city lord, go to the imperial city, and let your mother discipline you. After saying that, Lan Emperor flicked his sleeves and walked towards the captured people with a gloomy look. Back then, he coveted Bei Mingyu Wang's beauty and took her to Li Ho Palace. What happened later was something he had not expected. The palace master actually intended to cultivate Bei Mingyu Wang, and then arranged her to be by his side as he wished. In the name of serving, in fact, it was also intended to monitor him, which made him very uncomfortable. Now, Bei Mingyu Wang is considered to be on the side of the palace master, and he dared not do anything to Bei Mingyu Wang. Emperor, these are all minors. According to them, all our people were killed, and those who survived are all minors. The interrogator saw Lan Emperor coming with a gloomy face and bowed. Ask them if they know a man named Qin Wentian. Lan Emperor said coldly. Yes. More and more people were captured and interrogated one by one, but they could not get much information about the bandits. They only knew that the bandits were fully armed and no one revealed their true faces. In addition, there was a terrifying demon lion. Lan Emperor already knew this. It was the evil emperor, the mount of the legendary bandit Yidi. Finally, the news about Qin Wentian was also found out, but it was a little strange that the Qin Wentian they were talking about was actually a fairy king, and his combat power was very strong, but he was taken away by the bandits. After hearing this news, Bei Mingyu Wang's heart trembled slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fairy King, it seems that he is right. He must have retrained and returned to the Fairy King realm. I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky that he was favored by the bandit leader. I hope he is okay. After Helen Mingyue learned about it, she claimed that Qin Wentian was a traitor and betrayed and surrendered to the bandits. Bei Mingyu Wang was too lazy to pay attention to her. This account will be settled later. Jiutian City, located in the Lihou Palace area, was built in the Endless Mountains. It was a super powerful city with a long history. The female leader of the bandits did not lie to Qin Wentian. Jiutian City was indeed the most prosperous trading city in the territory of Lihou Palace. Here, a large number of treasures were traded every day. There were many very powerful forces stationed in this city. Immortal kings could be seen everywhere. Even walking on the road, seeing a person everywhere could be an existence at the level of immortal emperor. This was the foundation of the ancient fairyland. Qianyu Palace was one of the major forces in Jiutian City. It was extremely powerful and had several immortal emperors sitting in it. It mainly engaged in the trading of various treasures such as magic weapons and magical spells. It had a great reputation in Jiutian City. Of course, the most famous thing about Qianyu Palace was not the treasure trading it operated, but the palace master of Qianyu Palace. It was just because the palace master of Qianyu Palace was known as the most beautiful woman in Jiutian City. The huge and majestic city of Jiutian City is full of beauties. The fairy Qianyu, the master of Qianyu Palace, may not necessarily have the most outstanding appearance, but her stunning appearance, coupled with her powerful cultivation and charming temperament, can make people fall in love with her with every move. She is known as the most beautiful woman in Jiutian City, and no one dares to question her. In Jiutian City, many people are eager to see Fairy Qianyu. Therefore, the transactions in Qianyu Palace are very lively, and many of them want to meet the most beautiful woman in Jiutian City. However, what people in Jiutian City can't imagine is that there is a person who is very afraid of seeing Fairy Qianyu. For example, at this moment, in an elegant room, Fairy Qianyu is sitting on a soft chair with her beautiful legs on the armrests of the chair. She is wearing a white dress and a long skirt. She is both pure and seductive, especially when the long skirt slides down to the thigh of her slender legs, which is simply unbearable. Am I so ugly? Yi Qianyu looked at Qin Wentian and smiled softly, only to see Qin Wentian dare not look at her. The palace master is so beautiful that I dare not blaspheme against her. Qin Wentian lowered his head and said, "Really? You have never blasphemed against her with your eyes?" Yi Qianyu chuckled and stared at Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian to shudder. "It doesn't matter. All men are like this. If you want to look, just look. No need to be shy." Yi Qianyu's voice was extremely gentle. Qin Wentian raised his head and immediately saw the body that could seduce everyone. "The news has arrived. You are honest and did not lie. I have also found out the person you asked me to help you find out." Yi Qianyu said. "How is she?" Qin Wentian looked up at Yi Qianyu and asked. The person he asked to find out was naturally Bei Mingyu Wang. Although he had expected that Emperor Helen would not dare to touch Bei Mingyu Wang, he still felt a little worried after not seeing her for so many years. Yi Qianyu looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. "Are you so nervous?" "Palace Master, my senior sister and I have a deep relationship, so I am naturally nervous," Qin Wentian said. "It seems that I am not very charming, not as good as a woman far away, and I heard she is a cold beauty." Yi Qianyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, she is fine. She is valued by the Palace Master of Lihou and placed next to Emperor Helen." "Thank you, Palace Master." Qin Wentian breathed a sigh of relief. "Can I see your star soul?" Yi Qianyu smiled softly. Qin Wentian was a little embarrassed. This female fairy seemed to be very curious about his star soul and had asked to see his star soul several times. However, his star soul was really special. He didn't know what the other party's attitude would be after releasing the star soul. Seeing that Qin Wentian didn't speak, Yi Qianyu slowly stood up and stepped forward. Her sexy long skirt fluttered slightly, and her long hair was casually draped there. Her smile and frown were touching. Yi Qianyu walked to Qin Wentian, and the fragrance blew in his face. She was a little shorter than Qin Wentian, with a slender figure and perfect proportions. The stunning beauty close to him was also an immortal emperor. Qin Wentian did not dare to look directly into her eyes and lowered his head. Then he saw a scene that made his blood boil. He turned around in shock. The snow-white scenery was simply breathtaking. Ye Qian chuckled, "What did you see?" "Palace Master, please let me go." Qin Wentian begged for mercy. "Let you go? I have never been so gentle to others. You saw what you should see, and you also saw what you shouldn't see. Tell me, what should I do?" Ye Qian smiled. Qin Wentian was about to cry. He knew that he could not escape this time, so he said, "Palace Master, please keep it a secret for me." "Okay." Ye Qian nodded and smiled at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian turned around to face her, and then released one star soul after another. Soon, 7 star souls bloomed at the same time. In an instant, the room was covered with endless light, which could hurt people's eyes. Ye Qian thought she was ready. Seeing the dazzling light curtain, she still took a step back. There was a brief sluggish expression on her face, but soon, the charming smile appeared on her face again, and her beautiful eyes blinked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian put away the star soul with a bitter smile, waiting to ask questions, but Ye Qian just smiled casually. "Okay, you can go. Since your identity has been checked, you can walk around in Jiutian City from now on." Ye Qian didn't ask anything. Qin Wentian was stunned, looked at him in surprise, and then nodded and said, "Qin Wentian, take your leave." After saying that, he turned and left. "Come and chat with me when you are free, but don't think about running away, otherwise, I will be sad." Ye Qian giggled, and Qin Wentian was so scared that he quickened his pace and fled. Ye Qian laughed so hard that her body trembled. P.S. Today is the 4th update. Can you ask for a few chapters of monthly tickets? Chapter 1546 Favorable Treatment. In the following days, Qin Wentian would often walk around Jiutian City after changing his appearance, feeling the charm of this majestic city. The majestic city hovering above the mountains was extremely prosperous, with powerful people like clouds, and countless treasures. Here, as long as you have enough immortal stones, there is no treasure that cannot be exchanged. Qin Wentian bought a communication crystal. This treasure is very useful. It can seal the immortal thoughts in the crystal. It is very simple to use. For example, if Qin Wentian wants to contact Beaming Yaohuang, he only needs to seal a wisp of Beaming Yaohuang's immortal thoughts in Qin Wentian's communication crystal. When Qin Wentian wants to talk to her, he only needs to infiltrate it with his own immortal thoughts and communicate with Beaming Yaohuang's immortal thoughts. However, because the refining materials are not simple, the price is very expensive. Qin Wentian plundered the mines crazily and thought he was very rich. But after a few days in Jiutian City, he found that he was really poor. He dared not hope for many treasures, such as some super powerful imperial weapons. The refining of each imperial weapon requires a lot of imperial fairy stones as basic materials, and many other precious equipment, and then the casting of the weapon master. You can imagine how expensive it is. Moreover, the imperial weapons of the ancient fairyland are much better than the magic weapons of the Qingxing fairyland. Even if your cultivation is not enough, you can use the power of the magic weapons as much as possible. Therefore, people from the big families in the ancient fairyland will have more innate advantages, and casual cultivators will hate it. The more powerful a world is, the more terrifying the gap between the upper and lower levels will be. Of course, among the casual cultivators, bandits are also very rich. Even if they rob an ordinary mine, they can get a lot of money, but they are playing with their lives. Don't look at the unrestrained appearance of the Qian Palace Master. However, once she is discovered to be a bandit, she will face endless pursuit. These days, some core figures of the Qian Palace have received orders from the Palace Master to collect the Emperor Stones of the Light Attribute and the Life Attribute, and they must be of high grade. The power of these two attributes is relatively small. The Palace Master personally ordered the collection, so a large amount must be needed. Although everyone was puzzled, they still did it and collected silently in secret. Qin Wentian didn't know about this, but he knew about the Barbarian Emperor, so he found Qin Wentian. "What do you want, Senior?" Qin Wentian asked as he saw the Barbarian Emperor coming to his courtyard. This Barbarian Emperor was the immortal Emperor who fought with him when he seized the mineral vein that day. "Let's go to the battle array and have a fight," the Barbarian Emperor said coldly. Qin Wentian looked at the coldness in the other's eyes and didn't understand where he had offended the other again. In short, since he came to the Qian Palace, The barbarian emperor seemed to be very unhappy with him and treated him coldly every time he met him. Senior is an immortal emperor, I know I am inferior to him. Qin Wentian refused. It was a joke. Never mind whether he could defeat the other party. This was Qian Palace. The other party was at least a senior of Qian Palace and a close confidant of the female demon. There was no benefit for him to offend him. He had to be low-key. The previous battle was not decided. You are powerful and the palace master values you. How can you be cowardly and afraid of fighting? The barbarian emperor scolded and said, "Follow me. Junior is only a mid-level immortal king. Why do you embarrass me?" Qin Wentian frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. What is cowardly and afraid of fighting? You, an immortal emperor, came to challenge him, a mid-level immortal king, and you can say it so confidently? However, Qin Wentian was too lazy to say more about this. He avoided it if he could. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. The barbarian emperor shouted coldly. He stepped on the ground with a crisp sound of crackling. Cracks appeared on the ground. The ground was paved with special materials, but it still couldn't withstand the immortal emperor's kick. Senior, why do you have to be so aggressive? Qin Wentian's voice was a little unhappy. I'm forcing you. The barbarian emperor stepped again, and a dull sound came out. Rumbling, the room where Qin Wentian lived collapsed directly, the tables and chairs shattered, and the land was shaking slightly. A strange rhythm vibrated in this space, and Qin Wentian's body was shaking slightly with this rhythm. Ah man. A lazy voice came, which made the barbarian emperor stunned, and then his eyes became soft. The rhythm disappeared, and he turned around to look at a certain place. There was the bedroom of the palace master. Come to me, Qin Wentian, you come too. The lazy voice sounded again, and the barbarian emperor glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, then stepped out, and Qin Wentian followed him. A moment later, they both came to the palace where Qian lived. Palace master. The barbarian emperor and Qin Wentian Qian walked towards them step by step. She had changed her clothes again. She looked sexy yet elegant and dignified. The two different styles seemed to blend perfectly on her. The barbarian emperor looked at the figure with a strange look in his eyes. Ah man, Qin Wentian has joined us. You are an immortal emperor. What's the point of provoking him? Do you take me seriously? Qian said lightly. The barbarian emperor bowed and said, Palace master, I just want to see how strong he is in combat and whether he is worthy of your respect. I know my limits. When do I need you to make decisions for me? Qian's voice was a little colder. This was the first time Qin Wentian saw this sexy beauty with such a majestic side. The barbarian emperor lowered his head and said, A man knows his fault, but he has not done anything and he is treated like this. I am not convinced. Humph, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Qian snorted coldly and said, Since you have demolished Qin Wentian's residence, then from now on, Qin Wentian, you will live in my bedroom. There are many rooms here. You can choose any one. Palace master, you can't. The barbarian emperor looked up, his face changing again and again, looking at Qian. Qin Wentian was also stunned. Although this was a stunning beauty, he really didn't dare to stay here. He would be tortured by this female demon. Why are you starting to question my decision? Qian's voice became a little colder. Ah man, I dare not, but palace master. The barbarian emperor wanted to speak, but saw Qian waving his hand to stop him from continuing, and said lightly, It's decided. Ah man, I know what you are thinking, but you still need to restrain your thoughts, practice well, and don't disappoint your father's high hopes. The barbarian emperor's heart trembled slightly, looking at Qian, only to see that Qian's eyes looking at him became softer, revealing expectations. His heart trembled slightly, nodded, and said, Sister Qian, a man will definitely not disappoint master's expectations. Well, go ahead, practice first. Qian waved his hand, and the barbarian emperor took his leave. When he left, he still glanced at Qin Wentian coldly. Qin Wentian was ashamed for a while, and at this moment he understood the relationship between the two. Qian's father was actually the master of the barbarian emperor. No wonder the barbarian emperor was so close to Qian. An immortal emperor was willing to be her sedan bearer and called himself a man in front of her. It turned out that there was this layer of origin. It seems that they are a family. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian became even more depressed. How could he not see that the barbarian emperor obviously admired Ye Qianyu, and Ye Qianyu let him live here? Isn't this a trap for him? Thinking of the look in the barbarian emperor's eyes when he left just now, Qin Wentian was extremely depressed. Seeing Qin Wentian's frown, Ye Qianyu smiled and said, "Why, you are not happy to let you choose a room to live in here?" "I dare not, but I am worried that it will affect the reputation of the palace master, so," Qin Wentian said tremblingly. "You care so much about me. In that case, why don't you live with me? That way, no one will gossip about you." Ye Qianyu giggled. Qin Wentian looked at the stunning beauty in front of him, stunned. His body shivered involuntarily. Seeing Qin Wentian's embarrassment, Ye Qianyu laughed softly. Her trembling body was so charming. "You also heard what Ah Man said just now. You have no merits, and you will inevitably be criticized in the future. I am planning the next action. At that time, you will come with me, and use your original appearance to avenge Emperor Helen. How about it?" Ye Qianyu said. Oh. Qin Wentian's face turned black, and he kept shaking his head and said, "Palace master, please let me go. I am just a captive. I can do whatever the palace master wants me to do. Forget about being a bandit. I can take care of some things in Qianyu Palace for the palace master. The palace master can arrange it at will. Bandits, let him be a bandit, and use his original appearance. Can he still survive in the fairyland in the future? He will definitely live with his head on his shoulders. There are people to take care of Qianyu Palace's affairs. You need to be tempered, and bandits are very suitable." Ye Qianyu advised, but Qin Wentian still shook his head and refused to obey. "Really not going?" Ye Qianyu's voice was a little colder. "Palace master, please forgive me." Qin Wentian bowed his head. "Okay, I won't force you." Ye Qianyu sighed lightly. Her voice seemed a little lost. Her extremely soft eyes looked deeply at Qin Wentian, making Qin Wentian almost unable to help but agree. This woman was too scary. One look could make people lose their minds and willing to go through fire and water for her. Beauty is a disaster. Qin Wentian said secretly. Ye Qianyu turned and left. Her back was a little lonely, not like the charming fairy emperor beauty before. Qin Wentian found a place to live, as far away from Ye Qianyu's bedroom as possible. Ye Qianyu did not look for him again and force him to be a bandit. One day, another person came to this bedroom. It was said to be a super master of formations. After being busy for a while, Ye Qianyu found Qin Wentian and asked him to go with her to his place of practice. Passing through the inside of the hall, Qin Wentian came to Ye Qianyu's place of practice, which has always been forbidden to outsiders. Jiutian city was built on the mountain, standing on the mountain. The back mountain where Ye Qianyu practiced was extremely high, but it was beautifully built and covered with formations. Qin Wentian went up the stairs and came to a practice platform. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly froze there, staring at the practice platform in front of him motionlessly. "How is it?" Ye Qianyu stood beside Qin Wentian and said softly. There was a bright light on the practice platform, and the starlight on the sky kept falling down, as if endless, like the emperor's light. "Palace master." Qin Wentian's expression became a little solemn. This practice platform has 7 attributes, which is completely in line with the 7 star souls he practiced. He is no longer a newcomer to the ancient fairyland. He knows the preciousness of this practice platform. It is a super powerful formation, especially the practice platform in front of him, which is absolutely all cast with the 7 attribute Emperor Stone as the base. Not to mention that he is an immortal king, even the immortal emperor can't afford such a practice platform. However, Ye Qianyu cast one for him. Chapter 1547, The Night Emperor's Daughter. Qin Wentian looked at Ye Qianyu beside him and said, "Palace master, I don't understand." He really didn't understand why Ye Qianyu treated him so well, a treatment that even the immortal emperor couldn't enjoy, just because he had seen his 7 star souls. "From now on, you can freely enter and leave my palace. This practice platform belongs to you. You can go and feel it." Ye Qianyu smiled lightly. "The junior is unworthy of it," Qin Wentian said. "The practice platform has been cast and the price has been paid. It's your business whether you use it or not. Don't worry, I won't use this to force you to follow me to become a bandit. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go," Ye Qianyu said lightly, and then walked forward, step by step along the steps to the high ground in the distance. Sitting on the top of the mountain, you can directly see the scenery of the majestic city of Jiutian city. Is her loneliness real? Qin Wentian actually felt the loneliness of the other person's back. He sighed, looked at the practice platform in front of him, took a deep breath, stepped into it, and began to practice. Surrounded by 7-color light, infinite rules descended from the sky. The extremely rich rules roared, and the brilliance of 10,000 feet bloomed on the training platform and poured into his body. His star soul was released, madly absorbing the power of the rules, and at the same time, he comprehended the rules. This area was shrouded in a transparent large array. From here, you can overlook the scene of Jiutian city in the distance, but from the outside, you can't see it inside, let alone the immortal thoughts. Practicing in the large array training platform, Qin Wentian really knew the terrible resources of the ancient fairyland. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Let's ask, what kind of terrible practice resources do those extraordinary forces at the level of realm masters have? And what kind of evil people will they create? It seems that even if he now has a star soul that defies the sky, he can't underestimate the heroes of the world. This world is much more exciting than the Qin fairyland. With such practice conditions, Qin Wentian should practice with peace of mind and prepare to first upgrade his realm to the top fairy king and restore it to the heyday of the year. In this way, walking in the powerful ancient fairyland can be more secure. Yiqian sometimes came here to practice, sometimes sat on that high ground to watch the sunrise and sunset, or drank alone, or even took a bath there. Fortunately, Qin Wentian was practicing quietly and had no time to care about other things, otherwise he would definitely be distracted. After a while, the barbarian emperor couldn't help but come to Yiqian's bedroom again to meet Yiqian. Palace master, how could you do this? You actually built a practice platform in the resting place in your bedroom. The barbarian emperor stared at the peerless figure in front of him, and his eyes were full of resentment. Why not? Yiqian asked lightly. Now, you like to interfere in my affairs so much? He has been in there these days. The barbarian emperor pointed to the bedroom and said angrily. Insolent. Yiqian's face turned cold. Qian, even if it's insolent, I have to be insolent for once. Why? Why am I not as good as him? The barbarian emperor roared, and a little lion appeared next to him, looking at the barbarian emperor and Yiqian quietly, and shook his head slightly. As the mount of the Night Emperor, the evil emperor certainly knew that the Night Emperor's disciple liked the young lady, but he was indeed not worthy of the young lady, and far from it. Yiqian stared at the man-emperor with her cold eyes, which gradually calmed the man-emperor's anger. He lowered his head again, not daring to look directly into those sharp eyes. Ah man, go, you will understand me in the future. Yiqian sighed softly, and the man-emperor turned away unwillingly. Watching the man-emperor leave, Yiqian turned and walked to the back of the bedroom. When she walked in front of Qin Wentian, she stopped and looked at the shining figure. A charming smile appeared on her face again. This guy is very interesting. Turning around, she walked towards the high ground again. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked over there. For some reason, he always felt that the back figure was very lonely. But then he closed his eyes again to practice. Time passed unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shot out from his pupils. The dazzling light of rules on his body shone and madly sank into his body. The star soul disappeared, and he slowly stood up and walked out of the practice platform. Looking at the direction of the high platform, Yiqian was there, lying quietly on the cushion, looking at Jiutian city in a daze. I don't know why, every time Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he seemed to be able to feel her loneliness. Is the retreat over? Yiqian smiled softly, and her temperament suddenly changed, as if she had changed into a different person in an instant. The previous lonely temperament disappeared in an instant. At this moment, she was charming and charming. Well, thank you, Palace Master. Qin Wentian said. Sit down. Yiqian smiled lightly, and Qin Wentian sat opposite Yiqian. After getting along for a while, he found that this beauty was not as terrible as he imagined, especially to him. It can be said that she was very good, so good that Qin Wentian was at a loss. Your cultivation speed is really fast. You are at the top level of Immortal King. You should have no pressure to deal with low-level Immortal Emperors, right? Yiqian looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes without blinking. This cultivation speed was really scary. Moreover, Qin Wentian had broken through a long time ago, but he just hadn't come out of retreat. It should be no problem. Qin Wentian nodded gently. But I don't understand why the palace master treats me like this. Qin Wentian asked. If you don't understand, don't try to understand. Yiqian said indifferently. However, Qin Wentian really doesn't know how to repay the palace master's kindness. Qin Wentian sighed. How about you pledge yourself to me? Yiqian's eyes were as charming as silk, and her eyes could seduce people's souls. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and said, Palace master, if you seduce me like this, I really can't control myself. Really? Then don't control yourself. Yiqian chuckled, I am a virgin. Oh. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. He couldn't help but think of the witch he met on Wanmo Island. That witch was also powerful and made him unable to resist, but the stunning woman in front of him was even better than the witch. Whether it was her face, temperament, sexiness, charm or strength, she was superior to the witch. I dare not. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Don't dare? So, you want to, but you just don't dare. Yiqian still had no intention of letting Qin Wentian go. Qin Wentian wanted to escape. Is it because of your senior sister? Yiqian suddenly asked. Qin Wentian shook his head and looked down. At a glance, the majestic city stretched out in front of him. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of Qinger and King Cheng. Qinger with her snow-white hair and King Cheng with lifeless eyes, they were still waiting for him in King Su's immortal domain. With longing in his heart, Qin Wentian could still be calm in front of the beauty in front of him. Feeling the changes in Qin Wentian, Yiqian's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. It seems that he also has a story in his heart. Have 2 cups. Yiqian said. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and Yiqian waved her hand, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Yiqian took out a pot of wine and 2 cups, then picked up the pot and poured the wine, filling the 2 cups, and said softly, This is the first time I pour wine for a man. Thank you, Palace Master. Qin Wentian took the wine cup, and the two raised their cups and drank it all. The wine was very strong, burning the body and heart. Qin Wentian didn't expect Yiqian to drink such a strong wine. My last name is Yi, the Night Knight, Yiqian. Few people know my last name. After a few cups of wine, Yiqian's face was slightly red, which made her look even more charming. She said to Qin Wentian, Do you know Emperor Yi? I don't know. Qin Wentian shook his head. You are not from the area under the jurisdiction of Helen Emperor. Yiqian seemed to see through Qin Wentian and smiled. Yi, a legendary thief, was once a powerful man in Lihoro Palace. He swept through all the major mines and was rampant. The palace master of Lihoro Palace could not do anything to him. Later, the lord of the Changsheng realm was alarmed. The two palace masters joined forces to lay a net and caught Yi and the people around him, including his wife and children. They were all killed. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly, as if he had guessed something. I am Yiqian, the orphan of Yi. Sure enough, Yiqian's words confirmed Qin Wentian's guess. He was secretly shocked. Yiqian told him these things. As long as he went to inform, Yiqian would die without a burial place. The fairyland is so big, those transcendent forces rule and divide the world. All resources are privately owned by them. Those who disobey orders are independent cultivators and cannot enjoy resources. Those who plunder resources are bandits. How tyrannical. People in the world can only share resources by entering their system. Yiqian said indifferently. Qin Wentian poured wine for her and she drank it one cup after another. Of course, the martial arts world is like this. The strong are domineering and supreme. Their words are orders. If one day you reach the top, you will also control the world. At that time, those who obey will naturally prosper. Yiqian laughed as if to mock himself. Back then, my father discovered a mineral vein and asked someone to dig it. Later, a palace master took it directly for himself and presented it to the world master. Isn't this plundering? Isn't it what bandits do in their eyes? Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. Indeed, there is no difference. They are all plundering, but the other party is strong, so it is justified. If the other party is weak, it is a bandit. Later, after my father became powerful, he became a bandit, and now, I have inherited what my father did. Yiqian said and lay on the ground again. Her charming and sexy body just lay there. She herself didn't know how tempting she was. Do you think I am seducing you, wanting to keep you by my side, and avenge me when I become powerful in the future? Yiqian suddenly looked at Qin Wentian and said. She was drunk and her eyes were as charming as silk. I dare not. Qin Wentian said, with a stunning appearance of the palace master, who can't be seduced? I'm afraid that the palace master of the Nine Realms Palace can't resist your charm. Although I think I have good talent, I dare not think that I am qualified to be compared with those palace masters now. Jiutian smiled and looked at Qin Wentian and said, you are wrong, I am seducing you. If you want to do something, maybe, I really won't resist. Qin Wentian heard the gentle voice, and took another look at the beauty lying there. He was a little collapsed. This female demon, too cruel. Chapter 1548, Bandit Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at the extremely seductive body and said, Palace Master, I am willing to go with you to be a bandit, but I won't reveal my appearance. Jiutian was stunned, and smiled at Qin Wentian, saying, such a good opportunity, you actually gave up, don't regret it. As for the banditry, I won't force you to participate. It's up to you. Don't force yourself because of beauty. Qin Wentian looked at her speechlessly and said, Emperor Helen has some grudges against me, so I just take this opportunity to take revenge. It's my own idea. Palace Master, goodbye. With that, Qin Wentian stood up and left. Looking at Qin Wentian's leaving figure, Jiutian's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and then she looked at the city again. Soft footsteps were heard, and Jiutian didn't look back. Here, except for Qin Wentian, only the evil emperor could come in. Miss, why are you doing this? The evil emperor said softly. Jiutian turned around and looked at the little lion, smiling and said, don't you think he's interesting? I really didn't intend to let him go to be a bandit, I was going to let him practice well, but he took the initiative to ask for it. This is obviously not because of my temptation, but purely because he wants to repay the favor of the formation. Miss, you are worth a lot of money. You will definitely have a peerless Taoist companion in the future. Why do you have to embarrass yourself like this? The evil emperor shook his head. Embarrassing. Jiutian smiled and looked at the evil emperor, little lion, you underestimate him too much? If he was willing just now, maybe I really wouldn't refuse. As she said that, the corners of her mouth actually raised a faint smile, which was extremely tempting. The evil emperor looked at Jiutian in astonishment. By the way, little lion, don't you think he's handsome? Jiutian suddenly asked, and the evil emperor was completely dumbfounded, with black lines on his forehead. Miss, at the level of the immortal emperor, would also be obsessed with flowers? Little lion, there are many things you don't understand. Jiutian sighed softly. She was kind to Qin Wentian, and she was kind to him without any motive. She cast a formation for him. She didn't ask for anything. She just wanted Qin Wentian to remember her kindness when he became stronger in the future. Some people, you want to catch and use them after they become strong to a certain extent. Others are not so stupid. Sending charcoal in the snow is far better than adding icing on the cake. I really don't understand. Miss, just be happy. The little lion said softly. It was quite boring before. Now that he is here, I can tease him from time to time. It's quite interesting. Jiutian smiled lightly. But soon, Jiutian frowned slightly, and then her figure flashed and went outside. Outside, in Qin Wentian's residence, a figure appeared there, with a violent aura flowing on his body, and cold eyes staring at Qin Wentian, as sharp as a knife. Who else could it be except the barbarian emperor? Ah man. The evil emperor was also a little unhappy. The man emperor had come here to cause trouble again and again, which was indeed a bit too much. No matter how the lady treated Qin Wentian, it was all her private matter. Senior evil emperor, I must fight him today. The man emperor was furious. Qin Wentian had actually stayed in Jiutian's palace for more than 2 years. He knew nothing about what had happened during this time. These days, he had been distracted and had no time to practice. Finally, when Qin Wentian came out, he couldn't swallow this breath and ran here directly. Senior, you are at the realm of the immortal emperor. Qin Wentian knows that he is not as good as you. Qin Wentian still avoided fighting. Outside, the 3 top immortal kings secretly paid attention to the situation here. This time, the man emperor seemed angry. It was no secret that the man emperor had always had a crush on the palace master. Everyone knew it. In fact, who didn't have a crush on the palace master? In the whole Jiutian city, there are countless people who covet the beauty of the palace master, and countless Xianjiao figures, but what kind of person is the palace master? Not only is she powerful, she also holds the treasure house of Qianyu Palace, and she is the most beautiful woman in Jiutian City. There is no one in this Jiutian City that she can look up to. The relationship between the barbarian emperor and the palace master is very good, but the palace master has never let him go beyond the line, and has never let him enter the palace. However, now, a captive at the level of the immortal king is favored by the palace master, and can even be said to be very pampered. They all suspect that the palace master is fascinated by Qin Wentian's handsomeness. No wonder the barbarian emperor held his breath. This guy looks miserable. What's the use of such a cowardly person? Get out if you don't want to fight. The barbarian emperor shouted angrily. Qin Wentian. At this time, Yiqian shouted, and Qin Wentian looked at her. Fight him. Yiqian said with a cold face, an immortal emperor forces the immortal king to fight, and he is still self-righteous. It seems that you are getting more and more ignorant of the sky. Qian. The barbarian emperor looked at Yiqian. Did Qin Wentian hear what I said? Yiqian asked again, and Qin Wentian nodded. Okay, let's go. The barbarian emperor turned around. No, we can just fight here. Yiqian stepped out, and the terrifying power of rules turned into a space barrier, surrounding the two of them. Ah man, just use your strongest means to attack, Qin Wentian, don't give him face. Yiqian seemed determined to attack the barbarian emperor. The barbarian emperor was furious when he heard Yiqian's words, and his brilliance shone brightly. The imperial light fell from the sky, and the stars shone together, like an unparalleled emperor. A super terrifying power emerged from his body, crushing the sky, and the extremely violent palm print covered the sky and the sun, stretching across the sky and covering all directions. The pressure was so strong that the barbarian emperor was angry. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. After all, he was an outsider to Qian palace. Even though Yiqian treated him differently, he was still low-key intolerant. But the barbarian emperor pressed him again and again. Now, Yiqian asked him to take action, so he had to fight. The light enveloped his body, and Qin Wentian was bathed in the holy power of light. The power of rules turned into a terrible storm, rushing straight into the sky. Kill! The barbarian emperor roared, and the sky and the earth changed color. The five-finger palm print that covered the sky and the sun, with a monstrous force, covered the entire void and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Go! Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and at this moment, a bright and extremely strong light suddenly burst out from his body, and the peerless light that could blind people's eyes lit up. Even Yiqian in the void slightly covered his eyes. The light was like the light of the great light that illuminated the world, which could cover all ranges and annihilate everything. Wherever the light shone, all attacks were shattered and disappeared into thin air. The barbarian emperor only felt a stinging pain in his eyes, but he was an immortal emperor after all. The endless light of the stars fell on him crazily, blocking in front of him, and turned into a terrible defensive force, but the power of the great light kept shooting, and wherever it passed, the world would turn into light, and his defensive power was stripped away and destroyed bit by bit. Ah! A painful voice came out, and light shot into his body. The extremely terrifying power of light was like 1,000 swords of light of destruction. Qin Wentian moved, took a step forward, and came directly in front of the barbarian emperor. A palm print blasted out, and with a loud bang, the barbarian emperor's body was knocked out, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and hit the defense arranged by Yiqian, and then fell to the ground, his face pale. The barbarian emperor stood up a little stiffly, his eyes seemed a little sluggish, slowly raised, and stared at Qin Wentian in a daze. His face was blue and white, and his body was still shaking, not because of the injury. Puff! Another mouthful of blood was spat out. In an instant, the barbarian emperor seemed to become extremely decadent, and the whole person seemed a little lost. The three top immortal kings outside also widened their eyes when they saw the situation inside. They looked at each other, and their eyes were all shocked. Barbarian emperor, who was at the level of immortal emperor, was defeated. Not only was he defeated, but he was defeated miserably. He was defeated in one move and had no power to fight back. The immortal emperor was defeated by such a strong force under the shining stars. Is it ironic? Of course it is ironic. Qin Wentian had been avoiding fighting before and admitted that he was not as good as him, but what is the truth? Amon, do you understand? Yiqian dispersed his power and sighed softly. The barbarian emperor looked up at Yiqian and smiled bitterly, but his smile was uglier than crying. No wonder you look down on me, that's why. Ah man, you have been with me the longest, You should understand me better than others. You understand what my goal is. I also hope that you can practice well and reach the state of my father in the past. This is my expectation for you, not a sentimental relationship. Ye Qianyu's voice was not as cold as before. I understand. I will practice well. The barbarian emperor nodded. Go, prepare for the next action. This time, Qin Wentian will also participate. Ye Qianyu said. The barbarian emperor nodded, looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and then left here. A few months later, Ye Qianyu, Qin Wentian and his party quietly left Qianyu Palace, a mountainous area, with clouds and mist rolling on the top of the mountain, and a terrible giant beast Lion King entrenched in the sky. Ye Qianyu, Qin Wentian and others were all wearing armor and fully armed. Moreover, strong men flashed in one after another and stepped directly onto the back of the giant beast. There was no verbal communication, as if they had already reached a tacit understanding. Everything that had been communicated before had been communicated with a communication crystal. All people just needed to follow the orders. Finally, everyone arrived. Ye Qianyu glanced at everyone and said in a low voice, "We have already plundered once last time. Helen Emperor must have made some preparations. This time it will not be as easy as last time. The mining days of the mines in the areas ruled by Helen Emperor are staggered. Therefore, they must be on high alert on every mining day, with strong people guarding. Even Helen Emperor may appear at any time." Ye Qianyu's voice was not gentle at all, but majestic. Everyone nodded. They all understood that although it had been more than 2 years, the plunder of the mines was definitely not a trivial matter. Helen Emperor would never take it lightly and might be waiting for them to appear. Everyone understood this. This is also the reason why it is extremely difficult for bandits to survive. Sometimes, after making a fortune, they have to retire. Otherwise, it will be dangerous to do it again. Qin Wentian looked a little solemn. He had never expected that the first thing he did when he first came to the ancient immortal realm would be plundering. Becoming a thief was really unpredictable. P.S. Third update. Thank you Jun's name for being promoted to leader. I have updated 10 chapters in 3 days. Do you have any monthly tickets? Chapter 1549, Strong Attack. The Jiutian mine is one of the 3 largest mines in the area under the jurisdiction of Helen Emperor. It is an extremely precious main mine. This mine can unearth various attributes of immortal mountains, and Emperor stones often appear. In fact, there have even been existences that surpass Emperor stones. Therefore, for Helen Emperor, the importance of this mine is obviously far greater than the mine that was plundered before. Every time the mine is collected, the strong people guarding here are of a higher realm. At this moment, there are 2 middle-level immortal emperors guarding here, collecting the mine in person, and the lineup is simply terrible. There are 6 teleportation formations here, connecting to Helen Emperor's imperial palace. Moreover, this Jiutian mine itself is not far from a big city. Even if the teleportation formation is destroyed, Helen Emperor can still teleport directly to the nearby big city and rush here in the shortest time. Therefore, generally speaking, no bandits dare to rob the Jiutian mine. Even on weekdays, ordinary bandits will not take such a big risk. The defense of this mine is too strong. Moreover, Helen Emperor had a robbery incident more than 2 years ago, so you can imagine how strict the current security will be. Far away from the Jiutian mine, the sky was rolling with clouds and mist, and the evil emperor transformed into an extremely huge lion, constantly moving forward. On the back of the lion, there were powerful people like clouds. Qin Wentian even felt that this lineup was even more terrifying than the last time, with more powerful people and many immortal emperors. Qin Wentian. At this time, Ye Qianyu's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Wentian's mind, causing his eyes to flash and look at Ye Qianyu. Although Helen Emperor is a mid-level immortal emperor, he is one of the 9 emperors of Lihuro Palace, sitting in one place, and he has extremely amazing energy. After the war, you must avoid Helen Emperor. Your goal is to first sweep away the opponent's top immortal kings, and then lead the primary immortal emperors to kill you, and then kill them. Ye Qianyu said. Qin Wentian's expression was stern. Ye Qianyu had deliberately told him to avoid Helen Emperor. It seemed that the guy must be extremely powerful and could easily kill him. Now that he had been in the ancient fairyland for a while, as he had more knowledge of this world, he would not be too arrogant. There must be many extraordinary people in the vast ancient fairyland. Okay, The palace master seems to know that Helen Emperor will definitely appear, so, this time, is it a head-on confrontation? Qin Wentian asked in a voice transmission. You can just wait and watch the show. Don't worry, I will only kill Helen Emperor's people. As long as those miners don't attack us, no one will deal with them this time. Jiutian smiled and transmitted the voice. Qin Wentian didn't say much. Jiutian is the daughter of the Night Emperor. Her enemies were 2 of the 9 realms palaces. Lihuro Palace and the 9 emperors under Lihuro Palace had participated in killing her family. It was understandable that she took revenge. Moreover, she was a bandit, and she was born to be irreconcilable with the other party. The giant lion evil emperor kept moving forward and finally landed above the purple cloud mine. Qin Wentian looked down and saw the purple cloud mine looking at the sky with sharp eyes. Kill! Jiutian uttered a cold voice, and the armored warriors went directly to the sky below. They did not break the teleportation formation like last time, but directly launched an attack, a frontal attack. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Jiutian's action this time was to challenge the Helen Emperor. Above the sky, infinite light descended in an instant. The giant beast evil emperor roared and rushed out, killing the 2 middle-level immortal emperors, ignoring everything. Jiutian was wearing armor and had a slender figure. She held a pitch-black spear. On this pitch-black spear, the light of darkness was swallowed and spit out. In the void, the star-like light of the night fell down. Jiutian pointed the spear, and in just a moment, the world below was pitch black. One after another, figures soared into the sky and rushed out of the darkness. In that dark area, their immortal thoughts were all dark and they could not see anything. The evil emperor's green eyes rushed directly into the mind of a mid-level immortal emperor, as if a lion king walked towards the other soul and guarded there. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it down. The mid-level immortal emperor's expression changed drastically and his body retreated violently. A green light flashed in the evil emperor's eyes, and he was faster. He swallowed the other party in one bite, which made everyone stunned. A mid-level immortal emperor was swallowed by the evil emperor in the blink of an eye. Qin Wentian was also quite shocked. In this ancient immortal domain, the fall of the immortal emperor was probably just a very common thing, and it would not cause much waves at all. The group battle broke out in an instant. Qin Wentian rushed out, his fingers turned into swords. Every time he struck out with his fingers, an immortal king would fall. In a short moment, strong men kept falling. However, at this time, the teleportation array leading to the outside world from the mine vein lit up with a brilliant light, and a group of strong men walked out from it. What surprised Qin Wentian was that the leader was actually Helen Emperor. Helen Emperor was no longer in the Imperial Palace, but was hiding in the mine vein. Obviously, he had not forgotten the time of the last plunder and had been waiting for an opportunity. Now, this group of bandits finally appeared again. The teleportation array leading to the Jiutian mine from the Imperial Palace also lit up one after another. Strong men kept coming out and flashing towards this side. Qin Wentian saw a familiar figure again, cold as ice and extremely beautiful. It was beaming Yao Huang. She had also arrived. Evil Emperor. When Helen Emperor saw that the evil emperor had killed another middle-level immortal emperor under his command, his face suddenly turned ashen, and his murderous intent was terrible. The 2 intermediate-level immortal emperors who were guarding here were killed by the evil emperor in a flash. The other party was looking for him to fight. He was merciless and killed the 2 immortal emperors first. These 2 intermediate-level immortal emperors, plus the 2 primary-level immortal emperors last time, in just 3 years, Helen Emperor lost 4 major immortal emperors. This was enough to make him distressed. In the future, he would need to recruit people from outside, promise conditions, and train them as confidants again. The evil emperor roared and rushed directly to Helen Emperor. His emerald green eyes rushed into the other party's mind. However, Helen Emperor's eyes also became extremely terrifying and strange, which could make people fall. At the same time, it seemed that there were lines on his body that were madly squirming. A terrible breath spread from his body, devouring the surrounding rule power, and at the same time, madly absorbing the emperor's glory above the sky. The entire Helen Emperor became extremely dazzling. Under the brilliance of the stars, he was like a pillar of light that reached the sky. Above the pillar of light, terrifying runes surged, lightning and thunder roared, and the wriggling lines on the Helen Emperor's body turned into illusory dragons and snakes, circling up and roaring in the pillar of light. The pillar of light became stronger and stronger. Kill! Helen Emperor shouted coldly, and the dragons and snakes danced, turning into a terrifying giant beast, bombarding the evil emperor, causing a shocking collision, and violent airflow swept across the world. All the powerful people around were shocked and avoided the battlefield far away. Above the sky, the light was dazzling and boundless, and a destructive force descended. A terrifying light descended from the pillar of light. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, a super terrifying giant beast appeared above Helen Emperor. It looked like a dragon but not a dragon, like a snake but not a snake, with sharp horns, a ferocious face, a circling body, and strange eyes, circling above Helen Emperor. The eyes of Emperor Helen were also extremely strange. He stared at the giant Lion King and said coldly, "Evil Emperor, after the death of Emperor Yi, you are still causing trouble here. Today I will get rid of you." The evil Emperor moved forward, his green eyes were extremely strange. Yi Qianyu also walked over, holding a dark spear, his expression extremely cold. "Where is Qin Wentian?" Bei Mingyu Wang looked over here with a cold gaze and said coldly, which made Qin Wentian who was standing beside him stunned. "This." Yi Qianyu glanced at Bei Mingyu Wang, and a bright light flashed in the pair of beautiful eyes that were exposed. "Is this Qin Wentian's beautiful senior sister? She is really beautiful." At this time, a figure rushed towards Bei Mingyu Wang violently, which made Qin Wentian stunned. The person who rushed towards Bei Mingyu Wang was surprisingly the barbarian emperor wearing armor. The divine light on Bei Mingyu Wang's body shone, and the coldness swept the world. In an instant, the world was frozen, and the space around the barbarian emperor was directly frozen and turned into frost, making the barbarian emperor's body frozen there. He shouted loudly, shattering the icy power, and Bei Mingyu Wang stepped out with a strong killing intent. He waved his palm, and another burst of death-like cold and dark aura bloomed. With the strength of the Nether Emperor, it should be no problem to deal with the barbarian emperor. Qin Wentian thought to himself. The North Ming Nether Emperor was a top-level genius in the Qingxuan immortal domain. She was the youngest immortal emperor of the North Ming immortal dynasty and had stepped onto the top of the Demon God Mountain. She broke through the Emperor realm in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Her talent was unquestionable. It was just because of her stunning appearance that her talent in cultivation was easily overlooked. "You forgot to fight when you saw your lover." Yi Qianyu's voice sounded in Qin Wentian's mind, with a bit of ridicule. Qin Wentian was speechless, and then stepped out and walked directly to top-level Immortal King. At a glance, the pupil technique space appeared, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, directly destroying the opponent. Now his own cultivation has returned to the peak of the past. People of the same realm are simply vulnerable in front of him. Even if he does not use the rules and fields he has comprehended, just a simple punch and a sword are enough to wipe out the opponent. Around Qin Wentian's body, it was as if a sword domain appeared. When he took a step, the sword intent of Xiaosha roared out, traversing the void, constantly killing his opponents. In a blink of an eye, many immortal kings died in his hands. Buzz! The wind was howling, and an immortal emperor came to kill Qin Wentian. He was one of the two immortal emperors who appeared in Fanglui City with Emperor Helen. Qin Wentian's body retreated and retreated to the distance in an instant. However, the immortal emperor snorted coldly, and he would never let Qin Wentian go. The divine light on his body was brilliant, and an earth prison appeared between heaven and earth, covering him and Qin Wentian's body. This was his domain power. The brilliance descending from the sky was still providing the prison with rule power in an endless stream. Chapter 1550, Fate to the East and Attack in the West. The immortal emperor closed this space with a prison. He looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at a dead person. His expression was extremely cold. He said, "With such fighting power, you don't want to take the prosperous road. You would rather be abandoned and seek death?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Qin Wentian only felt an invisible huge force trembling in his body, oppressing his flesh. Qin Wentian's expression was extremely calm. The light of rules on his body shone, and endless light power fell down. The thousands of feet of light blooming on his body was holy and boundless, stinging people's eyes. The space door appeared. Qin Wentian took a step and walked into the space door. The next moment, a space door appeared in front of the immortal emperor. Qin Wentian's fingers slowly struck out from inside. In just a moment, the ultimate brilliance bloomed, like the art of great light. Wherever it passed, it was all shrouded in light, and all would surrender and be destroyed under the light. The immortal emperor punched through the void, causing it to tremble. The gate of space was directly shattered and collapsed. Countless attacks directly descended on Qin Wentian's body. However, under the light, no matter how strong the attack was, it would dissipate and perish in the light. Qin Wentian's finger actually emitted an endless sort of great light, like a surging river, stabbing the opponent's body frantically. How could the light be blocked? In just a moment, the immortal emperor's body turned into white light bit by bit, and then disintegrated and dissipated. In just a moment, annihilation turned into nothingness, as if it had never appeared, and the prison that enveloped the two people in the void naturally disappeared. Huh? The pupils of the strong man who saw the situation here shrank slightly. The strong man in the realm of the immortal emperor disappeared? Not long ago, he cast a prison, leaving the bandit no way to escape, ready to trap and kill the other party, but now, the person who disappeared was actually the immortal emperor? However, at this time, everyone was fighting violently, and no one could spare any time to deal with Qin Wentian. Among all the major battlefields, the one between Helen Emperor and the evil emperor was the most violent. They swept across the area, covering an endless area, and directly fought into the sky. The terrifying giant monster summoned by Helen Emperor was able to fight against the evil emperor, and he himself fought against Jiutian. As Jiutian said before, as one of the 9 emperors under the seat of the palace master of Lihoro Palace, Helen Emperor's status was even above many top immortal emperors. His fighting power was naturally unquestionable. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit in this position. If the emperor guarding one side was too weak, how could he suppress the strong people in that area, and how could he face the bandits? Although the things he couldn't solve would eventually be solved by Lihoro Palace, what was the use of such subordinates? Lihoro Palace definitely needed the strongest people to guard each side and share the worries of the palace master. Qin Wentian glanced over there, and then at the battle between Beaming Yaohuang and Mandy. Beaming Yaohuang had already absolutely grasped the advantage and was firmly suppressing Mandy. If Mandy did not escape, he would probably be killed on the spot by Beaming Yaohuang. Why don't you come to help fight? Mandy glanced coldly at Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian's pupils to freeze. Are you talking about the prisoner Qin Wentian? He is already dead, killed by him personally. Mandy pointed at Qin Wentian and said. Hearing this, Beaming Yaohuang's long hair danced wildly, and the coldness on his body was shocking. He rushed towards Mandy frantically, wounding her and repelling her, but he did not continue to chase her. Instead, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Wentian, saying, Is what he said true? Oh. Qin Wentian saw that Beaming Yaohuang's eyes, which were extremely cold, were faintly bloody, and the killing intent and coldness were mixed together, which was extremely terrifying. This beautiful princess of Beaming Xianchao, she cares about him so much? It seems that the barbarian emperor still holds a grudge against him. He deliberately did this, putting him in a dilemma. Should he fight or tell the Northming Nether Emperor? If he tells the Northming Nether Emperor, he will be easily exposed and people will guess that he is Qin Wentian. In that case, let alone the immortal realm, as a bandit, he killed the people of Helen Emperor, that is, the people of the palace master of Lihoro Palace. He is afraid that he will not be able to survive in this area and will not be able to show his true face. Yes. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and as soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and broke through the air. Ah! The Northming Nether Emperor roared when she saw Qin Wentian admit it, her long hair dancing wildly, her palm stretched out forward, and the crisp sound of snapping continued. The world kept freezing, and the space was frozen. How could he still cross the void? The great light power on Qin Wentian's body bloomed, sweeping everything, shining on the frozen space, and constantly breaking through, while the Northming Nether Emperor rushed towards him frantically. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian felt a little warm in his heart. He didn't expect that Beaming Yaohuang cared about him so much. He was so crazy when he heard the news of his death. He kept moving forward. Beaming Yaohuang kept chasing him and almost hit him several times, but he resolved them all with powerful attacks. The two of them rode on the clouds and soon came to a very far place. Qin Wentian looked back at Beaming Yaohuang, who was still chasing him madly with bloodshot eyes, and transmitted his voice, Yaohuang, it's me. Beaming Yaohuang's body suddenly stopped, just stopped abruptly, staring at Qin Wentian in amazement. Qin Wentian turned around and faced Beiming Yuang, but he said, Beauty, why do you follow me all the time? Are you attracted to me? Huh? Beiming Yuang knew that Qin Wentian did it on purpose when he said that. But seeing that he was teasing her intentionally, and coupled with the deception just now, the bloodshot in her eyes disappeared, but she still looked at Qin Wentian coldly, raised her hand and grabbed it, and the void ice covered everything, freezing Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment. Bei Ming Yuang, this is too cruel, is it real? With a gleam of light on his body, the rules on Qin Wentian's body broke the frozen power. He saw the cold and resentful look of Bei Ming Yuang, and smiled bitterly in his heart, and sent a message, Yuang, are you okay in the imperial palace of Emperor Helen? Has Helen bullied you? I will help you kill a few more immortal emperors to vent your anger. Bei Ming Yuang didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to attack. Qin Wentian had no choice but to resist, but Qin Wentian was just pretending, while Bei Ming Yuang was serious and almost hit Qin Wentian several times. At this time, Qin Wentian frowned, and saw the barbarian emperor rushing towards this side, and said coldly, I will help you kill her. After that, the huge palm print covering the sky and the sun covered Bei Ming Yuang. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with coldness. Does this barbarian emperor want to kill Bei Ming Yuang, or force him to admit his identity? Once he admitted that he was Qin Wentian, not only would he be hunted down, but Bei Ming Yuang's identity would also be extremely embarrassing in front of Helan Dijun, and he might even be targeted. It's okay for you to contain her, I'll go kill the others. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he directly abandoned Bei Ming Yuang. The space gate shone, and he stepped away, crossing the void, making the barbarian emperor's face suddenly very cold. Retreat. At this time, a voice sounded in the void. It was Yi Qianyu's voice. She and the evil emperor stared at Helan Dijun coldly, and their bodies retreated. The strong men from all sides retreated to her side. Helan Dijun waved his hand to stop everyone from continuing to fight and hunt. At this time, he suddenly had a bad premonition. When they were fighting just now, the teleportation formation leading to the imperial palace was unguarded and was destroyed by several immortal kings. What does it mean that the other side destroyed the teleportation formation when two parties fought? There was only one purpose that could be achieved by doing this, and that was to prevent himself from returning to the imperial palace through the teleportation array. He certainly did not think that these bandits were bold enough to attack his imperial palace. However, if these people secretly attacked Chengkang, what would happen if there were other accomplices? Emperor Helen had been in a high position for many years, so he was naturally very sensitive to this. When the teleportation array was destroyed, he thought a lot and was worried. The people on Yi Qianyu's side, including Qin Wentian, retreated to the back of the evil emperor. A sarcastic smile flashed in Yi Qianyu's exposed eyes, and then the evil emperor retreated. Bei Ming Yuang stood opposite Qin Wentian, still looking at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, which made Qin Wentian ashamed. Was this woman arguing with him? It was just a joke, right? Yuang, remember the place where we cruised in the lake? I will go there to find you in a month. When the evil emperor retreated, Qin Wentian sent a message to Bei Ming Yuang. The battle was too fast. He wanted to ask Bei Ming Yuang how she was now, but under this situation, it was obviously impossible to leave a fairy thought in the other party's communication crystal. Qin Wentian had to make an appointment to see her. At the beginning, he threw Bei Ming Yuang in the imperial palace of Helen Emperor for more than 10 years. He felt guilty, although Bei Ming Yuang had always been stronger than him before. Emperor. Seeing that the evil emperor and others disappeared, a strong man walked to Helen Emperor and looked at Helen Emperor in confusion. The other party was a bandit. Even if he couldn't suppress the other party, he couldn't just let the other party leave like this, right? If the Lihiro Palace knew about this, the palace master would definitely punish her. Something is wrong. The enemy is not coming for this vein this time. Helen Emperor narrowed his eyes. He took out the communication crystal. Soon, a wave of vibration came out of the communication crystal, and a voice sounded in his mind. Emperor, there are bandits attacking the quicksand and sky meteorites. Boom. A violent momentum burst out from Helen Emperor. He stepped out in an instant and headed directly for the city near here. The quicksand, sky meteorites and the Jiutian vein are the three main veins in the area under his jurisdiction. Now, the bandits directly attacked here on the day when the Jiutian vein was opened. He was also prepared and ambushed here, but the enemy's target was actually the other two veins. What a feint to the east and attack in the west. It seems that such a powerful lineup here is not the enemy's full strength. So how strong is this bandit force? After the fall of the Night Emperor, is there still a remnant alive? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.